Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a brand new edition of the Pewter Report live draft show presented by PrizePicks. We love using PrizePicks. It's been so much fun to work with them this football season. PrizePicks is America's #1 sports app in daily fantasy sports across the United States. Play $5 with your first entry at PrizePicks using the code HMA, and you will get $50 instantly in lineups. The app is super easy to use, ladies and gentlemen. You pick more or less on a few different player stats to create your lineup. They have stats on individual players, whether it's points, yards, strikeouts, whatever the case may be. You can go and set your lineup. Make sure you use the code HMA. Download the app. And once you play your first $5 lineup, you'll get $50 in lineups and entries instantly. Happy Saturday, folks. We've made it to the third day of the Pewter Report live draft show presented by PrizePicks. It's been a fun 2 days so far. 3 picks made by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They have a 4th, 2 5ths, a 6th, and a 7th. Today. So still a lot more to come. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is Scott Reynolds of pewterreport.com. Scott, how we feeling going into day 3?
This is going to be a big day. There's a lot of draft picks that are available to this team. They entered the draft with 4 on day 3, which is the norm. They've added another one. They might decide to package some of those picks. We've seen Jason Light make a move on day 3 before. The trade for Zion McCollum comes to mind. So maybe they leave today with 5 new players. Maybe it's 4 because they've decided to package a couple of picks to move up in a certain round. But this is the day where the focus is going to be on depth and special teams. I think the positions that they have not addressed yet, obviously the secondary, defensive tackle. I think they're going to be looking for a reserve guard or somebody that can challenge Ben Bredeson possibly to become a starting caliber player. So to me, those are the players. Also another inside linebacker. I could see that if the right outside linebackers there because of special teams ability. You think of like Marquise Watts. He never really was that player on defense, but he was a good player in special teams. Is special teams going to be enough to keep Chris Braswell on the roster? Probably not, but they might sit there and say, well, we're going to go find another outside linebacker to draft this year. We'll part ways with Braswell. He can play on special teams, and then he'll replace on the 53 or move up the depth chart Al-Quadin Muhammad after 1 year, right? Because if you look at this from a 2027 standpoint, you're going to have, I think Braswell is going to be off the roster by then for sure. So you'll have Yaya Diaby, Ruben Bain. Those are going to be the 2 starters. You'll have David Walker still be under contract entering year 3. And those 3 players are assured. This is a contract year for Anthony Nelson. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went out and got another edge player to come in, compete with Nelson, compete with Braswell, and be that guy when Al-Quadin Muhammad moves off this roster next year. He slides up, and now you have like your 4th outside linebacker behind Bain and Diaby and Walker.
Yeah, this is the time on day 3 where you can kind of go and try to get a couple developmental players where maybe they don't make an immediate impact. Sometimes they do. You know, Bucky Irving's a great example of that. Kate Otten's a great example of that. Not just making an impact, but being a starter. But, you know, some of these later rounds as well, it's more of taking a developmental project and looking for the future versus the immediate right now. I absolutely think corner is in play. I think partially, too, just based on what other teams in the NFC South have done in this draft, taking wide receivers. Obviously, the Bucs have their main core right now with Zion and Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish as well. So ideally, those players are the ones getting the job done against them. But of course, you need to build out that depth. Interior offensive line is an interesting one as well, just kind of based on where Ben Bredeson is at in terms of his talent level, his spot on this team. You like the versatility, but also with Cody Mauch, you know, going into a contract year, you can't really guarantee anything with him coming off of that injury. We had him on the Pewter Report podcast, and he said he's good to go. He's going to be ready for OTAs and training camp and everything like that. But at the same time, you know, the Bucs wanted to do this with drafting Elijah Klein a couple of years ago, but I don't necessarily think he's up to snuff just yet to be that immediate, backup player. He did start a game last season, but that was more out of necessity than specifically, hey, we like this guy.
Yeah, when you mention interior offensive line, that guy right there from Auburn, Jeremiah Wright, is a pretty interesting prospect because he is a Senior Bowl guy. We just saw them draft the Senior Bowl player in Ted Hurst. This team mines players from the Senior Bowl on day 3. You go back to Payne Durham, Servassier Dennis, even David Walker was a Senior Bowl player last year, was drafted in the 4th round. So they do look for players that have shined at the Senior Bowl, that have had good careers, that got the Senior Bowl invite, and they try to bring them in for some depth. So I wouldn't be surprised there. Another guy, they got a combine snub that our good friend Brandon Thorne really likes, is this guy right here, Caden Barnett. He is known as the Vanilla Gorilla. And that is a nickname I think he wears with pride. If you look at him, he has some Jason Light trait characteristics with the mullet, with the long hair, the facial hair, the war paint, a la Tristan Wirfs. And this guy is a brawler. He is a bruiser. He is a mauler inside. Played right tackle at Wyoming for 2 seasons as a starter, then moved inside to guard, which many would feel would be his best position in the NFL, and played right guard last year. So from a mentality standpoint, this is a player maybe in the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds might get a call from Tampa Bay if they're looking for another guard type player. And again, he does have the ability to play right tackle too. You're looking for versatility, and he is one of those players to keep in mind too here on day 3. So let's take a look at our Bucs best bets that have
scorching hot right now.
Well, yeah, we actually nailed 2 Bucs best bets yesterday, so we're excited about that. From a educational standpoint, that's what we try to do with our Bucs best bets is forecast if the Buccaneers are going to take a player at this position, who are they going to pick? Let's start with the offensive side here, and you can see the players in red are the players that have already been selected. And actually, Jennings Dunker has also been selected. I need to update that.
Yeah, went to the Steelers. So staying in that black and yellow.
That's right.
Cool.
Yeah. But we had the Ted Hurst hit there in green. So we have Jalen Daniels from Kansas. I don't see them drafting a quarterback. You never say never, but
yeah,
it happens.
Maybe
probably
like an undrafted free agent type.
I would think so. Yeah. You're going to want another training camp arm, but maybe a 7th round pick. The Bucs were about to draft Michael Pratt in the 7th round.
That's right.
From Tulane.
Front of the program.
And it didn't work out. They got Devin Culp instead. Mike Washington Jr. and Emmett Johnson. We talked about the Buccaneers drafting Bucky Irving in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
If one of these guys is the best player available in the 4th round and you want to stick to your board, you sit there and say, why in the world would you draft, let's say, Mike Washington from Arkansas? Why would you do that when you've got Bucky Irving, when you've got Kenneth Gainwell, who you just signed to a 2-year deal, when you've got a player like Sean Tucker, who you just re-signed? Well, the reasoning for that is when you look at Washington, he's a big-bodied back, 6'2", about 225 pounds, 230 pounds, more along the size profile of a Rashad White, but Matt, faster.
Yeah.
4.33 speed. Good hands out of the backfield. He just gives you a different dimension, right? Because you've got a couple different body types when you bring him on board. Right now, you've got 3 guys that are all around 5'10", Bucky and Kenneth Gainwell and Sean Tucker. All of those guys are around 5'9", 5'10". All of them are around 200 pounds. Sean Tucker, 205. Kenneth Gainwell is just under 200. Bucky Irving's 192. And they're all a good scheme fit for what Zach Robinson wants to do. But this is a little bit of a difference maker at running back. So I'm not saying they're going to take him, but if they do select him, or even Emma Johnson, who's a little bit more in the mold of the Bucky Irving, the Kenneth Gainwell, it's just for depth, right? We saw Bucky Irving missed some time due to injury last year, and that depth was kind of tested a little bit. Sean Tucker only signed a 1-year deal. and it's for $3.5 million. I don't think that next contract for Sean is going to be.
I don't think. Yeah, it's not a long-term.
It's not
thing by any means. You got to give credit to Washington too, because he had over 1,000 yards rushing in 12 games for Arkansas last season. Second team All SEC. Not bad with 8 touchdowns. Let's not forget that Arkansas went 2-10. Last year.
That's right. Great point.
2-10. So this is a team that was behind, losing a lot of games, behind in a lot of games, and because of that, you're throwing the football a lot more and not running it, and yet he was still able to put up those numbers. So good for him. He led his team in rushing as well. So someone that could be on the board for Tampa Bay, Emmett Johnson as well, an exciting player out of Nebraska, fun player to watch for sure. He had even better numbers than Washington, 1,400 yards, almost 1,500 yards last season, also in 12 games. He was a first-team All-American and a Big Ten running back of the year, 12 touchdowns for the former Cornhusker.
Yeah, let's take a look at the defensive Bucs best bets here. Again, this list has been ravaged a little bit because some players have come off the board. The players no longer available, obviously Hunter, Akeem Messidor, Chris Johnson, and Traden Stukes, who the Buccaneers were possibly eyeing in the second round. But he was selected ahead of Tampa Bay, and they went ahead and went with the linebacker Josiah Trotter, who was a Bucs best bet. That's why he's in green. That was a hit. And so the players that are available now, DeMonte Capehart is an interesting guy because he was a sneaky, under-the-radar official 30 visit guy that we found out about just literally a couple days before the draft. Big dude, 6'3", 6'4", 315 pounds, ran a 4.85 at the combine. We know the Bucs like athletic defensive linemen, and he certainly checks that box. He's got a very good RAS score. The flashes are there. He's not really a consistent player. He never really kind of put it all together. And so that's why he's available on day 3 rather than a day 2 pick. But you look at the athletic profile, it profiles as a day 2 guy, but probably a 4th, 5th, maybe even 6th round guy, because the tape has flashes, but not much consistency. But if you're going to have him come in and learn behind the likes of Ashawn Robinson and Vita Vea, 2 older guys at age 31, and he can play the 4-I-5 technique. He could play the backup nose. And you're only going to use him, unless there's an injury, you're only going to use him for what? You do the snap counts, 10 to 20 snaps a game.
Yeah, like 15%, 20%. Like that last defensive tackle isn't really getting too much.
Then you can say, go in there and do your job and kick some ass for 10 plays.
Exactly. Right? Play like your hair is on fire, go all out, all gas, no brakes, that whole type of thing. Because when you have that flashes of brilliance, if there's inconsistency, that's kind of what moves you to day 3 of the draft. But that's something that teams can find and try to mold and try to hone into what you do well. And with a lot of big-bodied defensive linemen coming in now, I mean, obviously Vita Vea is, and Ashawn Robinson is, and Nacho certainly has some size as well. Looks like they kind of want another speed type of dude down there in the trenches to kind of pair with Kalijah Kancey as well. And it kind of goes back to what we've talked about this offseason of just finding all different shapes and sizes when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, really just like defensive front, because I think you could say the same thing at edge rusher as well. So definitely a name to keep an eye on as we get ready for this draft. We're almost 20 minutes into the show, so the draft will start at noon today. I believe, who was the first team that's picking? The Buffalo Bills start. It goes Bills, Raiders, Jets, followed by the Cardinals with the first 4 picks to begin the 4th round.
We talked about Capehart. Nadeem Tucker is a player this team has showed a lot of interest in.
I would love that.
Official 30 visit, Senior Bowl interview, formal interview at the Combine, 26 years old. He'll be 26 this summer, so he is the outlier.
The what the Bucs have done so far.
They've gone 21, 21, 21, and then if this guy is selected maybe in the 4th, then you're looking at another edge rusher. But again, we talk about getting another edge rusher and what that could mean for the future to replace a guy like Chris Braswell, to eventually replace a guy like Al-Quadin Muhammad. There's a dog in this guy. He's got a chip on his shoulder 14 and a half sacks last year, 4 forced fumbles for Western Michigan, had a ridiculously high pass rush win rate. That's a player. Kendall Daniels is another player that I'm really high on. Former Oklahoma State safety. Was enrolled at Oklahoma State, 6'4", 205 pounds. Kind of like Sonny Styles, kept growing and growing and growing and hit the weight room. And now he's 6'5", 245 pounds after 4 years at Oklahoma State, transferred to Oklahoma, where he had a good but not great year. And here's the rub on Daniels. He ran a time of 4.7, I think 4.76. But the thing is, when you turn on the film and watch this guy, he is a blur. He gets to the ball like he's not even running. He's teleporting. So this is a true instance of the play speed does not match the 40-yard dash speed.
Right.
Sometimes guys literally just can't run fast. You take the pads off, you put them on a track and field scenario, and you say, run 40 yards, and they just can't do it. And Matt, we see the opposite all the time. We see these guys with 4.3 speed with no football pads on, no helmet on, no football in their hands, and they simply can't play fast. They run fast, they're track stars, but they simply can't play fast. And this guy's the exact opposite. And he has a coverage background as a safety. He is a big-time hitter. He's a striker. He's got enough size at 6'5", 245 to play in the box. He's a player that is a developmental guy that could come in and literally have the size to play Mike and have the coverage ability to play Mo.
For sure.
And you cross-train him, and he is the eventual replacement for Alex Anzalone, and he will kick ass in special teams as a rookie.
And you complement that with Josiah Trotter, who they took in the second round. And I kind of like these, I don't want to say unhinged, but like a little bit of a wild child type of style of play, being a former safety. You see this all the time where they play safety, then you move them into inside linebacker, but they don't forget about the traits that they had as a safety overall. Big time special teams player. I could see this being a fit for Tampa Bay for sure, based on his traits and his intangibles as well. Plus that Oklahoma defense, like it's not the Oklahoma back when Baker Mayfield was playing there. They were all about their defense last season. Kind of fell short, especially in that performance against Alabama, but still a lot to like about that Bama defense,
you know
Oklahoma defense.
They get coached really well because Brent Venables, he runs the defense there, long-time assistant coach and defensive coordinator at Clemson, right? So he knows how to coach guys up for the NFL. Clemson's put a lot of defensive players into the NFL over the years. Now he's been in Oklahoma as a head coach for a couple of seasons. But when you look at him and his track record, he does a pretty good job of getting guys NFL ready. And I believe that you look at Grayson Halton, you look at Kendall Daniels, you got R. Mason Thomas.
Yep.
There are some NFL draft prospects and players that have now been drafted by NFL teams from Oklahoma, and that's a big reason they're getting coached up there. Just to finish up with our Bucs best bets on defense, they have not spent a lot of time on defensive backs in terms of official visits, in terms of combine interviews. We just don't have a lot to go on there. Our best educated guess is here's Devin Moore. He was in the facility on a local pro day. He finally got healthy enough as a senior to put together some numbers. He has some good size at 6'3". If you look at the Bucs secondary, you lost a 6'1" corner in Jamel Dean. Bryce Hall had some size at 6'1". Those guys are gone. Maybe you add a little bit more size, a little bit more of a Zion McCollum body type here. Not the athlete that Zion is, but a player with a little bit of ranginess that certainly Jacob Parrish and maybe Benjamin Morrison at 6 foot don't have.
I get the sense that if they draft the corner, which they should, this is going to be the quote-unquote Todd Bowles pick. This is going to be a player that when we talk to this player, they're going to say, yeah, I didn't really talk with the Bucs too much during this whole draft process. And the Bucs will come out, whether it's Mike Beal, whoever ends up speaking today, they're going to end up saying, yeah, like we like what we saw on tape. Todd was a big fan of him. We feel Todd can kind of use him the best way possible. We didn't need to talk to him that much. That's going to be my prediction for the cornerback position, because that and safety, it's like, yeah, they didn't really put too much stock in it, understandably so, with the problems that they had at the edge and at D-line and linebacker. So it makes sense that it wasn't the top priority and the top thing at the top of the totem pole. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be a Todd Bowles type of pick, taller, a little more lanky and things of that nature. So we'll see.
Speaking of taller, we know Todd Bowles likes safeties that are around 5'9", 5'10". You think Antoine Winfield Jr., who's just over 5'9". You think Tyke Smith, who's 5'10". You think Christian Izien, who was around 5'9", 5'10", right? Those are some players that Todd likes because he likes the ability for those guys in the slot to turn and flip their hips. When you have long legs, those transitions to turn and run and coverage are harder. But he also has liked a couple of bigger safeties for some matchups. It always hasn't been pretty. It always hasn't worked out that way. But Keanu Neal was 6 foot, 6'1". Kayvon Merriweather was a 6 foot safety here as well. So maybe Cole Wisniewski is that player. He's a taller guy at 6'3". Very interesting football journey. Started off at North Dakota State. He had 8 interceptions in 2023, then transferred to Texas Tech over the last couple of years, where he is yet to get an interception, but the ball hawking past is there. And he is a smart, heady football player, the kind that Todd Bowles likes.
Todd loves that.
And he's a good striker. He has some good range. So when you're looking at what happened last year with the likes of Kindle Vildor, and Christian Izien matching up with Kyle Pitts at 6'6" as a tight end, didn't work out too well on Thursday Night Football. Three touchdowns for the tight end. Having a bigger safety like this can help on special teams and can also give Bowles a little bit of a chess piece to use if he wants a bigger matchup against bigger receivers in the slot or tight ends.
Let's get to some super chats. We'll start with Kings Are Awful, a.k.a. King Sorrowful. Thank you for the $9.99. Says, not a fan of the Trotter pick. He fits the Bowles scheme. You mean the same scheme that will be gone after this season? Oh, but he can be coached up by Bowles cronies that have sucked coaching middle linebacker.
I understand what you're saying, and it took me a while to come around on Trotter. I think if you look at the trend in the NFL in this day and age, right, it's not so much 11 personnel. We're seeing a resurgence in the running game. Now, that really hasn't bared itself out in, say, teams flooding the running back position in the draft this year. There's only been 3 running backs taken, right? But if you look around the league, there's some damn good backs. And there have been some backs that are, when you look at how many starting running backs there are, there's 32, right?
Yeah.
And every year you see a top 10 running back get selected. Jeremiah Love this year. Bijan Robinson in the past. Jahmyr Gibbs, right? Christian McCaffrey. Those elite running backs are still in this league. They're really good players. They're Pro Bowl guys that get 1,000 yards and wreck, games for defensive coordinators, and they're first-round picks. So, having said that, we're seeing more of a resurgence and a little bit more of a lean on the running game. That's why you're seeing more 12 personnel, more 13 personnel. As offenses have gone to more spread offense, think 5-6 years ago, right? More 11 personnel. What does that force teams to do? It's force teams to play nickel. Well, when teams are playing nickel and they're getting these elite nickel players now, it used to be, we're going to go 3 or 4 wide receivers. We're going to pick on your cornerback just coming off the bench because he's a backup. He's not very good. Now these teams are saying, all right, we're going to draft an elite starting nickel and we're going to have matchups now. And now all of a sudden, nickel is not a weakness for us. It's a strength. And we'll be a nickel 75% of the time. That's kind of how Tampa Bay is, right? So what do offenses do to look for an advantage? Well, if you're going to be a nickel and you don't have 3 linebackers, you only have 2, and you got a 180-pound slot corner, we're going to run the ball. Plus, and we're going to put an extra tight end in. And now teams are having to go for more tight ends that can stack and shed, that can take on 265-pound tight ends, get rid of them, and stuff the run. And as teams have gone to these more athletic 225, 230-pound linebackers who can cover, it's hurt them against teams that want to run the ball and that can run the ball. So having a player like Trotter, I think the Buccaneers are on the cusp of getting a little bit either on the curve or ahead of the curve with the guy that is a little bit more stack and shed and a little bit more downhill and can stop those running plays before they start.
Plus, sometimes you're making moves to kind of counteract or fight against your division rivals. In this case, the NFC South. Who are some of the running backs that they're going to have to deal with this year? Bijan Robinson. And obviously, he's already been a menace. Just look at the first 5 minutes into last season, how much of an issue he was. And now Achane with the New Orleans Saints. So you're going to need players to go and stop the run. And I think, at least I hope, Todd Bowles will smarten up. And, if he is struggling in pass coverage overall, don't be afraid to get into for the beginning of his career, I'm not saying for the entirety of his career, but get into a little bit of a platoon situation where maybe if Trotter's better at just stopping the run on first and second down, or, likely it's going to be a run play on first down, then you get him off the field on third down and go with someone else that might be a little bit better suited in the pass coverage. He's not going to be perfect at everything. I will say it's my least favorite pick out of the three that Tampa Bay has made so far. I'm not going to carry water for the Bucs either and just say that it's a fantastic pick. I understand the criticism of it. I probably would have gone CJ Allen over Trotter. Jacob Rodriguez wasn't available, so they needed to get an inside linebacker. It's not a KJ Britt situation. KJ Britt was a day 3 pick, so those comparisons don't need to be made. I get the criticism of it, but let's let them play it out a little bit.
So when it comes to CJ Allen, the Georgia linebacker, you go back and I remember watching that game against Texas. He hurt his knee. And then he decided to come back. Like, he missed a game, and then he decided to come back because he wanted to finish. And then that knee never got healthy. And that knee had a medical red flag, and that really pushed him down the Bucs board. It wasn't like he was off the board. It took him out of consideration in the second round. So that's a big reason why with CJ Allen. And sometimes when these players get hurt, they're not the same, right? Jermod McCoy, if you read my SR's Insider, Jermod McCoy is falling big time. This is a top 10 player when healthy. But his knee is messed up. And those reports that he might need another knee surgery appear to be true. And that is why you're seeing him available on round 4. And he's a player that might get picked here in the 4th round, where some team is going to have a risk round assessment on him and say, this is top 10 talent. We're now in the 4th round. We have enough picks. We're just going to roll the dice and see if this guy can still play football at a high level. And they'll take that chance. But the problem is the reports have stated that he might miss this year, all of the 2026 year. So then you're taking a risk on a player that hasn't played football in 2 years, coming back from not just 1, but 2 knee surgeries. And when you think about Jason Light, Kate Otten, Bucky Irving, some of those 4th round picks, Quan Alexander back in the day, those are starters. And I'm not sure that Jason Light's ready to risk a potential starter for a guy that is not going to even see the field this year and is going to have another knee surgery, allegedly.
And I think that's why you see when the Bucs traded back, you pick up that extra 5th round pick. If he happens to still be there in the 5th round,
maybe that's the risk round.
That's when you go and take it, because you have the 2 5th round picks. So you're not losing kind of what you would be trying to get in the first place. And the picks are pretty close together too. Buck for Life, thanks for this $4.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Says, was trying to get around to CJ Allen yesterday. It was hard, man, but I had to accept no Jacob Rodriguez, as I finally did. The Bucs drafted a practice squad player. He's not a practice squad player. Let's remember, his dad played in the NFL and was a pretty damn good football player. Bucs with Antoine Winfield Jr., his dad, pretty good football player. Antoine Winfield Jr., probably even a better football player. There is a history of drafting guys to their team whose dads played in the NFL at a high level and turns out to be successful. So I think we're kind of glossing over that a little bit too, how big of a deal that is.
Yeah, I think the other thing too, when you look at Josiah Trotter, I mean, you mentioned CJ Allen. Both of these guys were all SEC first team. I mean, these were the 2 top inside linebackers in the SEC. It was Josiah Trotter from Missouri, and it was CJ Allen from Georgia. And listen, I had to come around on Josiah Trotter, but there's a reason we put him in our Bucs best bet. Okay. And I'm not saying he's going to turn out to be a fantastic player. And I'm with you, Matt. I'm not going to carry water for the team. But we did nail the pick. And I understand now a little bit more the reasoning why this team likes Josiah Trotter. And they feel like he can do a lot of the things that Devin White was able to do. Devin White was 240 pounds. This guy's 240 pounds. He is thicker, stronger than either C.J. Allen or Jacob Rodriguez. Jacob Rodriguez is not a stack and shed guy. He's not going to sit there and take on a guard and just throw him aside. He will slip guys, but sometimes he'll get engulfed if he doesn't slip him. This guy will take on a guard or a center. He's got the strength with 27 reps on the bench, which is far more than a lot of other linebackers in this draft. And that's his superpower, going straight ahead. And like you said, Matt, if you need another player to come in, whether Todd Bowles goes with a dime look on 3rd and long or another linebacker to platoon until this guy understands coverage a little bit better, it's a risk this team decided to take because they love what he can do against the run and also as a blitzer.
The problem is you're putting this in the hands of Todd Bowles as well to conjure up a scheme and a system that will work. And we just haven't seen that he's been able to do that over the last 2 years. Now, Bowles will kind of push back a little bit and say that it's on the players, but I don't know. It's hard to believe that.
Couple programming notes real quick while we have your captive attention here. Our Monday podcast, we're taking Sunday off, man. We've worked hard this week. We worked hard during the draft. We're going to take tomorrow off from podcasting. But on Monday, the Bucs draft recap, Matt Matera and I will be back at it, analyzing the 2026 draft class. We'll have some more insight for you there. And then we're going to bring in the former man bun, Trevor Sikkema, Pewter Report alum, and now co-host of the NFL Stock Exchange on the YouTube channel. You can find him on Pewter Report TV on Tuesday on our Pewter Report podcast at 4 o'clock. We're going to have Trevor's Bucs draft analysis. He'll kind of do similar to what Matt and I are going to do on Monday, but we're going to get his perspective as someone who has a keen eye for the draft. I mean, he built the Pro Football Focus draft board. So
he did.
We're looking forward.
Bleacher Report yesterday, which is cool.
That's right. We're looking forward to having Trevor back at it. And we would be remiss if we didn't tell you that there is a playoff game tomorrow happening at Walk-Ons. Technically it's happening in Canada, but you can also find it at Walk-Ons because it's going to be on TV. And that is the Tampa Bay Lightning as they get back at it for hopefully a rebound. I'm going to guess overtime again, Matt. That seems to be the theme. I'm going to say Lightning overtime win in Montreal on Sunday, but you can watch that game at Walk-Ons, 3 Tampa Bay area locations, Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland. And you still have time to get over to Walk-Ons to watch day 3 of the draft. The picks are in. Are you? Watch the future of the game unfold. Today is the final day of the draft. You can also bring your phone or your tablet, put some AirPods in, and go ahead and listen to the Pewter Report draft show and watch it there while you watch. Maybe you're watching some other playoff games or baseball games. There's a lot going on right now. But if you get over there today and tomorrow, they've got $17 select domestic buckets, $20 neutral buckets, and one of the popular menu items, Tuscan Chicken, is back on the menu. That's 3 Tampa Bay area locations for Walk-Ons, Wesley Chapel, Midtown Tampa, and Lakeland.
Getting back to these super chats. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wayne Hilton with his $22 super chat says, still reeling from not getting Emma Rodriguez yesterday, trying to adjust to Josiah Trotter. Do you see any tight end that are worth taking? The run on them started after our 2nd round pick.
Yes. So let's pull this up. Now, some of these names are already off the board, keep in mind, but here are some names. A lot of these guys, this is our initial target list, and a lot of these players' names are off the board, but the players towards the bottom, Justin Jolie came in for an official 30 visit, as did Joe Royer and Bauer Sharp. Dan Villari and Seydou Traore, both of, or I should say all of these players coming in for visits, and kind of what we suspected, Matt, unless they had an opportunity to get Delp or maybe Max Laird, and they went on day 2. These are players that I think Tampa Bay is looking at for an undrafted free agent, right? When you're looking at Sharp, Villari, Traore. Maybe they're a 7th-round pick. You think of Devin Culp. Maybe they're a 6th-round pick. You think Payne Durham. That's what we're looking at here. I think Jolie might be a guy that you could grab in the 4th round. I think maybe he carries a 4th or 5th round grade.
Yeah.
Maybe Royer as well, but these other players probably going to be late day 3 selections or undrafted free agents.
Yeah, Josh Cuevas is a guy that's interesting. Was actually teammates with Jalen McMillan
That's right.
at Washington, but dealt with a handful of injuries as well. Was at the Senior Bowl. If he could stay healthy, kind of one of those guys that brings a little bit more receiving prowess, I would say. Not that Tampa Bay is necessarily looking for that specifically. I like Villari. I am a little biased. He's from my hometown, although he didn't go to my high school. He's a guy that's just like all effort all the time. Originally went to Michigan and then ended up at Syracuse, but a guy that's just going to, give it his all. And I think probably produced better than people realized, or at least people expected when he got to Syracuse. So I'd like to see him as like a 7th-round pick or an undrafted free agent that would come this way. Daquan Wright out of Ole Miss, just that offense and what he did in that offense is something that intrigues me. I'm not saying it's a Bucs fit, but
we have been absolutely blessed by your participation. We've set records for our broadcast on Wednesday and Thursday in terms of Thursday and Friday in terms of the numbers. We've been broadcasting a lot. I'm getting a little slap happy in terms of the lack of sleep here. But it's all for a good cause because we love putting on the show for you. We've crushed some initial goals and we've reset some different goals here. But we originally had a goal of getting to 23,000 by the end of today, by the end of day 3. And the good news is we actually hit that on Thursday. So we set a new goal of 23,100 Pewter Report TV subscribers. And as of right now, we're at 23,051. So we need 49 more subscribers, and that's free. All you have to do is go to Pewter Report TV, hit subscribe, and you can help us get to 23,100 as we are looking to get 24,000 subscribers here in the next month or two. Then we had our original goal of $1,200 for all 3 days of our draft show, and you guys crushed that on Thursday. You made my birthday an absolute blast. We had 1,208 Super Chat dollars on Thursday's show alone. Combined with the show that we did, the Ruben Bain, the Tampa Bain show, plus our day 2 draft show, we are now at just over $1,900 because we set that goal to get to 2,000. So we're just over $1,900, and we need about $100 plus to get the 2,000. So we're already in record territory. We'd love to see how high we can go today. Again, this is our travel budget, folks. This money will allow us to go on location to Bucs games, maybe an international game. Maybe there'll be another joint practice away from Tampa where we'll have to send some Pewter reporters to Jacksonville like we have, or to New York, as we did Matt and Adam a couple years ago, or to Pittsburgh like we sent Matt and Adam there last year. So that helps our cause out tremendously. Every Super Chat dollar that you give us, think about it as an investment in your Buccaneer fandom, because we take that money, we go to these different locations, the Senior Bowl, the Combine, the NFL annual meeting, get you the inside scoop and information and quotes that you crave as Bucs fans, and we give that right back to you in the form of our podcast and our written content on pewterreport.com. And then finally, we're up to 235 Pewter Report TV channel members. We need 15 more to reach that goal of 250. So just 15 more today. If you love this channel, support our efforts. We had some more signups yesterday. We need 15 more Pewter Report TV channel members to hit that goal. And that can be anything from a Pewter People membership at $3.99 a month. We had a new Pewter Platinum member come through yesterday, Matt, which was exciting to see.
Yes.
And then the Pewter Premier and Pewter Platinum members, they get access to our Pewter Insider shows on Friday that Matt and I do. The Pewter Insider show, which is fun, on Fridays at 1:30. So we're super excited to see these new members, come in and greatly appreciate your support.
Yeah, it really means a lot. This show is so much fun doing, whether it's the podcast or our emergency podcast or the live draft show, which we're doing right now and did the last 2 days. Really do enjoy interacting with everyone, and you guys and gals make this party go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Delgado is now a Pewter Platinum member. So,
Love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
Fantastic.
So yeah, everything matters, everything counts. So thank you. Moving on to some more super chats. Mark Braun, thank you for the $5. Says, our roster is shaping up. What positions do you think on our depth is the weakest? That's a good question.
Very good question. Yeah.
I'm just racking my brain through each position. And like quarterback doesn't really count because it's if Baker's out,
I would say cornerback depth.
Yeah.
I'm going to give some grace and cross my fingers that Zion, Benjamin Morrison, and Jacob Parrish can all level up, right? Mm-hmm. But the problem is, can they stay healthy?
Yeah.
And then you're looking at the depth, and that's what this question is. Where is the depth weakest? To me, it is cornerback because you have Josh Hayes, you've got Damarian Williams, you've got Chase Lucas and Keemon Hall. And no disrespect to any of those players, I don't want to see you on the field unless it's on fourth down.
Yeah.
And I mean covering kicks or punts.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not running back, certainly not wide receiver. Offensive line, they're good at the tackles, and I think you can manage the interior. It's really not anywhere on offense. Maybe tight end, I think, would probably be the weakest on the offensive side, just based on you literally don't have another target if Kate Otten goes down. Like, yeah, Devin Culp would move up.
Right.
But Payne Durham had 1 reception last year. So you'd really be lacking in that area. The defensive side, I mean, you could say they filled linebacker, but do you feel better about it? I guess you can't say linebacker. The answer is corner. And I think safety kind of sneaky. You're great with your 1-2, but you're relying on
safety. Man.
You're relying on an undrafted free agent to be like the top guy. Christian Izzian isn't there anymore. Yeah. He's off to Detroit. So I think safety.
Yeah, I agree.
If one of those dominoes falls, I think you're in a little bit of a tough spot. So yeah, I think safety is certainly on the board for today's draft, just based on the depth.
And we really don't have an idea outside of Cole Wisniewski which safeties they even like.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised if this team drafts a safety or a corner that catches us off guard a little bit, because they just haven't done a lot of public homework on that in terms of.
They went stealth mode with the secondary.
Yeah, they really have. But at the same time, they've gone stealth mode on a position that is going to be a day 3 pick, not a premium pick.
Right.
Too.
Germ Dog with a bunch of 7s. Thanks for the $9.99 super chat. Says, I feel like we need a pass catching tight end. I hope we have enough money to sign Njoku. Is that just a pipe dream? Love you guys. It's funny, when Josh was on with me yesterday, someone asked about Njoku. I don't think it was you, but if you're asking again, I apologize. We did talk about it a little bit. I'm surprised he's still available. I know he's older. Josh made a great point that he was in the same draft as O.J. Howard, which is kind of insane to think about. Now, he's certainly older. I believe he's 30 or maybe 29. I wouldn't hate it as a late signing if he, is willing to take a lower pay. I think he would immediately be the second string tight end on this team over Payne Durham. Definitely a red zone target. That's kind of been his MO. He's got that fun little touchdown celebration where he stomps on the ground. I'm open to it. I don't know if the Bucs necessarily have the finances for it, especially after having to sign the rookies and everything like that. But if it comes down to it, at the beginning of training camp, I got no issues with it.
Yeah.
Control, Alt, Defeat. Thanks for the $2 super chat. Says, thoughts on Keyshawn James Newby as a 7th round pick?
7th round, sure. Sign me up. I love it. I'm a big production guy. You know that. I've talked about that quite a bit. And he was a sack producer for sure last year. Kind of reminds me, I mean, if you were asking me, would I rather have him or Nadeem Tucker, I would think Nadeem Tucker would be the guy I would probably go with. I would suspect that Nadeem Tucker is going to be drafted before, James Newby. Again, undersized player when you're looking at him as an edge rusher, but very productive at the same time. And that's big for me. I'm a fan of production. I think that's probably where he's going to go. When you look at his draft grade, he's edge number 44 on Dane Brugler's athletic list. The New Mexico product is listed as a free agent. But again, in the 7th round, you want to take a player that you probably wouldn't mind signing as an undrafted free agent, but you don't want to have to negotiate with teams.
Yeah.
And try to outbid and out recruit. You just say, we're going to take you, and you're not going to be an undrafted free agent. But the profile, the arm length is good, 33 inches. The wingspan is good, almost 80 inches. The weight is a concern, 238 pounds, right? I mean, that's the size of Hassan Reddick last year. And Hassan Reddick was a tiny guy. He was small. 4'5'3". It just, from an athletic standpoint, he looks the part. I wish he was about 10, 15 pounds heavier. He probably does too. But 14 and a half tackles for loss at Idaho. He transferred to New Mexico at 15. He had 10 and a half sacks in his last season at Idaho for the Vandals, and then 9 sacks last year for New Mexico. He's a player that if you're looking for that designated pass rusher and special teams guy, he could be a good fit. I would not be opposed to it. One of the players that I wouldn't be surprised if they take a stab at on day 3, if it's not a player like Nadeem Tucker, would be Logan Fano from Utah. I'm not the biggest fan of him per se, but I think there are some people in the building that might be Fano fans. And the pass rush ability, he's a hardworking guy. He's got some size, about 6'4", 6'5", 252 pounds. Arm length a little bit shorter than ideal, not Reuben Bain short, but like 31 and a half inches. 4'5'9". He's athletic. He's built sturdy. He's kind of a thicker guy, very strong player, but the sack production is not there. He's more of a special teams guy than he is a guy that's going to contribute there. 4.5 sacks was his high at Utah last year. Yeah, 2.5 the year before, 3.5 before that, 7.5 tackles for loss. Good player, not a great player. I like taking chances on players, Matt, in the 6th and 7th round. I like, you know what? He's an outlier size-wise. Give me Tez Johnson.
Yeah,
I like the film.
I always think
I
with
want the
these
risky
6th
player.
to 7th round players, it's like, what do you got to lose?
Right.
They either, you can't call it a bust. It's a 6th and 7th round pick. They either don't work out and you move on a season or two later, or you find some of those gems, some of those diamonds in the rough. I think Tez Johnson was certainly that. You know, as a rookie, the touchdown production alone that he brought as a 7th round pick ended up being great. And now he's one of the most electric players on the team from an interview standpoint. So, yeah, I think you're throwing darts at the wall a lot of the times, in the last round of the draft. And Jason Light has found a couple of good ones in late rounds as well. We have a new Pewter Report YouTube channel member. Thank you to Jeff Vahanick for signing up with us. We really appreciate that. And
that's awesome. Jeff
Vahanick also has a $9.99 super chat.
Wow,
so
appreciate it.
Double dipping.
Thank you.
Hopefully the Bucs double dip as well. Says, I was upset it wasn't CJ Allen yesterday myself, but I got to give it to Trotter. He's getting better every year, and he's a piece of clay. I think that last part
I agree.
is a really good point, that the Bucs are going to be able to mold him and help develop him and attempt to improve some of the weaknesses on this in his game.
I think part of it too is, again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And when I tell you this and you kind of scoff at it, I know that there was a team that had a 1st round grade on Jeremiah Trotter, and he went in the 2nd round. And you can say, well, this draft analyst or this expert had him as the 12th best linebacker. Okay. Well, there's an NFL team out there that has him as a 1st rounder. Obviously, the Buccaneers had him as a 2nd rounder. Okay. And to kind of juxtapose that, Keldrick Falk went in the 1st round. This guy was mocked to the Buccaneers, so much so that I literally almost threw up on certain days when I would see another stupid national mock draft with Keldrick Falk in there. I literally wanted to vomit. I'm just like, enough. This guy is not a fit. He will never be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer ever. And I got that from a team source. Like, no, like you're exactly right, Scott. That is not our type of player at all. But yet there he was, 15 for the Buccaneers in this mock draft and that mock draft and this mock draft and that mock draft, all the way through the draft process. And he goes in the first round. The Tennessee Titans trade up to get him. The Buccaneers had a day 3 grade on him. Day 3 grade on a player that went in the first round. Same with Caleb Banks, who was drafted 18th.
Yeah, that one really
by the
surprised
Vikings.
me.
Okay.
So with their new GM.
Yeah. So when I sit there and say, and I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. I'm just saying there is an NFL team that had a first round grade on Trotter. They took somebody else instead. And the Buccaneers had a second round grade on him. So he's not as bad as a prospect as maybe you think, because you read on some draft website where he was ranked behind this player, that player, right? And those are just some opposite examples where the Buccaneers have players rated this way. They're going to follow their board, not the consensus mock draft board. And that's why sometimes you see players go a little higher, a little lower. This draft especially is the beauty in the eye of the beholder draft. It just is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I think the problem, too, is, we were certainly driving the Jacob Rodriguez
of course, yes.
bandwagon. I think some of the vitriol towards Trotter, and whether it was Jacob Rodriguez, CJ Allen, or another player, it just feels like a lot of Bucs fans were dead set on player A or player B that they liked specifically. Right. And the fact that it was Trotter instead makes everybody go, ugh.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did this.
It's like an automatic negative reaction because they didn't get the player they wanted. Yeah.
I also think you're coming off of the high of Reuben Bain, which everyone is elated with, that it almost set the expectations at an impossible level for whoever they were going to pick, unless it was, unless it was Jacob Rodriguez or whoever. So the expectations for a guy that has yet to even, outside of put on a Bucs hat, the expectations were already so grandiose that people kind of sway negative with it. And I understand it. And there are certain things. I think his weaknesses kind of coincide with what was a big weakness of the Bucs.
That's true.
Think that's a big concern and frustration as well, which is understandable. No doubt about it.
Yeah. No, I think that's a very good point too. And at the same time, Mike Beal said, hey, he's not as bad in coverage as maybe you're led to believe, saying that to the media and thus therefore the fans as well. So time will tell about Josiah Trotter. But just to recap, Buccaneers round 1, Reuben Bain, Josiah Trotter round 2. And you know what, Matt? What did we say heading into the draft? In the first 3 rounds, they're going to get what? An outside linebacker and an inside linebacker. Not sure what order or what round, but mission accomplished in rounds 1 or 2. Then we also said whether it's the first round with a Venga Ioane or the third round with ended up being Ted Hurst, there's going to be a wild card.
Yes.
There's going to be a chance for another position, whether it's defensive tackle, guard, wide receiver, cornerback, right? It's going to be one of those other needs outside of outside linebacker and inside linebacker. It ended up being another Bucs best bet, wide receiver, Ted Hurst. So looking at the NFC South as we get ready to start day 3 of the draft, Buccaneers, I think, have had the best draft so far in the South, and I don't think it's close. Reuben Bain, Jeremiah Trotter, Ted Hurst, and you see the picks there, 116, 155, 160, and then picks in the 6th and 7th round. The division winning Carolina Panthers have gone offense, defense, and offense, 2 trench picks, and then Chris Brazzell to help out Bryce Young. Falcons, underwhelming so far, no first-round pick. Avion Terrell, the younger brother of AJ Terrell, who also played at Clemson. Zachariah Branch, the Georgia wide receiver. And then keeping it in Georgia because we've had a Freeling pick. We've had a Christian Miller pick. Also Oscar Delp. That's back-to-back Georgia Bulldogs right there. So the Saints leaning into some of that Kirby Smart talent there. Jordan Tyson, Christian Miller, and Oscar Delp. And if I have to say who's the runner-up, I think it's the Saints so far.
That's what I was going to say. I think the Saints are, second to the Bucs, and I don't think they're that far away either. I definitely think the Bucs have the best draft thus far. So much talent, so much upside as well, which is part of the game here with the draft. New Orleans, to me, is not that far behind, and they're really building something on that offensive side, which has been a big issue for them over the past couple of seasons. So if they get that side really going, and of course with Kellen Moore as their head coach, they're going to be more of an offensive-driven team than they were in years past, becomes way more of an issue for Tampa Bay. And then Carolina, they finally got their skill position player with Brazel with their last pick in the third round. But they really kind of went with the trenches early on. And hey, if you want to get in the trenches with the Bucs, Jason Light will take that on all day with the offensive line and with a healthy, and I will put that in asterisk again, healthy defensive line. It's tough to say that anybody is going to top the Bucs when it comes to playing in the trenches. And then Atlanta, pretty meh, in my opinion.
I agree. If you feel meh, you're not alone. Just like I did. I felt meh with my testosterone levels being really low. How did I know that? Well, I finally got my blood work done, and I finally tested out my testosterone levels years ago and found out I was low T. Nothing to be ashamed of. That's just like as we age, guys, we get wrinkles, we lose our hair gets thinner, whatever. This is part of the aging process, but you can help turn back time a little bit, feel younger with testosterone replacement therapy. They can handle that for you at Game Day Men's Health. Call today for your complimentary testosterone test and consultation. 6 Tampa Bay area locations: West Shore, South Tampa, Brandon, Palm Harbor, Largo, and Sarasota. They have in-house laboratories. When you make that appointment, you can find out your test results for your testosterone levels in 15 minutes. And then you can get those testosterone levels back to where they should be so you can live a passionate, purposeful life. They also have, in addition to testosterone replacement therapy, peptides and vitamins to increase your health, sexual wellness and ED treatments, weight loss, and GLP-1. Don't wait like I did. I waited probably 4 or 5 years too long. But now, after 4 or 5 years, I'm feeling better than ever at my age of 54 now. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Check them out online, or you can make that appointment by giving them a call. The West Shore, South Tampa, Brandon, Palm Harbor, Largo, and Sarasota locations. You will not regret it. Guys, get rid of the brain fog. Get rid of the fatigue. Get better results in the gym. Feel alive with more vigor. Get your testosterone checked at Game Day Men's Health, and then sign up for treatment. And they can get you back to feeling like your old self.
We are past noon, so that means day 3 of the NFL draft has begun.
Day 3 starts now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have the 16th pick in round 4, unless they trade up or trade down. We saw Jason Light make a trade in round 3, moving down a few spots with the Green Bay Packers to pick 84, and they selected wide receiver Ted Hurst out of Georgia State in the 3rd round. So they have an extra 5th-round pick, courtesy of the Packers. Leading off on day 1, Matt, the Buffalo Bills will be on top of the board, but we just heard there's a trade. The Raiders have now taken that pick. So the Raiders are now atop the draft in the 4th round on day 3. The Bills, they literally swap picks.
Yeah, I was about to say. I thought the Raiders were the 2nd pick. Yeah. So
they literally swap picks. So maybe the Bills had that pick up for auction, and they said, we're fielding offers, Buffalo, if there's a player you want, you better come up and get him.
Yeah.
Because we're about to make another trade with another team. So maybe John Spytek doing some fleecing here out there in Vegas.
Yeah, a bit interesting. By the way, this this trade has been moved around a lot. Tennessee originally had it, then they traded it to Buffalo, and then Buffalo traded it to the Raiders. So a highly coveted pick. The 105th pick has been traded 3 times as well. The Giants initially had it, then Cleveland, and then now the Chargers on the clock as well. By the way,
speaking of picks,
there's no better picks to go and make than the ones on PrizePicks. Love using PrizePicks. Make sure you download the app today and use the code HMA when you sign up. You'll get $50 instantly in lineups when you place your first $5 entry at PrizePicks. Download the app, use the code HMA, place your first $5 lineup, and you'll get $50 in lineups instantly to use. PrizePicks is the official sponsor of PewterReport.com and Pewter Report's live draft show, which you're watching right now. It's the #1 daily fantasy app in the United States. It's super easy to use as well. I'll be showing my picks a little bit later on in the show. Already made one for some playoff games tonight. Going to see what they have for the draft as well. But it's super easy to use. You saw myself and SR make a pick last night on the Pewter Report live draft show. And we won. Thank you, Jacob Rodriguez. That was his parting gift to us, which was really cool. It's the best place to win cash while watching sports. So when it comes to setting your lineup, you might be saying, what's your lineup? What's a lineup? It's you pick at least 2 players, but they call it a power play. You could have a 2-player power play or a 3-player power play. It's just stats for individual players. It could be points in basketball, yards in football, strikeouts in baseball, hits in baseball, shots in the NHL. There's several different ways to do it. And you just pick more or less on that player stat. And that's how you create your lineup, picking at least 2, but it can be even more if you want to. They also have team picks as well. The team picks, which you'll see on the screen there, the team picks is simple enough. You pick the winner, the spread, or any total on any major game. They have it for all of the major sports as well. It's available in most states, including California, Texas, and the state of Florida, where we are doing this show from. So a lot to play with over on PrizePicks. Use the promo code HMA and get $50 instantly when you get your first $5 lineup put in. So big thanks to PrizePicks.
The Raiders are on the clock. 3.5 minutes here left to make that selection. It was funny how when players or when teams trade up, Matt, they trade up and then they just wait to make their pick. It's like you're obviously trading up for a player. Go and make the pick. But I guess we have some TV time to fill, and they're cooperating.
Like, I do enjoy that they have pimped out the draft. I like this format way more, where it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yes.
You're able to digest, especially the first 2 days, and then, but with that comes, we saw it yesterday when we thought Rondé was picking, and then Gene Deckerhoff made the pick, where Bucs are making the pick after this commercial break, and you got to wait, and it sucks specifically just for Bucs fans because you're waiting specifically for them. But I understand, like, they're trying to put on a show at the same time, the same way that we're trying to put on a show for our Pewter people and Bucs fans and everything like that. So I understand why you have to move around. There's John Spytek on the TV. They seem very happy with their pick. I showed the video the other day of Fernando Mendoza making his way to the Vegas facility.
That is a new Raiders draft room, too. I was texting with John Spytek about that. They like their new digs out there. Brand new, redesigned war room. Looks very similar to the Dallas Cowboys. It's kind of got that like
very futuristic,
and also kind of like boardroom type feel. Where the Buccaneers, they've got different tables. It's a different layout, right? But to each their own. But Tampa Bay's war room is a little bit different than others, where you have a bunch of these individual tables. You can see how it's kind of like stacked one behind the other, and then you got some seats in the back and all of that. But a little bit of a different setup out there in Vegas.
Got a $10 super chat from Jordan Peters. Thank you, Jordan. Says, question for the immortal SR. In your professional opinion, what would you consider the 3 worst overall Bucs draft picks in your years covering the team?
Oh, God.
Might need a little time to think about this.
Yeah. In my... Wow.
So I think there needs to be a criteria. It's got to be at least, I think, a pick within the first 3 rounds. Because after that, it's a little bit of a risk. It's a little bit of a gamble. You can't say a 6th-round pick was the worst pick of all time and it didn't work out. I think it's got to be something with expectations that weren't met.
Right. And I started covering the team in 95.
Yeah.
So I don't go back to the Bo Jackson. That's obviously the worst, right?
Right.
He never suited up for the Buccaneers. The names that come to mind for me initially is Roberto Aguayo, right? Second round pick for a kicker.
That has to be there.
That's there for sure. I would say it's funny because my very first draft that I did with Buccaneer magazine back in the day, because my first year was 95 with Sapp and Brooks.
Yeah, what a start!
Yeah, right. Yeah. Little did I know back then, but my first time as editor actually making picks, I actually nailed my first mock draft with the Buccaneers. I had Reagan Upshaw, one of the Bucs.
Gotcha.
So I felt pretty good about that. So as I'm going through,
I like that people are giving suggestions as well. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, Hargraves is another one. Yeah, Vernon Hargraves. I did not like the pick.
I still remember Bruce Arians calling out Vernon Hargraves during. It was before the season too. I believe. But
yeah, I would say that draft was really bad.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. But the Raiders
McCoy
went with Jermod McCoy.
That's the risk round.
Yeah,
fourth round.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I would also say, really, with the exception of maybe Jermaine Phillips, the whole 2002 draft was just terrible. Now, granted, they traded for Gruden, so there's no first or second round pick. But this was strictly a Rich McKay draft. He basically shunned John Gruden in 2002. He was like the new guy, and Rich kind of felt like a little threatened by Gruden's arrival right off the bat. So he said, all right, I'll handle the draft. So he picked Marquise Walker, wide receiver out of Michigan, in the third round. Travis Stevens, a running back who could not catch a cold, much less the football. Tennessee running back in the fourth round. Jermaine Phillips was the only pick worth having in that draft in the fifth round, safety out of Georgia. John Stamper, defensive end out of South Carolina, who was terrible. Tim Wansley, cornerback out of Georgia, who was terrible. Tracy Wistrom out of Nebraska, tight end, who was terrible. Aaron Lockett, wide receiver, cousin to Tyler Lockett, or actually uncle to Tyler Lockett, I believe, was terrible as well. Zach Quasha, the center from Stanford. So, I mean, that draft as a whole was really bad, and it kind of set the tone for the destruction of the John Gruden, Rich McKay relationship.
Yeah,
that really came to a head after winning the Super Bowl, of all things, right? in 2003, because that was the year they didn't have a first round pick again because of John. Gruden was now, this is my team. I'm running the show, and I'm, I could run for mayor. I could run for governor. I could do anything in the state of Florida. I just won a Super Bowl, right? Rich McKay felt threatened again, and again, an absolute clunker of a draft following that. No first round pick. He got Dwayne White, defensive end, in the second round. This is McKay. Drafted Chris Sims, who John Gruden did not want at all.
And then
in the third round,
that famous video where he couldn't remember the play and Gruden screaming at
Lance Nimmo, offensive tackle, in round 4. Austin King in round 4. Sean Mahan, and a guard, in round 5. Torrey Cox, defensive back, in round 6. And so those two drafts back to back, and everybody thinks Rich McKay is like this great drafter. He's not. It really was not him. Sam Weish had a lot to do with Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks getting drafted in 95, and Sam really didn't get the credit. Rich kind of took the credit, and shortly after this 2003 draft, Rich McKay went to Atlanta.
Yeah,
and just said, "Peace out. I'm leaving the Bucs, and John, you can have this team, and I'll go to Atlanta."
It's crazy that, what was it, one season after the Super Bowl where like Keyshawn Johnson was dismissed from the team?
Yeah.
It's crazy like how quickly that happened.
Oh, yeah.
Winning solves a lot, but I guess it can't solve everything.
Right. The other thing, too, that kind of stands out is, I mean, the Adrian Claiborne draft pick in 2011 was bad because they should have got Cam Jordan out of Cal, who was the better player. They picked Adrian Claiborne instead. That was bad. Mark Barron was a bad pick. They picked Mark Barron because they wanted another John Lynch. The problem is literally
the game was changing.
That year is when they were throwing those targeting flags.
Yeah,
unnecessary roughness. They had signed Deshaun Goldson, who was a Mark Barron clone, in free agency. Then they added another Deshaun Goldson and Mark Barron, two hard hitting big safeties, that both got flagged and tossed out of games and suspended or whatever. And the game was changing, and they could have had Luke Kuechly.
Oh my God!
In the first rounds, who literally looked like, talked like, played like Greg Schiano. If you look at Luke Kuechly with the really short hair and kind of like the boxy, frame, I mean that to me was the pick. You're picking Luke Kuechly if you're the Buccaneers. I think he was the Bucs' best bet. I think he was in our mock draft, and they took Mark Barron instead.
Jeez, what could have been?
Yeah. Now they probably wouldn't have drafted Levante David in round 2.
What if they? But if they double dipped, oh my goodness!
But I'm just saying, it's like, so those are some bad drafts that kind of come to mind.
Yeah, some people mentioned Jameis. I know it didn't work, but I don't think you could say he was a top 3 worst pick.
Yeah, I mean
he's still in the league.
Daryl Jackson to the Jets. There you go.
There you go. Like that pick. They've gone Florida State heavy the past couple of years.
Jermaine Johnson
now with the Titans, but Azari Thomas, the cornerback, who was kind of slow, but had a pretty good rookie year for Gangrene. We have a $1.99 super chat from Low Country Pirate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Says, just tipping the Bard Kings. Thank you.
Appreciate the tip.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it.
What's a Bard King? Or is that just Bar King? Either way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I like day 3 because I hate having to wait.
I know.
We live in a world where we just want things right away.
Some rapid fire picks.
The clock is quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we're just a few minutes into this. Already 3 players drafted. The pick is in for the Cardinals. Chargers are already on the clock. That's the 5th overall pick here in the 4th round. Pick 105.
Let's see.
Any of your draft crushes available, Matt? Is there a player that, regardless of position, you would just love to see a Buccaneer? You've been to the Senior Bowl, you've watched film,
I
studied these players, you've done the write-ups, you've been to the combine, you interviewed them. Are there any players that like maybe even not a great fit, but you just love the player?
Right, for sure. I can't say he's a crush, but the second I heard the interview actually that you did at the Senior Bowl with Nadeem Tucker, I was like, this dude's a beast and needs to come to Tampa Bay. So Nadeem Tucker's there. Valari, the tight end who I mentioned before, again, not because of the hometown bias, but I think like just a 7th round pick, an undrafted free agent type of guy. I think Valari would be cool. Cuevas intrigues me. Again, I don't even think he's totally a fit for Tampa Bay, but at tight end and just knowing that they need that position for sure. So I paid a little more attention to, I would say. Let's see who else. Roman Hemby, the Indiana running back, I think, again, like last day on a successful team, packs a punch when he runs.
Yeah.
Wide receiver they don't need.
Yeah, for me, like, my kind of draft crushes at this point, again, Nadeem Tucker is one of those guys. I just interviewed him a couple times at the Senior Bowl, also at the Combine. And it's not really a need at this point, but he is a player that I feel would really benefit this team. You can't have enough good pass rushers, right? You just can't.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind seeing Nadeem Tucker. He's also a Senior Bowl guy as well, so that might help his cause.
Honestly, Daryl Jackson would have been the next guy that I would have been like, let's go. But I'll be watching him one way or another.
And then, another guy for me, and this is just, I don't want to, I know the Texans like him a lot, but Wade Woodaz.
Yeah.
Just because I coached him and he's a Tampa kid, this would be a great kind of feel-good hometown. Caleb Proctor, who also was considered by the Buccaneers pass rushing defensive tackle off the board to the Cardinals there. But Wade Woodaz, I had a chance to coach this kid for 4 years in Pop Warner as just a little tyke. That would be really cool for me. I know the family really well, spent Saturdays with them. I mean, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, or what do you practice? Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday nights with Wade, with the Woodaz family, and that would be cool for me, just to kind of. I've never had a player that I've covered be a player that I've coached, and there's a couple of players. Wade Woodaz is one of those players, and then the other one is Rocco Becht, which is Anthony Becht's son. He's the quarterback now at Penn State, following Drew Allar. He followed Matt Campbell from Ohio State, the coach, to Penn State. So he was the Iowa State quarterback for 3 years. Now he'll finish up at Penn State. He's the other one I'll see at the combine next year.
Yeah,
that I actually coach, only for 1 year with him though. Guess what? He played
still
quarterback with us. But for me to run into Wade at the combine was a really cool moment for me. And this is Wade back when he was a kid, probably 12 years old here. It's my son Logan, number 52, that the non-athletic looking of the three. He was our starting center. But that would be a really cool moment there. Kendall Daniels is another player that I really have come to admire in the draft process. Just kind of like one of those players that, like on college football or Madden, he's like a size outlier that you want.
Yeah.
He's 6'5", 245, and runs like a safety, and he hits like a truck. You're just kind of like when I play video games, I always try to find like the receivers like 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". I want those kind of guys. I want any running back I have to have like 4.3 speed. I don't care how big he is. Just give me a guy that can friggin' blaze. So I like those outliers when I'm playing college or Madden.
Yeah, I think anytime you go speed, it's never a bad thing.
Yeah.
The game is only getting faster, stronger. And if you're too slow, you can't play, especially on the defensive side.
Jeremiah Wright, this guy, man, he is just a nasty, physical human being. He's a nasty trench player. He is not Cody Mauch. He is not going to be a guy that's going to be racing the running back to the end zone on a screen pass. But at the line of scrimmage, this guy can do some damage. Short area, pulling on counters. I mean, he is a road grader. Pass protection needs a little bit of work, more of a developmental offensive lineman. But those are some guys right there that are holy smoke. Sorry, I'm just saying Ella Langley here on this commercial. I'm an Ella fella, by the way.
An Ella fella.
Yeah. That's her term. She calls them Ella fellas.
Gotcha.
But yeah, she's
country star.
Fantastic country singer, and not bad to look at either.
Yeah, I'd say so.
She's a peach, as they say, from Georgia, but I think she's from Tennessee.
Thank you to True Hero 813 for this $1.99 super chat. Says, love the coverage. Would you consider timestamps? So we've actually, with every pick that the Bucs have made, we've put our reactions on our social media. You can catch it on our Instagram, and then we have like a little bit more of an extended version on our YouTube channel, just specifically of the pick. They're about 7 to 8 minutes long, so you could see Ruben Bain right now, like our immediate in the moment live reaction.
Yeah.
On our YouTube channel. Same with Josiah Trotter, and the same with Ted Hurst as well. So that's kind of what we've been doing right now. Shout out to the rest of our team that's been helping with that. Kat with the Instagram, getting that up. So that's pretty much how we've been cutting it together. I do understand, like, it is a 5-hour stream. You got to fast forward a little bit, but we have kind of cut it and condensed it. So if you want to go and just watch it immediately, you can check it out on our Instagram. It'll be on our YouTube a little bit later as well. But thank you.
We have our other workers doing more coverage than kind of some of the behind the scenes technical stuff like that. But good point, and that's something we'll certainly consider.
Scott Federico, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, would Kyle Lewis be a perfect complement to Trotter in round 4? Trotter on first and second down, Kyle Lewis on third down.
I love Kyle Lewis. He's one of my draft crushes. He's a player that I absolutely would love to see this team get. The problem is with him is the size. He really is a big nickel. He's not even really a linebacker. He is more of a player that great college player, but man, he's 220 pounds. And I heard, I forget who it was. There was an analyst that said he's Derek Brooks, and he's not Derek Brooks. Derek Brooks was, I think, bigger than him. And just a better player. I mean, Kyle Lewis, good player, good college player, great in coverage, but he is not somebody that can stack and shed in the box and live in the box. And even the coaches at Pitt didn't put him in those situations against teams with big offensive lines. Go back and look at that Pitt Miami game. He lived in the slot. And when I say slot, man, he was like a slot safety.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't even in the box. He was outside of the tackle. So that's just not life in the NFL with 12 and 13 personnel. He would have to be a safety, a specialized player, a big nickel rather than a linebacker.
Really impressed with what he had to do at the Senior Bowl. I don't know about a 4th round pick, though. I think 5th round pick, again, the luxury of having those 2 picks. If he ends up falling into the 5th round, I'm okay with it. I don't think he's your direct backup, though. But it gives something for Todd Bowles to work with, to come up with a new position. I still remember when BA and Todd Bowles first got here, they brought along Dayon Buchanan as well.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be that money backer. But, he was a little long in the tooth age-wise and didn't really play out the way that everybody would have wanted to. And I've said before, I don't love these tweener players where they don't really have a set position.
Yeah.
With that said, I think the later that the draft goes, you're more open to doing it because then you're thinking special teams and you're thinking taking a chance on a player or two that could end up, potentially doing something special.
Yeah.
I was intrigued by like the guests that are making all the picks. Like, I don't know who this person is for the Texans right now. Oh, Raquel Rodriguez. Actually, I do know who she is. She's a wrestler. Let's go. All right, I take it back. That makes sense because the mascot's holding the belt. That's right. The WWE like sponsors the Big 12 or something. It's crazy. Febechi Nwayu, Oklahoma.
Not a bad guard at all.
Yeah. Second team all SEC. We have a $1.99 super chat from Gator, Florida. Thank you very much. Says, do you think E. Graham is the best undrafted free agent in Bucs history?
Ernest Graham?
Ernest Graham.
Boy, golly. Oh, you're testing my memory here.
Undrafted free agents.
Certainly a good one. I remember the Bucs had Al Harris, and he was an undrafted free agent, and then they cut him. Rich McKay cut him, and then he went on to having like a Pro Bowl career with the Packers.
Yeah.
So that wasn't a good move.
Better than Shiloh Sanders.
Yeah. The other thing too here is we know that this team likes a lot of players, and we feel like we've identified some of those players here on day 3. The problem is I don't know what rounds they have Jimmy Rolder or Kendall Daniels or Jeremiah Wright or Nadeem Tucker. I don't know if they're a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick. Michael Bennett is another one.
Yeah, LeGarrette Blount. So the Bucs, I don't know. There's not a date of like when this article is, but the Bucs do have a Buccaneers.com. So it could have been like 5 years ago. We don't know. But some of the most productive undrafted free agents that the Bucs have. DeMar Dotson, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, that's it. Yeah, DeMar. See, when you jog my memory, now I know. Yeah, DeMar Dotson, to me, a 10-year player in Tampa Bay, started, I think, 8 years. Yeah, he's the guy for me. Played at just under a Pro Bowl level.
Graham is on the list.
Yeah. Yeah, DeMar Dotson.
Donald Penn in there as well. Sheldon Quarles, too. So.
Oh, yeah.
Some good options for sure.
Wow, that's right.
Well, Cam Braid as well.
Sheldon Quarles was different because he started in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, signed with the Dolphins.
Like guys right out of college.
Yeah, I hear you. Free agent out of Vanderbilt.
Yeah, but technically, Shelton
played for the BC Lions of the Canadian Football League. Yeah, good question. That's a fun little deep dive. That's what day 3 is all about.
No doubt. You know, Matt, when you start your draft with Ruben Bain, I don't want to demean or devalue anything that Tampa Bay has done since or will do today. But a lot of times teams and general managers are graded on that first round pick. And if you miss on the first round, then you better have really good rest of the draft.
I think John Lynch is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Like with finding a quarterback and didn't work with I'm forgetting his name, but Trey Lance, but obviously hit with Brock Purdy. So
nice save, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't even mean to do it this way, but the 49ers are on the clock.
But having said that, this feels like a win. Like you're already set up for success when you pick Ruben Bain first overall. First round. First round. Yeah.
No, for sure. I think Ruben Bain. Listen, we can knock the mock drafts that people have had, but when you look at some of the outside of Tampa, some of the analysts that like grind the tape and break a lot of things down, and everyone universally has loved this pick of Ruben Bain going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm not going to say he's a guy that can right away just completely take over a game, but I think by his second year, he's going to be an absolute game wrecker for Tampa Bay. I think once he figures out the data, figures out how teams are trying to game plan against him, and Miami had a great defense, don't get me wrong, but knowing that you have other NFL talent around you, the sky's going to be the limit for this guy. I think he's going to be an absolute menace for this team. He's very, very dialed in to what he needs to do to be successful. He does not give a damn about the glitz and the glamour. He just wants to play football. He loves football. It's clear his family's going to be around him the whole time, so he's going to be comfortable as well, because that's a big thing with rookies too. You're going to a completely new environment across the country, whatever the case is. He's just a 4 to 5 hour drive going from Miami to Tampa. He already has family in Tampa. He actually said yesterday he's meeting with Carlton Davis today. They are cousins. So I'm sure Carlton will give him a little bit more insight about what it's like working with Todd Bowles and being in this facility and living in Tampa and everything like that. So, yeah, excited for Ruben Bain. I can't wait for Bucs rookie minicamp, especially now that they got a wide receiver too. So
it's going to be fun.
So, some skill there. That's coming up in 2 weeks, May 8th and 9th, or maybe 7th and 8th. I know the 8th is one of them. But yeah, that's coming up soon, where we'll get to see all these Bucs rookies in a Bucs uniform for the first time. And you know what? I might sprinkle a little cachet on Ruben Bain, defensive rookie of the year. We'll see what the odds are eventually, but that might be something that's intriguing too.
That's not a bad pick. I mean, he was considered by some the best player in college football from the defensive standpoint last year. So 49ers selection is imminent here. They have made the pick. The Broncos are on the clock. And so Broncos, Chiefs, Bengals, Broncos again, Cowboys, Colts, Cowboys again, Ravens, and then the Buccaneers. So we're
getting close.
Probably figure 30 minutes or so, right?
Right.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 to 40 minutes.
Figure a commercial break or two.
So we're looking forward to seeing who the Bucs are going to pick. And then we're going to be having Josh Capo come in to analyze that. Grayson Halton from the Oklahoma Sooners.
Okay, yeah. We spoke about him.
This is a player the Bucs brought in for an official 30 visit, but we didn't necessarily think the Bucs were going to take based upon what we had heard. So good player. I don't know that he's a game changer. He's a good player. Wins a lot with hustle and energy. Has a little bit of trouble finishing at times. But I think there are some defensive tackles the Bucs like a little bit better. And the thing with Halton, too, is he's under 300 pounds. He's 293 pounds. It's Kalijah Kancey-esque in terms of size. Kalijah is about 285 probably. But they're looking for bigger defensive tackles, right? You look at Nacho, they brought in closer to 310 pounds. You look at Ashawn Robinson coming in 320 pounds. They're looking to get bigger and stouter for that. If you want to get a better version of your car insurance, there's one place to turn, and that's Briar Greaves Insurance. They're closed today, but jot this number down for Monday and give them a call, because Time is money. And if you are looking to shop around your car insurance to find the best rate possible, let's say you feel like you're paying too much money, or let's say, you got your kids on your insurance as well. So you have multiple vehicles. Is there a family discount we can get? The folks over at Briar Greaves Insurance can save you time, because time is money. Give them a call. With one call to them, they will shop your car insurance rates around and get you the best rates in the state. They do insurance for across the state of Florida, even though they're a Tampa based business, family owned and operated. Protecting your assets starts with a company you can count on. And they can also shop around for homeowners, flood, boaters, or business insurance. Are you paying too much for car insurance, for homeowners insurance, for business, boaters, or flood insurance? Maybe you are. But with one call to Briar Greaves Insurance, they can find out for you and save you money. Who doesn't want to save money? You? No, of course you want to save money. BriarGreavesInsurance.com. That's Briar, B-R-I-E-R, Greaves, G-R-I-E-V-E-S, insurance.com. Give them a call. Here's the number. Write it down. Call them on Monday, 813-876-4166. That's 813-876-4166.
Got a couple super chats to get to. Thanks, everyone, for rocking and rolling with us this Saturday afternoon. Start with Andrew. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, tight end that I think is underrated is Carson Ryan of BYU. 22 years old, 6'4", 250, great blocker with good receiving production. He made it into Connor Rogers' top 150.
Yeah. I remember him from watching him last year. I do watch a lot of Big 12. I was a big Texas Tech fan last year. Wonder why. Utah is also a very good team. BYU, basically all the new teams they brought in are really good. So, except for UCF and Cincinnati, but they've had their moments. Jaden Canaday goes to the Chiefs, cornerback out of Oregon. I had no idea which direction the Bucs are going to go. We pretty much knew, hey, we know in the first 3 rounds, outside linebacker, inside linebacker. When they drafted outside linebacker in the first round, Matt, what did we say? Second round feels like inside linebacker, and it was. Third round is going to be the wild card pick, the best player available, whatever position, and it was. 2 Bucs best bets in the bank, Josiah Trotter and Ted Hurst. Fourth round, I think they're going to stick to their board. They could use a corner, they could use a safety, they could use a guard, they could use another inside linebacker, they could use, probably everything, hopefully, except for a punter or a kicker.
Yeah, please not.
So they could go in a multitude of different directions here in the fourth round. The Jets have made a trade, and their pick is in.
I wonder if they're going to go quarterback here. Probably not. The Jets have made like 1,000 trades.
They're active
in this draft. I don't even know how they still have picks. Yeah, of course they go.
So the Jets are on the clock right now. Actually, the pick is in. The Broncos are on the clock right now. So we're getting fairly close to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yes, we are.
As we kick off the show here on day 4 with the 4th round pick, and then the Bucs, as of right now, have 2 picks in the 5th round. So Tampa Bay will actually be selecting first within the division. Today. Let's go ahead and just do a quick little recap of setting the table here for the picks that are going to be coming up. So the Buccaneers, we've already gone through the team's needs. We have no idea what they're doing in the 4th round, but it's going to be probably a depth player. Tight end would also be a position in mind there. Looking at the Panthers, in terms of their needs that they have, safety is probably a position that they could use here. They were possibly one of those guys that for Thieneman, for McNeil Warren, those were some names that were linked to the Panthers in the 1st round. They didn't make that particular pick. Of course, they went with Monroe Freeling instead, but they could use a safety. Another position that Carolina could possibly use, a tight end for Bryce Young. The Falcons need a lot of help at a lot of different positions. And Atlanta, they've addressed wide receiver with Zachariah Branch. That was probably their bigger need. Offensive line is a position that they could go here. They could use some offensive line depth for sure. And they've already got a cornerback. They might go defensive line as well, although they did make that swap, Rook Aurora for Mason Smith, right? That trade. So in essence, they already have a new defensive tackle, but that one coming in a trade. And then finishing out the division with the New Orleans Saints, who are looking scarier by the moment. They got a wide receiver, a tight end. Those are two big weapons for Tyler Shuck. They also have a defensive tackle there. And the Saints could use an edge rusher. I think that's probably an area where they're going to look and get a player there, because you're looking at Cam Jordan not being re-signed, and they could use some help there at the edge. Cornerback might be another position of need in New Orleans as well. So interesting times in the NFC South, where it's
it's going to be a competitive year.
You could make a case that if the ball bounced the right way, that the team that stayed the healthiest might win this division. It is that, like, you could make a case the way they finished the season that the Saints could make a real run.
Yeah, there's no like runaway 3 steps ahead type of leader, in the division this year. I mean, it was so close last season. I think New Orleans has had a really good offseason. Bucs certainly are looking to bounce back.
The Falcons haven't had a good offseason.
They have not, in several ways.
But didn't they win like 4 games at the end of the year to win out? Put them in a 3-way tie at 8-9.
That freaking win they had over the Rams.
Who? Cage Casey to the Broncos, one of our Bucs best bets.
Jets went Cade Klubnik, I believe. So they did go quarterback.
Cole Klubnik?
Cade Klubnik.
Oh, Cade. Yeah, sorry. I said Cole. I meant Cade. Cade Klubnik, yeah. From Clemson. Not a fan of his.
Well, they got 3 first-round picks next year, so.
Yeah.
Look at these morons. Who's making the pick for Gang Green? They're not going to try out Curtis again.
Cade Klubnik.
Yeah. All right. Find me in the club.
I thought he was kind of a very average quarterback in college. Broncos pick is in.
Yeah, let's get to the super chat from LDBC's Most Wanted. Thank you. Says Saludos, Pewter Report, and thanks for the $4.99.
Cage Casey to the Broncos. Okay.
Light needs to take a page from the Eagles and Texans. They have elite defensive lines and continue to add. Keep adding, Light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's always big on building out the trenches. He's always...
Don't you think last year hurt him, like, physically, like, probably gave him an ulcer? Like, he takes so much pride in building a great offensive line.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you can't forecast injuries, right? But when Malk was out, when Ben Bredesen gets hurt, now all of a sudden, like, his prized possession, the offensive line, is no longer a team strength.
Sad.
You know?
Don't
you think that, like,
depressing?
That, like, wounded him a little bit to where he's like, I'm never going to let this happen again. You know, I could see them really looking to get an offensive lineman to bolster the interior. Because I think at tackle, you're set.
Yeah.
Tristan Wirfs, Lou Gedeke, you bring
Ben
back
Chikuma.
Justin School, and then you get Ben Chikuma. I mean, you feel really good. You got your young athletic developmental guy. You got your old savvy vet, right, in School and Chikuma, those 2 guys respectively. Yeah.
We have a new Pewter Report YouTube channel member. Let's go. Stone Cold Bucs fan. The newest Pewter Report YouTube channel member. Thank you so much for your support, Stone Cold. And that's the bottom line. So appreciate it. Bailey, Raquel Rodriguez is a wrestler, right?
Yes.
Because she made the pick for the Texans, and literally 10 seconds before I see her on the screen, I'm like, these day three picks, like I never know the person who's making the pick. I was like, I don't even know that person. I was like, oh wait, I do know that person. So it's like some people want the trenches with this next pick. I get it. Have another super chat. This one from Confused Boat Lake. Thanks for the $1.99. Says that Miami corner. Yeah. That Miami cornerback is still on the board. Miami corner.
Oh, Keonte Scott.
Oh, yeah.
He's an older prospect. I think he's already 25 or he'll about to be 25.
Yeah.
He's interesting player. More of a nickel, more of a safety. I think
it was. Yeah, I remember doing the write-up on him at safety.
Yeah.
Regardless. Keonte Scott. Yeah, definitely a nickel type of player. Special teams for sure. Played at Miami 1 year. Yeah.
Getting some more people in here as we're getting closer to the Bucs selection. The cool thing is after they make this 4th round pick and then they have a couple in the 5th, we'll have some more minutes to fill because we'll have some analysis time on these guys, and then we can kind of reset and say, okay, they got their backup Mike linebacker here.
Correct.
They've got another corner.
They got the whole room. Yeah.
Be a little bit more of a 30,000-foot view about what they're doing. But right now, they've drafted 3 players. They have 5 more players to acquire here. So their
5th round's going to be fun with picks they've acquired.
Folks, just a reminder, if you have not done so, hit subscribe on our Pewter Report TV YouTube channel. It's free. Just hit the button. We are at 23,058.
Nice.
So we need like 42 more subscribers to reach our goal of 23,100 by the end of the draft. So that would be awesome if you can help us reach that goal. Guys that come through in the clutch for us. I want to say weekend, but really it's kind of like it was Thursday, Friday. It feels like weekend though, right?
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We can call that a weekend, right?
Latter half of the week.
Yeah. Cage Casey, a player who was in our Bucs best bet at outside, or I should say at offensive tackle, was told by someone that not interested in him. So sometimes when we have to make a pick for a player, like who are we going to put in as the Bucs best bet, and we just have no idea who they like, because they really haven't done much for offensive line at all. Josh Cape and I were kind of looking at some players. Well, who kicks into guard? Like who could play guard that was a tackle in college, because that's their MO. And Cage Casey was that guy. Yeah, but then we were told, nope, not interested.
Not
but
today.
I think we're still alive with some other Bucs best bets. So we do have that going for us.
What's the most you've hit in a draft?
4. We had 4 Bucs best bets in 2023.
Oh, cool. How was that?
That was Cody Malk. That was Yaya Diaby.
Also a friend of the program.
Payne Durham.
Friend of the website, being a Bucs training camp.
That's right, yeah. And then Trey Palmer. So, and I want to say all those players
not a friend.
Yeah. All those players, I believe, were at the Senior Bowl. I'm not sure about Trey, but
forgot about Trey.
Yeah, but that was a that was good. That was probably the best one we've had here. Oh, okay. Devin Moore to the Cowboys. So Another Bucks best bet off the board there.
What's the fewest amount of best bets you've had?
0.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Zero.
kidding.
Zero. We had
like
zero,
obviously
yeah.
it'd be 1 or 0.
Yeah, we had one last year in David Walker. We had 0 back in 2020, which ended up being a really good draft.
Which is
but that was the COVID year, right?
That's
so
right.
There were no pro days.
Couldn't do our due diligence.
There were no official 30 visits. Everything was Zoom. Even the draft was Zoom back then. They were zooming in picks from Jason Light's house. So it was a weird time in this country. Man.
Yeah, because I remember like Zooming with Tristan Wirfs. So I can only imagine if we had that like private setting the way that we did with Ruben Bain yesterday, how much fun that would have been.
Oh, yeah.
Still blows my mind when he went on Bussin' with the Boys and they were like, you could have a beer with like any person ever. Who would it be? And I'm thinking it'd be some football player. And he goes, Albert Pujols, who's like, Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Tristan Wirfs. He was on Bussin' with the Boys. And it was like, who like in the world, the famous person would you want to have a beer with? And he said Albert Pujols.
Wow.
Like, you could have named any football player. Would be like, okay, all right, that makes sense. Thanks to Marshall Walker for this $1.99 super chat. Says, is there any good linebackers available? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, for sure.
But in terms of linebackers available,
yeah, I would say
Kyle Lewis is still there.
Jimmy Rolder from Michigan is another player they brought in for an official 30 visit. Kendall Daniels. Keyshawn Elliott's a player I don't know that the team is high on. I know Josh Capo is a big fan of his, the Arizona State linebacker. So that's another one to watch.
Some other names too. Harold Perkins Jr. was asked by an LSU fan yesterday. Yep. Caleb Elarms or Justin Jefferson. Hey now.
Wow, that was fast.
The Ravens took Elijah Surratt.
Okay. So the Bucs. The Bucs are on the clock. And that means the pick will be in within moments.
The 116th overall pick for Tampa Bay, round 4. Been a luxurious round for Tampa Bay in recent years. Famously, Bucky Irving 2 seasons ago.
You have Elijah Surratt to the Ravens.
Jennings Dunker did go. I see that in the comment.
If they don't go defensive back here, it just kind of speaks to how they've felt about the position, at all.
Will it be tight end? Will they go corner?
Keonte Scott from Miami is there. And that was a player I think you profiled, right? And your write-up.
Yeah. That is right. Another player from the U.
Played with Ruben Bain. Let's see if that is somebody that this team might
also
end up
was at
getting.
Snow College with the Bucs assistant offensive line coach.
He's a playmaker. He had a great playoff series for the Canes.
Also spent time at Auburn too.
Yeah.
But his best year was his last year at Miami.
And he's a player. You mentioned safety, Matt. He is one of those players. We know that Todd Bowles likes to cross-train a little bit. And if it's Keonte Scott, which we're actually hearing that it might be. Are we getting confirmation of that?
Looking.
That's the name we're hearing, but we want to
be accurate.
Yeah, before we be definitive, we want to see if that is someone who we believe it is. We're working to confirm that. Be a hell of a player if it ends up being him.
Jordan Scholes is reporting it.
Yep. Keonte Scott is the pick. So the pick is in, and it is Keonte Scott.
4th round pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Keonte Scott from the U began his college career at Snow College, then transferred to Auburn and finished up with the University of Miami, where he had his best season to date. He is a lightning fast player, ran a 4.33 40-yard dash, has experience at nickel and safety. He's a return specialist as well. Versatility is big with him, can play in the slot, closes quickly on underneath throws as well. And because he's a special teams guy, dangerous when he has the football in his hands, efficient tackler as well, not afraid to get his nose in there and make the play. So definitely a speed guy, a player that will help out the secondary, help with special teams too in a big way.
Todd Bowles likes speed in the secondary. You look at Jacob Parrish last year; he was a sub 4.4 guy, and that's the type of player Scott is as well, and the speed that he brings to the Buccaneers. Big time playmaker, can play safety, can play in the slot. Not sure if he has enough ability to play outside, but he's probably more of like that middle of the field type of player. That will help the secondary for sure. And you look at the loss of Christian Izien and needing to get somebody. JJ Roberts, you can't put all of the eggs in that basket. He's a very intriguing player, but we haven't seen him very much like David Gibson, just because he was a player that got injured and didn't really have a rookie season. We're going to have Josh Capo come in and join you, Matt, here as he is going to give you some analysis on Keonte Scott.
Josh Capo joining us in just a moment. In the meantime, some other stats about Keonte Scott that everybody should know. Big time final season of his college football playing career over at the University of Miami. Had 5 sacks last season, at that safety position. 5 sacks along with 2 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, 7 pass breakups, pick 6 against Ohio State in that playoff game. Second team all ACC. He did miss 3 games, but still ended up playing 13 games in total with the big season that Miami had. So super disruptive as well as a player. And has a knack for timing, blitzes, and screens, which is important too. Josh Capo getting settled in. Josh, how we doing? Good to see you. Your thoughts on Keonte Scott?
Good to see you too, Matt. I feel like we haven't seen each other in forever.
Yeah.
I do feel like between this time and last time was a lot shorter than last time and the time prior.
Yes.
So got some sleep and reflected on the first 3 rounds of this draft. And I really like the path that the Bucs are creating. And I think Keonte Scott goes along with that. The secondary is really interesting in that I think that before this pick, the Bucs had a lot of high upside in their secondary, but also a lot of variance and potentially, some issues. And with this, they're shoring up different ways that they can play their secondary, right? So obviously the talk has been about Benjamin Morrison, had an up and down rookie season, some real lowlights. And Todd Bowles came out and said it, I think at the combine, there was going to be an open competition for that outside cornerback spot between him and Jacob Parrish. at that point, no matter who won it, Parrish would probably kick inside on nickel.
Yeah.
Where BMO was going to be the outside corner. Now they have some flexibility because if Benjamin Morrison doesn't show up in training camp or suffers another injury, which he has had an injury-plagued career to this point, now you've got some flexibility where Scott can go into the nickel and you can just keep Parrish on the outside. So there's some flexibility there between him and JJ Roberts. I think the depth is improved because Scott helps depth on the outside and helps depth at safety. So I like this in terms of bolstering the depth of the roster. And if you think about this offseason overall, it really works in line with that mantra, right?
Mhm.
Some of their free agency moves really helped elevate the floor. I think this is a draft pick that can help elevate the floor of that secondary, build some depth where they've had some injuries over the last few years that have really kind of sunk their plans.
Does a little bit of everything, man. The interceptions, the sacks, the pass breakups. What would you say are some weaknesses of him?
To be honest, I haven't gotten to watch a ton of
Gotcha.
Keonte Scott. I will read through what some other analysts have had, and I just want to be, really, really honest. Like, he's just not a guy I got to. But
He's almost 25. That might be.
Yep,
Yeah.
age definitely. From Bleacher Report, his coverage capabilities are limited with average instincts to feel route concepts, unfold, and deter quarterbacks from throwing the football, resulting in lower ball production numbers. In man coverage, he struggles to mirror receivers' movements, opens his hips too quickly against good releases or stems, and displays a slight hitch during route breaks, which creates unwanted separation. So that sounds a little bit like a player who's guessing a bit and doesn't have a natural feel for what's developing in front of him. And then lastly, he looks uncomfortable turning and running with receivers when locating the football down the field at the same time. Subpar recovery athleticism and a lack of length hinder his ability to make plays on the football at the catch point. So I think those really go into why he's a day 3 guy as opposed to a day 1 or day 2 guy, combined with the age that Scott just noted as well. So overall, they gave him a pro comparison of Alontae Taylor. Alontae Taylor's good corner for the Saints.
Oh,
so,
my goodness. If he gets anything like that, the Bucs are in business.
Yeah,
man.
From a 4th rounder, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that would be a home run pick. So there are things to like about his game, things that maybe not as great about his game. I do like the physical profile, especially for the slot. He's just under 6 feet, 193 pounds, but great wingspan at 70, just under 77 inches. That's the 67th percentile for all corners, let alone slot corners. And then his arm length is 31 3/8 inches, which is about average. So I think with some of those tight ends going so quickly yesterday, this is a really good pivot, and it continues to strengthen the defense.
Yeah, I'm excited about the capabilities. I mean, when you run a 4.3 40-yard dash at really any position, but specifically in the secondary, plus you're able to hit hard. I mean, that's a crazy combination because you're usually either one or the other.
Yep.
You're either fast or you're a hard hitter. It's hard to be both at the same time. You definitely get that. I feel like Jason Light in the past too will draft. We know the Washington pipeline and stuff like that, but doubling down on players from the same school. It might be different positions, but going at the same school, Jason Light does that again. Obviously, a very successful team making it all the way to the national championship game. But yeah, just free some stuff up in the secondary, which I think is really important. And you mentioned Jacob Parrish. It is interesting how he will be utilized because he was very good in the slot last year, but given the struggles on the outside with Scott being more of an inside type of guy, Todd Bowles has the opportunity to get a little more creative.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love you had mentioned some high sack. That goes without saying, Matt. You're my favorite.
What?
You're both my favorite. I feel like I'm talking to my kids now.
Yeah.
So anyway, what I was going to say, you brought up like his sack numbers, pressure numbers. And I think that between that and Trotter, you're seeing, and even Ruben Bain, you're seeing the Bucs are putting a premium on being able to get to the passer.
Yes.
All three of them, that is a big part of their evaluation. Trotter is a great part of a pressure package. He's a great blitzer. Obviously, Reuben Bain is considered one of, if not the best pass rusher in this edge class, and Scott can blitz from the nickel. So you have a team that had less than 40 sacks last year.
Correct.
For the first time.
Worse since Todd Bowles came to Tampa.
Exactly. And you have a concerted plan. We are going to get after the passer this year. We are going to create pressure. We are going to create sacks. We are going to create some big plays behind the line of scrimmage. All three of these draft picks, I think, really speak to that.
They are hunting. That's essentially what they are doing.
Like
they are hunting. And we've seen before, like Bowles, for a majority of his career coaching in Tampa, it's a little bit of throwing the kitchen sink and just saying, we're going to either bring the house or we're going to. Jacob Parrish had a lot of success last year blitzing off the side, especially like that Jets game. That was big. That led to the pick six right before halftime that Jamel Dean scored. Don't make a scene. So, yeah, this gives an opportunity to get back to those different exotic looks, have players blitzing off the edge, but players that are maybe even a little bit quicker, that when you had other guys doing it, the quarterback, even an extra second makes a big difference at the NFL level. So I think, I don't know, I'm excited about this pick. I definitely.
Also a little bit of a ball hawk last year.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything. 2 interceptions last year. He had 3 interceptions in his entire career. But yeah, like, again, got better year in and year out. Snow College to Auburn, 3 years at Auburn, missed a couple games there, and then finished it out in Miami, where he was second team all ACC. 2 forced fumbles. So yeah, 3 interceptions in his career, but 2 last season. So definitely trending up.
Yep. And per Pro Football Focus, he was second among all NCAA defensive backs, safeties, and corners in pressures last year with 20, behind just Jeremy Mack Jr. I do want to note among corners, he was first, with second being Jarvis Lee of USF, Edith Bailey.
And they're not age shaming either, since he's 24 and will be 25.
Yeah.
Actually,
I'm going to go one more. He led all college cornerbacks last year in pressures with 20 and sacks with 5, per Pro Football Focus's accounting for sacks. Sorry, Scott.
Dane Brugler, his overall write-up of Keonte Scott is Scott offers a unique blend of quick processing and decisive speed that makes him a natural fit as an attacking nickel, although some schemes might view him as too specialized outside of sub packages. Along with on special teams, he can give NFL defense meaningful snaps in the right situation. So special teams guy as well. Very important. I'm sure Danny Smith is happy about it.
Yep. Brugler had him as his number 4 overall safety with a 2nd to 3rd round grade. So if you're somebody who subscribes to Brugler, who is fantastic at his job, I'm sure he's thinking that this is great value for the Bucs. And now we have 3 out of 4 positions or 3 out of 4 draft picks dedicated to the defensive side of the ball. For those who are not big fans of Todd Bowles, this is one where you can say he's got no excuses now.
Mm-hmm.
He got the pass rusher that fell to him. He got the corner to help depth with, or the defensive back to help with depth in the secondary. He's got the linebacker up front to fill that Devin White archetype. I'm working on an article right now that talks about how that's a really good fit for not only a Bowles defense, but many other defensive architects in the NFL, and how Trotter's base level of play, you could put it in kind of a Devin Lloyd, Devin White funnel as that type of player. And if the coverage comes down the line, then you've got Devin Lloyd 2025. I think every Bucs fan would sign up for that. So no more excuses for Todd Bowles this year. He's got the pieces.
That's right. Let's get to a couple of super chats. People want to give their thoughts on this pick. Randy J. Burrell, thanks for the $9.99. Says last year, horrible defense, inconsistent offense, and Bowles destroyed our season. Do you think now with Zach and this draft so far, the issues are fixed? How far can this team realistically go?
You want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the addition of Zach Robinson as the offensive coordinator, I think, is an upgrade. And I'm not trying to diss Josh Grizzard, but the main goal is getting back to what the offense was 2 seasons ago with Liam Cohen calling the plays. And with Robinson and Cohen being great friends, I'm sure there's been notes shared about how to get this team back on track there. Yes, you lose Mike Evans, but you still got a lot of talent at receiver. I think Kenneth Gainwell is a big addition in the running back room. Get back to some more pony package as well. And the defensive side, the Bucs are addressing right now. Free agency was all about the depth, whether it was Al-Qadim Muhammad. Yes, you needed a starter at linebacker. They did that with Alex Anzalone. On paper right now, this is a team that can get back to double-digit wins, maybe even surpass 10 wins, get to 11. If they get the 2024 offense and just a little bit of better play on the defensive side, they can get to 11 wins and get the most wins that Todd Bowles has ever had as a head coach in the NFL in his career. Problem is, things always come up with Bowles as head coach. Too many 3-game losing streaks, 4-game losing streaks. You got to see with injuries as well, how much does that take a toll with this team? So are all the issues fixed? Not totally yet. I mean, what if these draft picks don't hit? We can't sit here right now and be like, it's a guarantee they're all going to be spectacular. They put themselves in a position to compete, to contend, to win the NFC South, and make a little bit of noise. I still think right now, I don't see them going much further than the second round of the postseason. This draft has given me a lot more optimism. I'll tell you that. So I think, how far can this team realistically go? I think right now can be second round, but that can change as it goes further.
A lot of new ingredients they got to put it all
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, Scott's saying new ingredients that needs to be put all together. So hopefully Zach Robinson combined with Todd Bowles, they can make a good top chef team.
Yep. So I would say, you try and take a little bit more of a macro approach and you say, what did this team need that they lacked last year? And the number one thing on that list, I would say, is pass rush juice, right? So have they addressed pass rush with this offseason? I would contend between Ruben Bain and then Al-Qadim Muhammad as your depth guy. Yeah, they've addressed pass rush. That doesn't mean that these guys are absolutely going to hit, but from a process standpoint, have they addressed pass rush? I would say they have.
Yeah.
And I've made this joke before. I'll make it again. Ashawn Robinson has more sacks in the last 3 years than Jalen Phillips, who got $30 million a year from the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
So another one you can add to the pass rush there. So have they addressed pass rush? Yes. They needed to get more athletic at linebacker. Alex Anzalone at this point in his career is more athletic than Levante David was last year. Josiah Trotter is absolutely more athletic than Servassier Dennis. And now Dennis goes to being your 3 or maybe your 4 in a competition with Christian Roseboom. And I do like the depth at linebacker better than last year. There's an upgrade there.
Yeah.
And then the versatility at in the secondary with the Scott pick. So I do like that addition as well. On the offensive side of the ball, I think you addressed the Zach Robinson part really well.
Thank you.
But I also think that the addition of Ted Hurst in an archetype, he's not Mike Evans, but he fits that X role, that guy who can get downfield and open things up underneath, and that guy who can give Baker Mayfield easy buckets on slants to just get him into a rhythm. I like those moves. I love what you said about Kenny Gainwell and the pony package. Everybody knows I'm a big Rachaad White guy. Gainwell has more juice. He's not the pass protector that Rachaad White is, but he definitely brings a level of explosiveness to that RB2 situation. So I can see the path forward. I can see where they're addressing. I would love some interior offensive line help a little bit later in this draft. I think that that's an area that they still need to kind of look at. But overall, I can see the plan, and it does address a lot of the issues from 2025. So I can get behind a plan like that.
Blood, Sweat, and Bruise, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the Buccaneers are back, baby.
I see what he did.
I got
there.
a couple of friends that went to the U. They're obviously very, very happy about Ruben Bain. Shout out Danny Boy Kane. I'm sure Danny Boy Kane is super pumped about this. So yeah, the U is coming back to
Yep. And I'll also
the
note,
T.
I've received multiple text messages from people since this pick has been made praising this pick for the Bucs. Again, I didn't do an eval myself on Scott, but some people I trust, multiples, are sending me, that's a really great pick. Jason Light, legend. This is a really great pickup. So
Tall Florida guy likes this pick. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Says drafted a straight up dog. LFG. Yeah, excited to watch more of him. With I mean, again, a vast career, Snow College, Auburn, Miami. So he's not just the U guy. Like, did a lot at Auburn as well. So let's see. Oh, another repeated $10 super chat from Blood, Sweat, and Booze. But hey, you want to super chat us twice and say the same thing? We'll say it twice. The Buccaneers are back, baby. Maybe that was one for every Miami player.
Oh, I like that.
That was
And
drafted.
sometimes when you come back, you got to come back strong. So 2 of them. Oh, what's our buddy? Oh, one more. I was going to say, what's our buddy?
Oh,
Realtor
I like
Dudes?
this comment from Darius the Great, who said, so in other words, Bolt's just going to blitz the shit out of him.
Probably.
Great comment.
Quarterback can't complete a pass if he's on his ass.
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
true. I like that.
All right. Our resident, Jason Light Hater, Realtor David Zussman. Thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Excited to see where this
Thank you,
hate goes.
David.
Says Jason Light goes and gets another nickel because we only have Parrish, Tyke, Smith that play the position in a very high level. It's good to be a team with no needs so you can keep drafting backups since we don't have other needs.
I think
They also value Parrish as
they do value
Yes.
Parrish as an outside corner. The other thing I think you forget, David, is they also have JJ Roberts who can play the nickel. So, now you've got 4.
Mike Washington goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. So,
I think it's very interesting to watch the Raiders draft this year versus last year. You can tell Spytek's in charge this year versus Pete Carroll last year. I think Spytek has had a very solid, very solid draft, even beyond just having 1-1 for Fernando Mendoza. So Spytek's a good guy, so you wish him well.
I would say, too, with Realtor David Zussman and this comment, like they've addressed a lot of the other need, or not every need, but they've addressed other needs as well. Like I don't want to say completely fixed, but they certainly have added to the pass rush with Reuben Bain. They found another starting inside linebacker and that they can develop too. So we just talked about an hour before the draft started how the secondary, there's a little bit of a weakness in depth.
Wade Woodaz to the Texans.
Wow, Wade
Ooh.
Woodaz as a 4th rounder. That's awesome. Scott
That's
Reynolds has
fantastic.
coached a 4th round pick.
Congratulations, Scott. That's
Congrats, Scott.
awesome, man.
Good job, Wade.
He coached a player that is on the best defense in the NFL.
It's true. Yeah.
That's awesome. A 4th round pick. Wow.
And a defense that is known for developing linebackers. So it's
Super
a great
cool.
fit for Wade.
The Bucs Texans rivalry continues.
They've shown a ton of interest in it, so
Yeah.
not surprised at all.
Good for Wade.
I for other jobs that I've had, I've traveled quite a bit. I traveled a decent amount for this job, but I've gone to Houston quite a few times, and people in Houston, I've heard this on their side, not so much on this side, but they always describe Houston as Tampa's sister city. So for Wade going from one, and there are some similarities between the two cities. So good for Wade. That's awesome.
Moving on to SRQ Salts. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, old man, look at my life. Old man, 24 years. Yeah, so freaking old. 24.
Great, Jeff.
Yeah.
Right?
Scott is perfect slot corner, plays in the box, and probably the best cornerback run stopper or running back run stopper or CB run stopper in the draft. Great on the blitz. Pro day numbers insane. A+. Okay, so the old man is not bothering you.
So old man Scott is a perfect slot. I thought you played defensive end.
But
All right. So now the Bucs pick next. They've got 1/4. They've got 2 5ths, 6th, and a 7th.
yeah.
Do you think they're going to use their extra draft pick to maybe move up in the 4th? or do you think it'll be more of a stick and pick?
I'm kind of thinking a stick and pick where they kind of go, I don't want to say silly, like they'll take a more of a risk with one of those picks, whether it's just, addressing the offensive line on the interior because Jason loves doing that, or taking a player that, maybe you wouldn't have taken if you only had one, but since you have the extra one, you'll take a chance. Maybe they just try to really build out the secondary and draft a legit outside corner this time. I think they're going to stick and pick. Or if they move up, Jason hates having 7th round picks, even though Tez Johnson was big last year. I could see him packaging something where he just gets rid of his 7th round pick. How about you? HBU.
I think they will. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to use one of those to get a better pick in 2027. So you take one of those, somebody offers you maybe a 2027 4th for your 2026 5th. I think that could happen. Something very interesting is happening. You don't see it very often in the draft, so I want to note it.
Okay.
The Bills are up at 125 and 126, back-to-back picks. We see it in our fantasy football drafts, right? You get the snake drafts, right? But in the real NFL, and this is where, I've always wondered, how do you explain to the guy who goes second there? Yeah, we really did like this other guy more than you, to the point that we're going to pay him a little bit more because of the draft slotting. And it's Skylar Bell at 125.
I would just say, hey, we rock, paper, scissors. We flipped the coin.
I like that. Also, that pick 125, it has exchanged hands quite a bit.
Yes, there are some
Chicago
being passed around,
Kansas City to New England, and then stayed in the AFC East with finally at Buffalo. So
it's like where you see where has this dollar bill been? It's been all across the world and stuff like that. It's kind of like that, but with this draft pick. Mark Fisher, thank you for this $4.99 super chat. A specific one for the man to my right. JQ. That's Josh Capo. Trotter seems to be the question mark for us, given that Jake Rodriguez was gone. Who did you like? And is there another with a potential ability? Love the show.
Well, thank you for the kind comment and the super chat, Mark. So given that JR was gone, who did I had CJ Allen above Trotter. I think on my final Bucs board, which is a little bit different than just my overall big board, but thinking specifically about the Bucs scheme and what they look for in players, I had the two of them in the same tier, which was tier 3. They'll eventually be a 4-year or more starter in their NFL careers. But CJ Allen did have a knee injury that kept him out of some of the pre-draft process, including he didn't go at his combine or at the combine. From what I have heard from some people around the league, he was a cross-off for some teams. I'm not saying he was a cross-off for the Bucs. I honestly don't know. But I think that definitely factors into a lot of people in their evaluation. So I liked Allen based on the tape. I don't get to look at medicals, but if there were some medical red flags, that might have boosted Trotter above him for me. I think the big thing there, and I'll go back to the JR part, Jacob Rodriguez, two vastly different linebackers. Jacob Rodriguez really plays more of that will role that Alex Anzalone has, whereas Trotter fits, and again, I'll keep coming back to this because the more I think about it, it's a really specific archetype that kind of unlocks Todd Bowles' defense. You don't have to be fantastic. You don't have to be the best player, but you have to fill this role well. And when you do that, and again, Devin White in his heyday, I'm not saying that the Bucs shouldn't have gotten rid of Devin White. I am saying that the defense fell off after he left because they weren't able to properly fill that role with somebody who can do the things that Devin White could do, that archetype, somebody who can play in the box, and especially somebody who can get after the passer as a part of a pressure game. Josiah Trotter is absolutely the better linebacker between him and Jacob Rodriguez at doing those things. So that's, I think, kind of the thought process that I would imagine went into that pick, even if Jacob Rodriguez was there. I'm not saying they would have taken Trotter over Rodriguez, but it certainly would have been a part of the conversation.
No, that's a great point. Like, they're not necessarily missing Devin White specifically, especially like with some of the headaches that were caused towards the end of it. But the production and the style of player that Devin was felt a little bit absent. They weren't able to replicate that with KJ Britt.
They're missing 2019 to 2020.
Yes, Scott pointing out they're missing 2019 and specifically 2020 Devin White, who I'll always have to thank him. He won me a lot of money in that Super Bowl when he had that interception at the end, because for people that do Super Bowl boxes, a lot of us do, I won in the third quarter with the numbers, and there were no points scored in the fourth quarter because Devin White had that interception at the end in the end zone as the Chiefs were driving. So I won in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. So thank you, Devin White. Get live 45. Paul Bowen, thank you for this $4.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Says, oh boy, let me get this picture just so we have it correct. Coach Bowles appreciation post. Feels like this is the first year with an off-season focused on defense first for him, not just some token pickups, in my opinion. Interesting. Like, last year they addressed defense a ton, but it was not the first round pick. Graham Barton, first round pick the year before, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's been a little bit since they went defense with the first round pick. But I feel like they addressed defense a lot last year. And remember, I guess part of it was they went with Hassan Reddick in free agency, and that was going to be their big edge rusher. So David Walker, while later, it's not your kind of first guy off the board that you're going and saying, okay, he's going to go and save this team and be a big-time contributor. And the fact that he got injured, too. So, yeah, interesting. I mean, they did address a lot of defense last year. It just didn't work out that way. Certainly, defense is a big-time interest this year, having 3 of their first 4 picks being on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back, like, over Bowles' tenure, even before he was a head coach. So 2019, was that Vita? Or was he 2018?
No, 2019 was Devin White.
Oh, that's right.
2019 was Vita. 2019 was Devin White.
2020 was Tristan.
Yeah.
Then
21 was JTS.
Yep, 22 was Logan Hall in the second.
Yes.
Kalijah,
Yeah.
2023.
Graham, and then Ibuka.
Yeah, and even
Just good for when we do like Sporkle and stuff.
Oh, that is really good.
Yeah.
Did you see? I want to say it was Ryan Fitzpatrick.
The squares.
He had the NFL, the grid, the squares, and it
Yeah.
was like every square could have been him.
Yeah.
Based on all the teams
That's
that
what it
he
was.
played
Great,
for, all the teams he played for, and like the stat, like threw for over 25,000 career yards or something like that. And he's like, I've been waiting for this day.
Shout out Fitz.
Oh, he's so good.
Good guy. TJ Fuller, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says fairway shots. Jason Light is just taking what is there, not overthinking it.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's been a reach. I mean, the Trotter pick seems like the most, and I'll put in quotations, controversial pick right now. And if that's the worst case, I think that's totally fine.
Yeah. I've seen some people go, well, he would have been there in the third. I think it's important to note 2 things. Number one, there are a multitude of consensus boards out there, right? There's the NFL mock draft database, but I will plug RF Hassan's Substack, Wide Left. They compile these draft consensus boards, and RF had the consensus on him was pick 60, and NFL draft mock draft database had him at 61, and the Bucs took him at, what was it, 46. So he would not have been there based on the consensus boards in the third round. So they really got him within the range that he would normally go. The other thing that I will mention is that publicly, maybe teams thought Trotter was a third rounder or a low second. Within NFL teams, he's much more well thought of. And I know teams had him higher on their board. I would not be surprised if there was at least 1 or 2 teams who would have taken him a couple picks after he went to the Bucs if he had been there. So multiple teams, I think, had a high grade on Trotter and wanted him. So
Moving on to Harry Buttle. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Realtor David forgot to take his low T pills today.
All right. That's not cool.
Yeah.
So he's passionate. He does a lot of homework. I know because I interact with Realtor David Zussman online. I will say he is one of those people like he's got a guy he loves, and that's who he's really like. This is the guy that's going to turn the team over. Yeah, no different than us with J-Rod. That's a great point, Scott. So everybody, you hear it. Like, who's the guy you're going to stand on the table for, right? Realtor David Zussman stands on the table for his guys, just like I'm still a Keyshawn Elliott guy. He's still available. I don't think he's gone yet. And I would have been comfortable taking him in the second round. So there are just some guys you really, really like.
Big Burr 90. Thank you for this $5 super chat. Says thoughts on Kyle Lewis and Jalen Kilgore. Why are they falling? Are they guys for us?
I'll speak to Lewis because I'm not familiar very much with Kilgore, but specifically on Lewis, he's positionless is really what it comes down to. If you're going to draft Kyle Lewis, you have to have a very specific plan for him, and you have to have a defense that can fit that plan for him. He played linebacker at Pitt, but he's like 220 pounds. That is light even for today's linebackers. So there's a lot of questions on whether he can bang in the box as an actual linebacker. And if he can't bang in the box as a linebacker, all right, where do you put him? Do you put him at safety? He doesn't have a history at safety, so he'd have to learn that position. I think his best position in the NFL would be as a nickel. He can play that big slot or up against big slots as a heavy nickel. And I think that he could be special there, matching up against a lot of X receivers who keep getting kicked inside by offensive coordinators because it unlocks them for two-way goes. I think Lewis can hang for him, but it's a projection because it's not really the position that he's played. We got to talk to him in Mobile during the Senior Bowl. He wants to play linebacker. Like he has stated, I want to prove people wrong. That's my position. So now if you're going to draft him for nickel, are you going to get him to buy into that? So there's a lot of questions there, but I think it all comes down to the fact that he is positionless. Are you more familiar with Kilgore?
I did a write-up on him with the safeties group. It's hard to see.
Keonte Scott.
Yeah, very similar. Like ran a 4.4 in the 40, so not that crazy different. Solid size overall. He's physical and he's got the speed too, which again, like we kind of said with Keonte Scott, you don't usually get both, but he kind of combines that. Some issues with kind of like awareness and deep in pass coverage. Maybe that's a reason why he dropped, but I can't really speak to why other teams wouldn't be interested in him. I guess Scott was just liked a little bit better, but yeah, it's a little puzzling why Kilgore hasn't been drafted just yet, but I don't know. Maybe he'll come up within the next couple of picks. But yeah, a solid player overall. Didn't hate covering him.
Panthers are on the clock and announcing their pick here. Let's see who they take.
He's got the claw on his other hand. That's funny. Do you remember that Cardinals fan Cortez? He would go with like the shoulder pads and the helmet and like the little tape on the helmet. Willie.
That's a hard name because his name is Will Lee.
Yeah, the third.
But if you say it quick enough, he's just Willie.
Yeah, he's Willie. Willie boy. We have a $5 super chat from Girls Love Football too.
Love that.
Awesome name. Says the Buccaneers trying to mend our broken Mike's hearts. One happy husband in this house. All right, so usually it's happy wife, happy life, but
here it's happy
husband. Let's go club. I was trying to rhyme husband and club.
Happy man, happy fam.
Yeah, happy. Yeah,
36 subs away from 23,001.
We are 36 subscribers away. Top Shelf, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, okay, it's official. we are no longer the nice guy team. With the addition in the offseason and draft, we have some dogs with attitude and killer instinct. 2 glass and take souls. Let's go, Bucs. It's something we talked about with Jason Light in terms of looking at specific positions that they have failed at to a degree. And I think edge rusher is in that. And maybe taking a little bit more of a risk in terms of like character, whatever the case would be at some of these positions. They didn't necessarily do that, but the edge, the attitude. I mean, going back to Trotter, a big thing of his is that he's got a contagious energy. And that's not a bad thing by any means, but a little bit more of these high effort, frenetic type of guys where they've kind of gone with the silent assassins in recent years. And obviously, like Tyke Smith is a good draft pick. You don't want to go away from that, but a little more oomph with these picks. And I think they got that. I think you see it as well with guys like Ashawn Robinson, who they brought in with free agency. Barry says, happy house, happy spouse. Yeah, there you go. Happy spouse, happy house. Yeah.
I like that one. Yep.
But yeah, for sure. Different type of attitude, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, I like that they were able to find talented players with that attitude rather than just chasing the attitude itself and giving up the value of the player and the talent just because you want to get some guys who you probably wouldn't want to run into in a dark alley, right? So like being able to meld the two and find good players who fit the defense, fit the team, and they have this mean streak to them. That is the convergence of, all three worlds. That's the perfect thing there.
Sean D with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you. We appreciate it. Says, great coverage, Pewter Report. At the park with my daughter, what position should the Bucs target in the 4th? Or I think you mean 5th because we are
Defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Scott. I think trenches would be a great place where you can find some value, whether that's on the offensive or the defensive side of the ball. You and I talked yesterday about tight end, but then they just all got picked.
They did.
Scott and I had in multiple mock drafts, Will Kazmarek going in the 6th or 7th round. He went on day 2. When Will Kazmarek is going on day 2, you're not going to find much tight end value on day 3. So they may have to punt on finding additional depth at tight end this year. But I think the trenches is a great place. What I really like is that if you look at the roster now, I don't think that there has to be a position where you're like, they need to target this position. I think they can really let the board fall to them, which they've kind of allowed to happen throughout this weekend so far, and see where's the value. Where can we find a really good player? Maybe it's not at a position where we say we have an extreme need, but it's just raising the floor, challenging somebody who's already on the roster to keep their roster spot. And we'll figure out a way to make this player to unlock this player within our scheme. So, but I think where the value is going to lie is in the trenches, defensive tackle, interior offensive line.
By the way, I want to give another shout out to PrizePicks. Big thanks to them for being the title sponsor of the Pewter Report live draft show and the Pewter Report podcast. Use the code HMA when downloading the PrizePick app, and you can get $50 instantly when you set your first $5 lineup. I'm actually about to show the picks I made with my lineup over at PrizePicks. Going to share my screen in just one moment. Let's see. I always have like 10,000 tabs up when we got this going on. Okie dokie. But yeah, the app is super easy to use. Share screen. There we go. Okay, so the pick I'm about to make. By the way, you can follow me at Matty Matera for if I'm making picks. I know we're on the weekend right now, but if we're going in a regular weekend where we're not working, if I'm making picks, you follow me at Matty Matera. You can see some of the picks that I make. If I don't make them public, I do try to make pretty much all of them public, though. but it's super easy to use. You set your lineups just picking more or less on a couple of different players with their stats. And the pick I'm going with for tonight, when it comes to setting a lineup, I'm doing a 2-pick power play. I love covering the Bucs, but I love all sports as well. And what I hate, though, are the current teams that I root for because they suck. The New York Knicks are down 2-1 against the Atlanta Hawks. They choked in game 2. They had no reason doing that. They lost the other night. Wasn't able to see it. We were doing the Pewter Report live draft show. They need a win desperately. So I'm trying to get that by putting a little cash on CJ McCollum of the Hawks to score more than 19.5 points. I want to be wrong about this, but I also have seen how he's decimated the Knicks thus far this series. Has scored over 20 points in each game. So I like more than 19.5 points for CJ McCollum. And then the only team worse right now than the New York Knicks are the Pittsburgh Penguins, whose season is about to end tonight, likely, because they are going against the Philadelphia Flyers. They're down 3-0 in the series and could potentially get swept tonight. They're on the road again in Philadelphia. It's been a tough series overall. Sidney Crosby still kind of dealing with that knee injury suffered in the Olympics, but he's been relatively quiet. Only, I think, 1 point in the series. Granted, they were shut out in game 2. So I'm going to go less than 2.5 shots on goal. I think he's always been a pass-first guy to begin with. And I just think either the Flyers are going to shut him down or, maybe this bet doesn't hit and he takes a ton of shots and scores a ton of goals. But I just don't see it because when it rains, it pours. So everything's going to go terrible for my teams. Things are going to go great for the Bucs, but specifically my teams outside of the NFL, it's been dreadful right now. So CJ McCollum, more than 19.5 points. Sidney Crosby, less than 2.5 shots on goal. Download the PrizePick app. You can use the promo code HMA. Get $50 in lineups instantly once you set up your first $5 lineup over at PrizePicks.
So, Matt, I'm going to do something that's a little Bucs adjacent, but former offensive coordinator Liam Cohen, now the head coach for the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is maybe the most interesting draft in the entire NFL because they are so far off of the consensus on basically every one of their picks. I'm going to go through these. So in the second round, they took Nate Borkercher, tight end out of Texas A&M. They took him with the 56th overall pick. Borkercher was 163rd on the NFL consensus board.
Yeah. Insane.
Then they took Albert Regis, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Albert Regis was 150th on the consensus. They took him at 81. Emmanuel Pregnon, I think he was maybe a little bit closer. He was 41st on the consensus board. They got him at 88. So there's one where they actually hit above their weight, right, in terms of the pick. Jalen Husky, safety out of Maryland. They took him at 100. He's 187th. And then now they just took in the 4th round Wesley Williams at 119 overall. He's 236 on the consensus board. 236. They are literally marching to the beat of their own drum. This is a make or break draft for James Gladstone, their GM, as proof of concept that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I remember Trevor and Connor freaking out on their show on Bleacher Report, just being like, what is going on? Bailey, I was saying there's got to be a huge draft for Danny Boy Kane. Yeah, another Kane. I just tweeted at him before. Got a response. He said, officially from Danny Boy Kane, says, I'm pretty happy about it. So for those that know Danny Boy Kane, will appreciate it. Yeah. Let's see. By the way, shout out Sean D. We got to your super chat, but good for you for multitasking, parenting, and watching us. Yeah. We appreciate that. Buck for Life, thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Says Taffy, I am that man mold and would be A+ depth. Another player that I wrote up about a little bit during the draft review. He was a redshirt senior, 6 foot 190. Consistently finds himself around plays. Former walk-on turned important contributor. Good football IQ, awareness in zone coverage.
The interesting thing with Taffy is statistically, production-wise, took a step back from 2024 to 2025. Tackles went from 78 to 70. Tackles for loss went from 5.5 to 1. Sacks went from 2 to 1. Passes defense went from 10 to 1. Now, played in less games in 2025.
Right.
Only 10 versus 16 in 2024. So I guess the tackles per game were up. But some of the others, especially the passes defense, he went from a second-team All-American to a first-team All-SEC. So some nice accolades to go with him there. And
7 interceptions in his career, so around the football, solid amount.
Absolutely. Oh, he's a walk-on.
Yeah.
Earned a scholarship. There you go. That's how you
Earn that.
How you show teams that you love ball.
Thank you to Lauren Kennard for this $5 super chat. We appreciate it. It says, do you think we would take a running back this year in the draft? If so, whoo!
I've heard that this draft is not great for running backs.
Yeah, the Notre Dame guys, Mike Washington got taken by the Raiders. And
so
to mess with your guy?
Yeah, I'm worried about it.
Damn. I still haven't gotten over the Broncos just never giving RJ Harvey the ball, and I forgot what playoff game it was. But anyway.
I think if you're drafting a running back, do you think any of the running backs you're going to find on day 3 are better than Sean Tucker? Because if you look at the Bucs top 3, it's a pretty solid top 3. You've got Bucky Irving. Then you've got Kenny Gainwell that they just signed for a decent chunk of change in free agency. And they actually went with the RFA tender on Sean Tucker and gave him a little over $3 million. So do you think anybody who's available here on day 3 is better than Sean Tucker? Probably not. Although the caveat to the contract for Sean Tucker is none of it is guaranteed.
Yeah.
No guaranteed money. They could cut him tomorrow and it would not be a single salary cap penalty. They wouldn't actually owe him $1. So if there is one they really like, it could mean that you're bumping Sean Tucker. I just, from what I've heard from other analysts who I respect, this is not the year to need a running back outside of the top 10 picks. And Jeremiah Love did go in the top 10 picks.
Could have been love.
But it's over now. Okay.
8-1. No, please continue. 813 Randy. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Says, what's the catch with the tight ends? Sharp and Traore. What's the deal with these tight ends?
So I think overall at tight end, lots of guys where there was a lot of value seen actually ended up going earlier than I think most expected.
Yeah.
Specific to these two, let me see here. Trying to see if there's maybe any medical. Traore. So again, Dan Brugler has Traore as a 7th round or priority free agent. He's a 5th-year senior, ran a decent 40 at 4.61, although not a fantastic time for his weight at 249 as a, I'm sorry, 244 as a smaller tight end. And then Sharp, again, got a 7th round grade from Brugler. Similar 4.63 at 249 pounds. So both of those are considered, at least by Dane Brugler, as later picks, late day 3 picks. I'll see where they are on the consensus board. Traore is not even on the consensus board. So that may tell you what the NFL kind of thinks of him. And neither is Sharp. So neither one of them even made it onto the consensus board. So if the Bucs like either one of those guys, I think you're probably seeing them more as a 7th round pick or possibly as an undrafted free agent. And I'm starting to lean that's probably where you're going to see them pick up a tight end is as a UDFA.
Yeah, a little competition for Devin Cole.
Mhm.
I think even Payne Durham. I mean, he's there to block. One catch last season.
Look, I think Bucs fans should be a lot higher on Payne Durham based on the love for J-Rod, because I think 42% of the love for J-Rod was over the stash. Payne Durham has a glorious mustache.
Yeah,
Just the
he's
last time I saw
also
him.
bananas with his Instagram posts.
Yeah, he's legitimately like a phenomenally funny guy.
Very
Like,
funny.
great personality.
Yeah.
So you never want to lose those when you're covering a team, because they're just so much fun to cover.
Yeah, I'm looking up one of his Instagram posts now. His most recent one, this was earlier in the month. He says, "People," is that the one you're reading?
Yeah, but did you see the comment from Levante?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right. So we'll read both. So Payne Durham, his latest Instagram post was April 10th. He said, "People who claim to know jackrabbits will tell you they are primarily motivated by fear." By the way, it's just like a photo dump. It's just like, random events over the past.
So the comment has nothing to do
with jackrabbit, anything
with
like
any of
that.
the
Like I think the
visuals.
first photo he's in France or something, and yeah, he's on trips. Yeah, he went to Europe.
Looks
Anyway.
like he's having a blast.
Yes, for sure. People who claim to know jackrabbits will tell you they are primarily motivated by fear, stupidity, and craziness. But I have spent enough time in jackrabbit country to know that most of them lead pretty dull lives. They are bored with their daily routines, eat, hump, sleep, hop around a bush now and then. No wonder some of them drift over to the line into cheap thrills once in a while. There has to be a powerful adrenaline rush in crouching by the side of a road, waiting for the next set of headlights to come along, then streaking out of the bushes with split-second timing and making it across to the other side, just inches in front of the speeding front wheels. So that's his post. And then Levante David, who just recently retired, said, "Honestly, nobody wants to read these long captions anymore."
Oh my gosh, that's me. So
and not to cut you off, but Koki responded to Levante and said, "Thank you, GOAT." Okay.
So I'm a nothing to do with the evaluation. Payne Durham is from Gwinnett County, Georgia, where I currently live. So I'm rooting for him on a personal level just because of the geography connection there. And again, just a funny personality. You always love.
It'd be
So
too.
he did the photo shoot.
Yeah, with Devin Culp.
I remember that one.
Levante David commented on that one with a face palm.
I would love. It'd be too difficult. I would love to try to memorize one of his like crazy captions and then like say it to Scott while I'm on the show, like as I'm trying to like just talk fact about something. Because there's no way he looks at Payne Durham's Instagram.
Oh my god.
Oh man. My favorite part of these shows are when we go off the rails. So
Yes.
thank you to Payne Durham for.
I'm gonna share a Payne Durham story because it was from draft weekend last year. So obviously a lot of people, when the Emeka Egbuka pick came through, lots of people were surprised, right? Lots of Bucs fans. And while I think Bucs fans got behind it pretty quickly, the initial reaction that they didn't take an edge rusher, they didn't take a linebacker, was one a little bit on the negative side. And I was going back and forth like, this is what the Bucs are thinking with it. And somebody replied back like, they don't need another wide receiver, they have Payne Durham. To which I replied like, we're really gonna argue for snaps away from an Emeka Egbuka for Payne Durham? And about 20 minutes later, I've got a DM from Payne Durham saying, I'd like to see the field.
Yeah.
And he was such a great sport about it.
Yeah.
He's like, hey,
no,
man.
he's mad cool. He's a great interview. That's
Yeah.
why we had him for our training camp diary. I think last season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think last season.
No, he's awesome.
He has talked about he loves being a human battering ram for the Bucs. So,
Yep.
yeah.
He will sell out for the concept.
Billy, did we
Love
hear
those
from
guys.
Keonte Scott?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if
You look to be in the desert somewhere. So maybe you just wandering around.
Couple of linebackers of note have come off the board recently. One to a division rival, Kendall Daniels.
Scott's gonna be
Oklahoma
upset about that one.
went 134 overall to the Atlanta Falcons.
Have you ever seen the play Oklahoma?
I have. It's actually my mother loves show tunes
Me too.
and grew up playing them in our household, and I grew an affinity for them. I actually introduced my daughter to Oklahoma about 2 months ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I have not seen it. I'm just curious if you saw it.
I have. I'm a fan. So
Cool. Jason Ruggiero, like the Sopranos episode, Mr. Ruggiero's Neighborhood. Or it might be Mrs. Ruggiero's Neighborhood. Anyway, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, fantastic job this weekend for both Pewter Report and the Bucs. Thank you. Thanks for saying us first, too.
yeah,
This team should be a lot better this year. For sure. On paper, it was a combination of free agency was about the depth, and then they need to hit a home run with this draft. And they knocked one out of the park right away with Reuben Bain. There is no argument there. The rest of these, Trotter again, probably the most negative one, just based on outside noise.
Yep.
The rest of it, though, have all fallen in line in terms of making this team better, which is the goal every offseason. How do you get better than the year before? So,
I think they've again addressed the positions of need without reaching for picks. That's always a good idea. And then beyond just the positional, can you understand how that player fits within the room and fits within the concept of the team? I think every one of these picks has done that. You can create the argument for this is what they were thinking, and if it turns out, which every team, that's what you have to say about draft picks. None of them have played an NFL snap, but if it turns out that the team evaluation does that fit within the scheme and the concept of the team, it does. I'm really high on this draft so far, and it sounds like you are as well.
I wish I could. I can't say that on the show. Buck 76. Thanks for the $4.99. I think you guys know what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Thanks for the $4.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Bucks 76 says Bane gives me an Adrian Claiborne vibe. Ooh. 100% different, just a gut feeling. P.S. Ask Scott about the swashbuckler he used to live next to.
When he comes back in the room, we will absolutely do that.
As soon as he walks in the door, everyone be like, tell us about the swashbuckler he used to live next to.
By the way, I meant to tell you, I told my brother your dad joke.
Oh, nice. What do you think?
He literally fell out of his chair.
Yeah. Hey, everybody in the chat. How do you fit an elephant into a subway? You take the S out of sub and the F out of way. Adrian Claiborne vibe, though.
Heavy end, or a heavy end body type at over 260 pounds. Short arms. Claiborne had a medical condition that affected the arm length on one of his arms. So I can see some of the parallels. What's interesting, and I don't think I've gotten a chance to talk about it. So I'll bring it. Well, I mentioned it to you when I was off camera, but I'd love to expand on it a little bit more. I feel like Bane the career arc for him could be one, and this has happened with some Bucs players where initially I'm a little lower on him than most, but by the end of his career, I feel like I'm going to be the guy defending him because I could see him having over the next 4 years averaging 6 to 8 sacks a year. Right.
Okay.
Never becoming that double-digit sack guy that the Bucs are consistently looking for, and that you would hope to get with your first-round pick, especially in the top half of the draft. But every year he creates 13 to 15 sacks. It's just half of them don't go in his stat sheet.
And it doesn't look as pretty when you're looking at it.
So all of a sudden, Yaya's a 10-sack guy, and people are praising Yaya. He finally did it. But Yaya is really the same guy that he was last year, right? It's just he finishes a couple that Bane creates for him, or Keonte gets a few, or Vita gets a couple more, or some of the linebackers, because Bane just creates a presence that has to be accounted for, creates space for everyone else. And so you don't necessarily see it again in his stat sheet in the form of sacks. Maybe he's a high pressure guy, but he is absolutely contributing to the scheme at a high level, where surface level, you're like, it was a disappointing pick. And I'm the guy going, it was a home run pick.
Right.
Better than I thought it was. And it becomes this full circle moment. So thoughts?
You're the king of the contrarians.
Yes, I love pushing back against any narrative.
Edwin Mill, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Says, could the two fits be packages to move up here?
It's possible.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. No doubt about it.
That'd be nice. So I can have one viewer article.
Yeah, there you go. Bailey could.
For those of you who maybe didn't hear Bailey off camera, what you have is a professional writer who doesn't want to write as much.
You are a professional, though. So
Yes, in the technical sense of the word, yes.
You are paid to write.
Two different entities.
See? You're doubly professional.
I've tricked two
A
different
super
entities.
I've tricked.
You are an extremely talented writer. I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about. Tricking people.
Another place where everybody can go and do their writing is over at Rate Game. Make sure you download the Rate Game app. It's absolutely free. You can use it on. You can download it on iOS and Android. We're super excited to partner up with Rate Game. Rate Game Sports is where sports fans rate every game that they watch. You can think of it as a letterboxd, but for sports. The ratings, the reviews, the memories of games that matter. That's what you're doing over at Rate Game. There's been over 200,000 ratings from sports fans in 126 countries. It's not about betting, not about fantasy, just about the games and the experiences the way they were meant to be. Like I mentioned before, it's free, absolutely free on iPhones and Android. You can scan the QR code that I'm about to put up on the screen right there. Make sure you follow them too. You can follow them on X and Instagram. They are at RateGame_sports, and subscribe to their YouTube channel at RateGameSports. They have a daily show in the morning as well during the week that you can check out. It's great to engage with the football community, especially when football season gets here. They have an open live chat as well. It's great to do it for the sports going on right now. I just gave a rating and a review for the Lightning Canadiens game yesterday that unfortunately did not go in the favor of the Bolts, but you can do it for current games of, even teams that you're not a fan of. It builds a whole community, so I'm excited to give out more reviews, especially when football season arrives with the Bucs playing. So make sure you check out Rate Game Sports. See the best games from the week as well. You can see what other people are talking about. Get in that chat, get in that community as well. So head to the App Store, search Rate Game Sports, or scan the QR code on the screen. Shout out to our friends over at Rate Game. Scott, there was a...
Tell us about the swashbuckler.
Yeah, tell us about the swashbuckler you used to live next to.
Who's asking that?
Apparently, the swashbuckler.
It was...
Aaron?
Bucs 76, I think.
Aaron?
Yes. Buck 76 doesn't have a name.
Yeah.
He's wearing sunglasses, so he's being incognito.
Her name is Aaron.
Anything of note
Nice.
that he would...
He just said, P.S.
Spend
Ask Scott about the
$5 to ask you
swashbuckler
about
he
it?
used to live next to.
Aaron, she was a swashbuckler when this was 1994.
All right.
Her name is Aaron. Short hair, blonde. Kind of like Josie Bassett.
Okay.
Ish haircut back in the day.
What was their 40-yard dash?
We did have the comment before you did that ad read
Yeah.
about the Bucs moving up, using the two fits to move up. That would be paying a huge premium. So NFL teams typically still use the Jimmy Johnson trade chart. So the Bucs at 155, that's worth 29 points. They also have pick 160, which is worth 27 points. That would be 56 points total. I don't know how many picks were into the fifth round at this point, but
Just started.
what pick number are we at?
The Dolphins took Kyle Lewis.
Ooh, okay. Dolphins have taken a few players that I am a fan of. So pick 141 would be worth 36 points. So that would be an overpay unless they're getting something back, maybe a 2027 pick. So I wouldn't expect them to package both of those picks to move up, maybe one of the fifths and a sixth or a seventh to make the math work on each end of the equal sign.
Ephesians prize stock to 49ers.
Prize stock to the 49ers.
Oh, the Bengals are taking Colby Young, Georgia wide receiver.
Okay, another Georgia player off the board.
How many Georgia players is
There's
that?
one thing that the Bengals
Yeah, right. The Bengals, they should just make every pick all defense.
I want to look up something with the Bengals.
That Bengals Bears game was insane last year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Texas A&M, Washington, Auburn. Where did their most recent one go to? Georgia. They do not take players outside of Power 4 teams.
True.
Like, and it's partly because their scouting
I was
department
about to say,
is
don't they
so
have like
small.
the smallest scouting
Yep.
department? Yeah.
And they don't use any of the independent scouting services to help funnel. So they just don't know anything about anyone outside of like any G5 schools, any schools from other divisions. If you're not a Power 5 school or Power 4 school, you're the Bengals are not going to draft a player from you. Fun fact. Fun Fromer's fact. I'll ask the chat to give me the movie that I just referenced with my Fun Fromer's.
Fifth round has started.
Fifth round has started.
Yeah. The Houston Wade Woodaz is on the clock.
So we're about 15 picks, a little less than 15 picks from the Bucs.
I like that they kind of go bam, bam. Not too much of a gap.
And barring any trades, earlier we talked about the Bills going back to back. The Browns are going to have 3 out of 4 picks and 4 out of 8 between 146 and 152.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, 46.
And we're in the 5th round, so we may find another Shador Sanders.
48, 49, 152.
Josh, you can say
Oh,
Browns
the
have
internet.
monopoly.
They do have a monopoly of the board. I like what you did there. That was clever.
Hey, now.
You know,
You're an all-star?
agreement's over.
Shout out Smash Mouth. R.I.P. The lead singer.
Yeah. Also makes me think of, do you remember the movie Rat Race?
Yes, of course. I distinctly remember it watching, coming home from a Jets game once. With my friend driving us home.
Huge
was
A.B.
fan.
Smart fan.
Cuba Gooding Jr. is the ref.
Yep. Also had the guy who plays, what was it, Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a race. It's a race.
Yeah, dope movie.
Since we're getting close to picks, I want you to go grab some lunch. They have some lunch in there.
I like lunch.
And we'll do a hockey shift. And
All right.
I will take over for about 10 minutes.
Hockey shift.
We are on the move, folks. New people coming in.
Power play line coming on.
Hopefully better than the Colts.
All right, Pewter people, Scott Reynolds and myself, Adam Slavon, are on the live draft show. Really excited to get into day 3. So the Bucs, they have made 1 pick so far, and they have selected Miami defensive back Keonte Scott. Scott, I'm going to ask you, what do you think about the pick and really the identity that the Bucs defense is really building?
I like the pick a lot. A player that really wasn't on our radar, but it makes a ton of sense. It just does because he's a versatile defensive back. Todd Bowles loves versatility in the secondary. He can play nickel. He can play probably either one of the safety positions. He has speed. That's another thing Todd Bowles likes. He's physical. He's a blitzer, 5 sacks last year. I think Josh Capo said it best. The emphasis is getting to and affecting the quarterback. And this is another one of those players that checks that box. So I like it. And even though he wasn't necessarily on our radar, you look at the fact that he didn't go in round 3, like some people had suggested. I think it's great value getting him in the 4th round.
Oh, definitely great value. I know Dane Brugler had him as like a 2nd, 3rd round kind of guy, but really like his versatility and what he brings as I think he checks a lot of boxes as a Todd Bowles defensive back. You have the versatility to really play on the outside and the nickel. I'd be curious. He's probably going to be more of a nickel player with Parrish in the mix to kick outside a little bit. And it's interesting because it seems like every year the Bucs go out and they find another player to play the nickel. They had Izzian, then they had Ty Key, then they had Parrish. It seems like Scott's next in line.
Yeah, and J.J. Roberts, too. You can throw him in the mix. It just makes the Bucs secondary even that much deeper. You know, the NFC South, I think we're looking at the tale of two halves here. You have the haves and the have-nots. And even though the Saints finished last in a very downtrodden division, I mean, the division winner was 8-9. There's a logjam of 3, 8, and 9 teams. I like what the Saints are doing. I think this is a really good draft for New Orleans.
They're knocking it out of the park. A lot of Bucs best
They
bets
really
here.
are. A lot of players that were on the Bucs radar. Oscar Delp and Christian Miller were players that came in for official 30 visits. Jordan Tyson, obviously a fantastic wide receiver. Some would say the best receiver in the draft, not named Carnell Tate. I think others might say he's just the best receiver in the draft when healthy. Jeremiah Wright was a player that I loved. I know there were some in the Bucs organization that really loved him too. Big, physical, brutish guard.
He's mean.
Mean dude.
Ooh.
Yeah. Big, when I say big, like 330 pounds. Bryce Lance is a big, tall, fast receiver that's going to stretch the field vertically.
And big time production for the Bison. I want to say like the past 2 seasons, he had like 23 touchdowns, something crazy like that.
So outside of helping the defense, it's Kellen Moore's offense round 1, Kellen Moore's offense round 3, Kellen Moore's offense round 4, with both of those players Wright and Lance. So outside of Tampa Bay's draft, this is a draft that I really, really like. I think the New Orleans Saints, unfortunately, because I hate the Saints, are having a really good draft. I can't say the same thing about the Falcons. Now, they don't have a first-round pick. Kendall Daniels, I did like. He was a draft crush for me. The Bucs had a formal visit with him at the Combine. He was on their radar.
In the 4th round, though?
That's a little rich. That's a little rich.
Maybe 6th round.
Yeah, that's a little rich for me. But this draft does not move the needle for me. Their offseason has not moved the needle for me. The hiring of Kevin Stefanski did not move the needle for me. I think the Falcons are going backwards from 8 and 9.
Definitely. Yeah, they had a good program. Late in the season, they were kind of going on a run, but they're not building on that momentum at all.
No.
I don't think. And
No, not at all.
You're bringing in Tua and Michael Penix, and you're kind of like, this is going to be our quarterback situation this year. Really feels like a transition year, probably toward a rebuild.
Yeah, and just not sold on Stefanski. Your thoughts on him?
Stefanski, I think he got a lot of praise in Cleveland, but I don't know if that praise was necessarily warranted for the job he did in building it. And he had a lot of talent there when Baker Mayfield was also in the mix, but I don't really think he's the kind of coach that's really going to invigorate and provide the spark that the Falcons need.
Yeah. Panthers are on the clock right now. Let's take a look at what they've done so far, and we'll update the graphic once we know the pick. But I think kind of a solid and okay up and down. You know, if you were to say this draft, it's kind of like, you know, I don't want to say hit miss like that in order, but like when you hit miss, it's kind of like a 500 record, right? Kind of the Falcons or the Panthers last year, 8 and 9. They won a game, they lost a game. They won a game, they lost a game. They won a game that they couldn't make up their mind if they were good or bad. And so they ended up on top of the division, but they ended up also 8 and 9. This draft kind of feels a little 8 and 9-ish to me. I don't know that they've gotten better. I don't know that their draft is necessarily bad, though. Sly?
Yeah, if we give the Saints, let's say maybe an A-, and you give the Falcons, I don't know, C-, you
I
give
would give
the
the Falcons
Panthers
probably a D, honestly.
you'd give the Panthers probably a B grade, I'd say so far. I like
Yeah.
the Lee Hunter pick.
Yeah.
I think Freeling has some upside for what they want to do along the offensive line. Brazel's interesting in the third round as a wide receiver because you see him in a 6'4" frame and you're like, yeah, he could be a big play guy for Bryce Young. But at the same time, there is some risk there. And I prefer Ted Hurst over Brazel all day long, even though Brazel went first.
Yeah, for sure. So let's take a look now at our Bucs best bets. They're obviously on day 3 getting obliterated. That's we're running out of players here. Let's start on the offensive side. We're down to 2 guys.
Oh man,
we're
a lot of red.
Yeah, we're down to Jalen Daniels from KU, which I don't want them to draft him because
he's Kansas. Yeah,
but I don't necessarily see them drafting him. He will be an undrafted free agent, I would guess. But that's what you do. Sometimes you bring in players for undrafted, for official 30 visits, like they did with a lot of these tight ends that are fringe round 6, 7 guys. As you bring them in, you establish a relationship, say, hey, if we don't draft you, if you go undrafted, we want you here. We brought you in here. You met all the coaches, the GMs, we like you a lot. We're thinking about drafting you. If for some reason we don't in round 6 or 7, we want you on our team.
Like a priority undrafted free agent. Exactly. Really like the route they did last year with JJ Roberts.
That's right.
They brought him
recruiting visit. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other one here is Nebraska running back Emmett Johnson. Now, I like Johnson before the team signed Kenneth Gainwell. And I think right now the running back room is really too rich. Like you have Irving and Gainwell are going to get a lot of touches. Obviously, they still want to involve Sean Tucker a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you also have Josh Williams too from LSU. So there's 4 really talented running backs. Don't think that's the direction Tampa Bay goes here.
I agree. It would be a luxury pick.
Yeah.
Of all luxury picks right now, for sure. On the defensive side,
there's some options.
A couple guys left. We are down to 3. DeMonte Capehart, which I think in round 5 here could be one of the picks for the Buccaneers. I wouldn't be surprised if they went DeMonte Capehart. They want to get another defensive tackle. There's been a run on the position. A lot of the guys they like are already gone. So this would be a player that I could see them taking. Nadeem Tucker is also another guy. 5th or 6th round, I think, is probably where he would be best suited.
We both talked to him at the Senior Bowl, and I just love his energy. I love his juice. I mean, you look at the Bucs draft so far, Scott, and it's like that's all they've added is a bunch of juice, a bunch of high energy. Nadeem Tucker, he had that one really good season at Western Michigan. Yes, he's an older prospect, but if you're bumping Chris Braswell off the roster, you want a guy who can maybe come in as a pass rush specialist. I like Tucker.
Yeah, he'll be a demon on special teams too. What's keeping him from getting more play is he's a one-year wonder, right? He had that one big season at Western Michigan last year, 4 forced fumbles, 14.5 sacks. But then he also turns 26 later this year. He's an older prospect. But like he was telling me and maybe selling me at the Combine and also at the Senior Bowl, he didn't start playing football till his senior year of high school. And then he went to Hutchinson Community College in Kansas and then on to Houston, where he didn't really play at all. He's like, I've got so much tread left on my tires. I've hardly played.
Yeah.
So it's not like age has anything to do with it in terms of, me needing an oil change, a tire rotation. He's really almost like not a used car, more of like a newer used car.
Yeah, one that's been detailed, has those fresh tires on it. And you say that, and I kind of think of Al-Quadin Muhammad a little bit because he's 30 years old, but he broke out last year for the Lions. So it's really never too late. Now, you don't really want to take older prospects, but the Bucs aren't opposed to it either. And when you look at it so far, they've drafted a lot of young guys, a lot of 21-year-olds, as Mike Beal said last night. But perhaps Tucker is worth taking a flyer on.
I wouldn't mind it one bit because if you look at the future of that outside linebacker room, we know it does not include Chris Braswell, right?
No.
Maybe as soon as this year he's off the roster. Anthony Nelson, I think this is probably his last year in Tampa, right? If he makes the team. Todd Bowles loves him. He does play a value in special teams, so I can see that. But after that, who are your keepers? Let's flip the script. Who are the keepers? Yaya Diaby, they want to give him a contract extension.
Probably $20 million a year.
Yeah.
I'd say with the market the way it is right now.
Right. Then you're keeping Reuben Bain. He's your first round pick.
Oh yeah.
David Walker has 3 years left. There's 3. Al-Quadin Muhammad signed a 1-year deal at age 31.
If they like him, maybe another 1-year deal, but
Right. So, but that's 3 guys in 2027 that you know of. That's it. 3 out of the 5.
Mhm.
So if you take Nadeem Tucker this year, you throw him in the mix and see if he can make the team. And if he can, if he pushes someone like Nelson off the roster, then he's a player that has a chance of ascending up the depth chart after Al-Quadin Muhammad moves on.
and I know this isn't a super chat, but I do like this comment here. What happened to Mo Kamara? Remember, you guys were high on him and had a draft grade on him last year. Is he officially a bust? So now did he sign a future contract?
He did. He's back here, but didn't really move the needle in practice. Similar career arc as Jose Ramirez.
Yep.
Very productive college player, undersized, kind of twitchy, has some tools, worth taking a chance on. But it ultimately, didn't really work out for Jose Ramirez, and it might not for Mo Kamara. Interesting. Eagles trade for Grenard.
Ooh, it looks like the Panthers, Scott. They
Sam
went
Hecht.
with a K-Stater.
Sam Hecht. Good player. Had a chance to talk with him at the Combine and the Senior Bowl, and he was a very good, kind of hardworking, self-made. I think it's a bit of a steal here in the 5th round to get him.
Yeah.
I've seen him as high as the 3rd round. I know Brandon Thorne, who is a huge
guru
when it comes to offensive line. He really liked the selection or I should say the prospect of Sam Hecht. I'm sure he loves the selection of him in the 5th round. This is a steal, I think, for Carolina. Good player.
Yeah, definitely. And they're continuing. We mentioned it last night with the keep pounding mantra.
Yeah.
They're beefing up the trenches to run the ball.
2 offensive linemen selected now by Carolina in Monroe Freeling and now Sam Hecht out of K-State.
So where are we at in terms of how many more picks until the Bucs are on the clock? It has to be getting pretty close.
We're getting pretty close. This is going to be the Browns round because the pick is in. They've got 1, 2, 3.
Wait, go up a little bit. I thought they had 4.
They had 4. They made another trade. So they traded one of their picks to Seattle, who's on the clock. So the Browns had 4 picks. The Fighting Todd Munkins. Now they're down to 3 picks in the round.
I love it. We got the Todd Munkins, the John Spytex, Liam Cohen's.
I know.
Dave Canales'. Canal Pals.
You get your start here in Tampa.
Yeah.
Right? And you go elsewhere and flourish. So, right now, so the Seahawks are on the clock, followed by the Browns again, then the Raiders, then the Dolphins, then the Browns, then the Packers, then the 49ers, then the Buccaneers. So probably figure somewhere between 15 to 25 minutes, depending on how quickly they want to take these guys. The Browns just selected Parker Brailsford from Alabama. And before that, the Chargers took Nick Barnett, a defensive tackle out of South Carolina. I'm going to keep an eye on the Raiders here because they've kind of been sniping some of the players the Buccaneers have liked. Mike Washington and Traden Stukes among them.
And K'Ron Crawford.
Yeah.
So, Scott, after taking Keonte Scott, who you think will probably be the nickel option, where should the Bucs go here in the 5th round? I know they have 2 picks in a very short time frame.
Yeah.
Do you think they go defensive line, offensive line?
I would go like DeMonte Capehart. I think he's a player that and that's just because he's a Bucs best bet. He is a big, athletic, maybe underachieving a little bit.
But the whole
defensive
Clemson
tackle.
defense underachieved last year.
Agreed.
You could say.
It really did. From T.J. Parker to Wade Woodaz to Peter Woods to DeMonte Capehart. For whatever reason, the underachieving bug hit them like a flu.
Yeah.
And everybody caught it. And that team, from their record to the play on the field, just kind of collapsed a little bit. But here's the thing. You get this young athletic kid in there with 31-year-old Vita Vea, 2-time Pro Bowler. 31-year-old Ashawn Robinson, who's not going to put up with shit, right?
Neither will Nacho.
Right. And Nacho's the same way, 32. So you put this guy in with a bunch of grown men, and I think they're going to help this kid grow up the right way and say, hey, like, this is how we do it. We don't loaf. We don't take plays off, do it the right way, like do it the way the coaches want it done, use your technique and be a professional.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of this. That's kind of maybe been a thing that's been a little underplayed, is when you bring these, as Grace Point says, John Spy knows what you're thinking, son. And I know what John Spy's
It's
thinking too.
telepathic.
Yeah. I still text with my buddy John Spytek. But yeah, that's what you have to kind of factor in with some of these older players too, is when you draft these young players, like, you don't think that Al-Quadin Muhammad, who is a Miami Hurricane himself, is going to take Ruben Bain under his wing? Of course he is, right? I mean, not only is he a Buccaneer, but they've got that Hurricane lineage. And so that's what you want. And Al-Quadin Muhammad, this is a business, and he knows he's here for 1 year, maybe 2. He also knows he's 31. He is closer to the end of his career than he is the beginning of it. And why not pass along what you've known, what you've learned in this game to the younger generation? That's how you pay it forward. And I think that's what guys like Al-Quadin Muhammad and Ashawn Robinson, they're good leaders, even
they're
though
good mentors for a lot of the mentees.
Right. Yeah, that's the word, mentor.
And when you look at the defensive line position, I was talking with Greg Auman, also known as Almanac, in the media room, and it's like, if they draft a defensive tackle like Capehart, what is really the path to seeing the field in 2026? I feel like it'd be more of a redshirt year, because you already have Vita, you have Kalijah, you have Elijah, Ashawn, and Rakeem.
Yeah.
The organization's high on Jason Jones, Elijah Simmons. They still have Nash Hutmacher. It's like, there's a lot of defensive tackle there. There. So if you draft Capehart, probably more of a long-term play. Yeah,
but at the same time, you're bringing in Nacho for a 1-year veteran minimum type deal.
That's fair. Yeah.
And you put the bulls in the ring and say, may the best man win, right? And that's just how it is sometimes. And it's your job to come in and take somebody's job. John Gruden's very famous for saying that. It's like, I'm drafting you to come in here and take someone's job. And while you want to be a good teammate, you don't want animosity, you want the all for one for all, type of mentality in your locker room and on the practice field. At the same time, there's only so many seats at the table. There's only 53 guys on the roster. And it's your job to come in and take somebody's job. It's dog eat dog. It's kill or be killed. And how bad do you want it? And so for a player that comes in like any of these guys in day 3, that should be your attitude, is to come in and steal someone's job and make a name for yourself and a place for yourself on the roster.
I do like this comment. Going over 2 players that are still available here in the 5th round. Michael Trigg, the tight end from Baylor, and then Hezekiah Masses, a corner from California. I really like Hezekiah Masses. He kind of took the Noel Williams route, where he transferred to Cal. Noel Williams had 7 interceptions in 2024. And then Masses, he goes over from Florida International. He goes there, has 5 interceptions, Scott. And really like his ball hawking. He's more of a tall, lanky corner that I think would fit well in Tampa Bay's defense, and they could still stand to add another corner into the mix, because you're looking at it and you're like, okay, you have Zion McCollum, you have Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish will probably play there. I wouldn't say full time, but maybe carve out a role a little bit. Hezekiah Masses would be a fun option.
Yeah, I like him. Trigg is a good player. He had some great catches against Kansas State and Baylor's win over my Wildcats this year. I like him, but at the same time, I'm not sold on. I think there's some character things there that have caused him to fall a little bit. So,
and you don't want that out of your tight end.
No, not at all.
Right now, they got a bunch of good guys. They got Kate Otten.
he's the goodest of all the good guys, right?
Mr. Reliable.
Yeah. Just taking a gander at some of the news here and see if there's anything that
is this true about
the Saints get Tyree Wilson, former 1st-round pick of the Las Vegas Raiders. That was not picked by
he was
John Spytek.
6th or 7th overall in that draft.
Yeah,
I want to say 6'6". Like, he's a bigger frame,
huge guy. Yeah, very athletic guy. Just has not. Almost kind of like a Shamar Stewart type. So. The Raiders are now on the clock at 150, and the Buccaneers picks are rapidly coming in here. We're inching closer towards Tampa Bay's picks.
Is there somebody you're pounding the table for here in the 5th round for this team?
I don't think you can have enough trench players, in my opinion. I think they also need another inside linebacker, and I wouldn't be surprised if if they get Jimmy Rolder here from Michigan.
I want to say he's off the board.
Oh, did he go already?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to in the fourth
Where
round.
did he go in the fourth round?
The
All right.
Lions.
Oh, the Lions. All right. Yeah. Shoot, that's a
That's a
Lions.
match made in heaven right
That's
there.
the Lions type linebacker right there. Yeah. And I can see that. Yeah, he did. He went to, yeah. This is what happens when you take a lunch break around here and you shove your food in your face. You're not watching the TV, and some of the
And they're
guys that you
flying
like.
on the third day.
Yeah.
5 minutes a pick.
Kyle Lewis was another player that
Yeah.
that the Bucs like, that I like, but you can see the frame there. He looks like a safety. I mean,
He does.
And he went to the Dolphins, and I understand why he went to the Dolphins, because they got the partner in crime from the Senior Bowl, Jacob Rodriguez. They're trying to bring Mobile to Miami, because both those players absolutely showed out.
At one point, we had the love affair with both of them.
I know.
We were doing mock drafts, and we're like, oh, man, Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis, let's put them together. But, yeah, you look at it, and it's like Levante David was 230 pounds. He was more of the thinner mold. I mean, Jacob Rodriguez is 230 pounds. But Lewis at 220, he's a thin 220, man. And with his speed, I think he's more of like a hybrid nickel in the NFL.
I agree. This would be a good time to let everybody know that we're inching closer. We're
crushing it.
We need 34 more subscribers by the end of today to reach 23,100. Why? Because we already hit 23,000 on Thursday. So we're over 23,000 subscribers on our Pewter Report TV YouTube channel. That's free. Just hit the subscribe button. You help us out. Also, hit notifications too. When I come out with the Pewter Pulse, when Adam comes out with a top 10 takeaways, when we go live with the Pewter Report podcast or have an emergency podcast, you'll get a notification to tune in. So check that out. Now, we already hit our original goal of $1,200 on Thursday, my birthday. You all made my birthday so special. Loved it. Love you for it. We decided, okay, well, let's just shoot for the moon. Let's just raise it to $2,000. We've already surpassed that. We've already surpassed $2,000, and we're not even done with day 3 yet.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for achieving this goal too. Let's just see how high we can go, and I'll let you know on Monday.
We keep
where
pushing
we stand.
back the goalposts. But
I know.
like Chase McLaughlin, you guys are automatic. You're coming through here.
Yeah.
So we really appreciate it.
We need 15 more Pewter Report TV channel members, just 15 more to reach 250. We're at 235 right now. Actually, I think we had one more join, so we're probably at 14. So thank you so much. Please decide to support our channel monetarily. And we give you different options from $3.99 to $24.99 per month. But every little bit helps, because it helps our travel budget. Sly, you've been a big beneficiary. You've been
I've loved it. Yeah.
You've been to Mobile. You've been to
New York.
with Matt when the Bucs and Jets had joint practice at the Giants facility of all places.
Yeah, and that was when Aaron Rodgers just came in. They were on Hard Knocks. It was quite a spectacle. And I remember we broke the news that Russell Gage, unfortunately, suffered that season-ending injury, but we were able to break it because we were live there and on the scene.
And not just that, but also you were there with J.J. Roberts toward his ACL.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bad luck kind of thing.
Or maybe it's Matt. We just won't tell Matt.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
But then we've also been to Jacksonville for the joint practice there. We go to the Combine, the NFL annual meeting. So you all really support this channel with your views, with your free subscriptions by hitting the subscribe button, but also monetarily with the super chats and with your subscriptions, with your memberships. We can't thank you enough. It's absolutely awesome. We have a couple super chats to get to. I see them coming in, so let's handle some
away here.
Let's handle some business here, Sly.
Yes, sir.
Benjamin James 9862. What do you guys think of Red Murdoch out of Buffalo as a 6th or 7th round pick? I like him.
I do.
I don't know that I love him. I think he's a hard hitter. He's more like a Josiah Trotter type. He's not really great in coverage. I don't know if you want a duplication of efforts or if the Buccaneers just have a new type at linebacker now, but maybe that's how I see that.
And he had a lot of production at Buffalo this past season. I think his initial path in the 6th, 7th round would be a special teamer, but he seems, I remember standing and listening to him talk, he'd be a fun special teamer.
For sure. Another super chat here to get to from Scratched Scuffed. SR. Is ASU cornerback Abney a fit? Why the big fall? Thanks.
He was seen as like a third, fourth round pick.
Yeah, Keith Abney out of Arizona State. Not sure what, I mean, I really didn't study the cornerbacks a whole bunch this year because the Buccaneers just didn't show a lot of interest in him. We spent a lot of time on linebackers and defensive linemen and all of that. 5'9", 188 pounds, not the biggest guy. So ran a 4.45. I'm not sure why he had a fall, for this. If it's a medical thing, if it's a character thing, if it's just a preference with other teams, I don't know. But
so doing the cornerback preview, I did it this year, and the biggest knock on him, looking at various scouting reports, looking at the film, was that he had wild tendencies, and you don't really want that from the cornerback position. I know Todd Bowles has spoken about Zion McCollum getting bored out there at times, but if you're going out there, you're lunging for the football.
Yeah,
it's hard in terms of the passing game, because the Bucs, they've really struggled against the pass in recent years. They've allowed backup quarterbacks, third string guys to have really big days. So if you're going to take a cornerback with those concerns, it's not really a fit, and perhaps other NFL teams see it the same way.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for that super chat. We'll see if they continue to address the secondary, if they go with another spot on defense, maybe like linebacker or defensive line. I think that there was a big run on linebackers, and I'm not sure really who's left at this standpoint in time. We're going to welcome Matt Matera back in as the Buccaneers are nearing a pick here in the 5th round, probably just 5 or 10 minutes away. Justin Joly from NC State, one of the tight ends the Buccaneers were looking at, just went to the Broncos, who made a trade.
Hello, everybody. Doing the hockey shift, doing the Macarena, getting through. Is this your water?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Here's your cap.
No cap.
No cap. Yes, cap. All right. Back in the swing of things. How we doing, everybody?
Matt Matera joins the program again. And Matt, we are perilously close to one of 2 5th-round picks.
Yes, I like that it's back to back,
Buccaneers,
kind of swinging in that way.
Yeah.
Good to have.
And so the Packers pick is in the 49ers, and then the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers, actually, the pick is in for the 49ers. So, yeah, we're on day 3, so you know how fast and
rapidly.
furious it goes. So that means that the Bucs are now on the clock. Buccaneers on the clock. Jager Burton, a center out of Kentucky, went to the Packers. And the 49ers have made a pick. We have not seen what that is. I'm going to try to find out what this pick is here for Tampa Bay. Justin Jefferson went to the Browns, linebacker, undersized linebacker, but a player that the Buccaneers had expressed some interest in, but like Kyle Lewis, really undersized. So
Interesting where they could go now, because Jolie did seem kind of like that answer.
I'm thinking DeMonte Capehart here. I think this might be a spot where they could get him, solidify some defensive tackle depth. Although they brought in a slew of tight ends too. So
Right, they did talk to so many.
Yeah. And with Justin Joly off the board, maybe they get a little antsy and say, well, we better grab a tight end here while we still have some.
True.
So that.
Are you worried at all about Capehart's character concerns?
I don't think so. Oh yeah, I saw these. Yeah, those have been kind of known for some time. So the tight ends that are still left that they have brought in for 30 visits: Cincinnati tight end Joe Royer, LSU tight end Bauer Sharp, Syracuse tight end Dan Villari, Mississippi State tight end Sadhu Torora. So
Yeah, it seems like every year there's that one position where you talk about, oh, the Bucs need to address it, and then they're just not able to address it based on how the board falls. And there's a chance that tight end ends up being that position this year.
Last year was linebacker, right?
Yes, it was. That's immediately what I was thinking.
There was a couple of linebackers they liked, and they were all got taken, and they just said, all right, we're not getting a linebacker this year, rather than force a
We're
pick.
just going to trust it in free agency. But yeah, thanks to everyone that is watching us throughout all 3 days, whether you did it one day, every day, no matter what. It's been so much fun doing this show, interacting with everybody, interacting with our coworkers as well, and Bucs Media. So thank you, everyone.
I'd love to see Nadeem Tucker, too, if they double dipped.
Yeah, why not?
It's so funny how all these picks come rapid fire, and then they stall out, right? Like
Go to commercial break.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's not a consistency to it. It's a start and stop type of thing. Yeah, Nadeem Tucker's still available.
Yeah. I think it's because he's going to be old man this summer.
Yeah.
26 years old.
That is a bit high. A little bit.
Yeah, the other thing too is the Buccaneers, are they going to draft another outside corner? Because that's kind of a position of need too. You look at Keonte Scott, and he kind of checks that safety nickel box,
for
but
sure.
Do they need or do they want to get an outside?
Right, because
cornerback?
even with the plan of Parrish can play outside, he still is a tiny corner compared to other corners in the league, and especially the type of corners that Todd Bowles likes. So I think that's certainly in play. See who's left at corner.
Still don't know the 49ers pick yet, and they pick ahead of the Buccaneers.
Came out with Jaden Duggar.
From
Louisiana.
For the 49ers?
Yep.
Okay.
Looks like the pick is in for
Jaden
Tampa
Duggar.
Bay.
All right. Pick is in for the Buccaneers. DeMonte Capehart.
Hey,
there we
right
go.
On the board, right on the money once again.
DeMonte Capehart, Bucs best bet at defensive tackle.
Woo!
6'4", 313 pounds, 4.85 time in that 40-yard dash, 21 tackles, 2 pass breakups for Capehart, who is a big run-stuffing defensive tackle. You think maybe Ashawn Robinson replacement the next year.
Mm-hmm.
You think someone that can back up Vita Vea at the nose tackle position, a big physical player. If you looked at our graphic here on day 3, he was one of those guys. There he is, number 19 right there. It was one of the players that we kind of suspected might be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer today, but I really like this pick. I had some
You're on a heater, man.
I had some intel about this pick.
Yeah.
From another Clemson player who will not be named, but thank you, Wade.
Hard to move from his spot is one of the write-ups about him, and also fires off of the football. Always a big plus with the defensive tackle. Heavy tackler, makes ball carrier feel his force, and a large wingspan as well to clothesline cutback runners with one arm. Well respected in the defensive line room.
Great pick for the Buccaneers here in the 5th round. Really like this pick. And again, a Bucs best bet. So we've hit 3 out of their 5 picks. That's a pretty good ratio, fellas. I'm pretty excited about that. And again, we do our homework.
Got a chance to break the record this year.
We have a chance to tie or break the record. Yes, that's crazy. It would certainly help if they would pick Nadeem Tucker, because we're running out of Bucs best bets at this time. But a great pick for the Buccaneers here in the 5th round.
Yeah. And we talked about how he has flashes of great moments of, he can be disruptive. It's just, can you kind of iron that out and do that?
That's right.
On a regular basis. Hasn't been able to take the next step yet in more development. Doesn't project as a starter, but, come to this team, he doesn't need to be a starter. He doesn't need to be a contributor right away. Solid depth overall in the 5th round. We saw the Bucs go with the D tackle last year in Elijah Roberts. To do it again.
Huge athletic profile. I mean, I knock the Buccaneers about going after athletes sometimes and not enough nasty, like tough physical football players. This guy's not Joe Troy and Schwinka or Logan Hall, who had good RAS scores. His RAS score was a 996. Again, the 4.85 time at 313 pounds. That is eye-opening. And he also had a 1.71 split in the 10 yards. His get-off shows up on film. When you watch the tape, he can penetrate. He is not just some big A-gap clogger. You know, this is not this is not an Ashawn Robinson type. He's more athletic than Robinson is. He just has to kind of close the deal. He just has got to work on his tackling technique. He comes in high. Now, his hands are super strong. If he gets his hands on you, you're going down, it's over. But a really good player here for the Buccaneers as a depth piece. And again, you're looking for a bigger body. That's what Todd Bowles wants. He says we need to get bigger. You look at Ashawn Robinson at 320 pounds. This guy's 315. He's right there. He already has that type of size. And I think that he can play that 4-5 technique in the 3-4. He can also play the nose tackle spot as well.
Very ACC heavy draft.
Yeah.
For Tampa Bay, the 2 Miami players, and now going with Clemson. But yeah, Bucs really trying to get that solid rotation going along the defensive line. You got a little bit more of the pass rushing ability with Elijah Roberts, but you got some athleticism, someone that can kind of plug the gap here with Capehart.
And, you know, we talked yesterday with Ruben Bain, and we talked about his pass rush and all that. And he said, that doesn't matter if you can't stop the run. You got to stop the run on first and second down. That's why he values stopping the run as a big part of his game. That's why he says,
and that got lost last year.
That's right. It did. And that's why Ruben Bain says, I'm a football player, not just a pass rusher. And so DeMonte Capehart is a guy that helps you get to third and long by doing the dirty work on first and second down. You think of Will Golston in that role that he played, that kind of unsung guy that did all the dirty work in the trenches at that 4-5 technique position to take on those tight end tackle double teams and stuff the run to help get you into third and long on second down when they're trying to pick up 3, 4, 5 yards, and all of a sudden you get 1 yard, and now it's 3rd and 9, right? Rather than 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5.
That's 3 in a row, right? For Bucs best bets.
We didn't get Keonte Scott, but 3 out of 4.
That's right.
We're having a good day. We're having a good draft.
It's been pretty solid, and another pick coming up very soon.
If this isn't a Dame Tucker, I'm going to lose my mind. I will lose my mind.
Pick coming up. Yep. Next one right around the corner. So we get the double reaction. Just tweeting that out.
Buccaneers have certainly gotten bigger in this year's draft
Which is what
as well.
Todd Bowles said going back to the NFL Combine.
That's right. You won.
Who asked him that? That was a great
Yeah. Broken clock is right twice a day.
Ruben Bain, about 20 pounds bigger than Hassan Reddick. Josiah Trotter, 10 pounds bigger than Servassier Dennis. Ted Hurst, not a defensive player. Keonte Scott has enough adequate size, 6 foot in the 190 range. And now DeMonte Capehart. Logan Hall was trying furiously to try to get up to 300 pounds, right? Into 280, 85, 290 pounds. This guy walks in the door, Capehart, at 315 pounds.
And it looks like that officially the Bucs are on the clock. In the blink of an eye, the Bucs are back at it again, ready to make their second pick in the 5th round.
Oh no, they pick again.
Hopefully it's another good pick. Haven't double dipped just yet, but that means they're addressing all the other positions of need, which many of us have said for a very long time. It's all about defense, 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 and you sprinkle in Ted Hurst there on the offensive side.
Wouldn't be surprised if they go tight end here, but I know the Dame Tucker, unless they're just like, hey, we're done at outside linebacker, right?
Right.
But he would be a player that I would be in favor of them selecting. Yeah. We take a peek at some linebackers here. Keyshawn Elliott's still there from Arizona State. Caleb Alarms, or I'm not a huge fan of his at a TCU.
Yeah, he's okay. He's a little plodding.
A lot of these linebackers that I liked for day 3, Wade Woodaz, Kendall Daniels, Jimmy Rolder, they're gone. Lander Barton, might be a guy out of Utah. I liked him. Jack Kelly. Jack Kelly's another guy that's interesting because he's more, if they're looking for another type of, is the pick in?
I think so. Max Bredesen, Ben's brother, went to the Vikings right
Wow.
before the Bucs.
Right. The pick is in. And it is Notre Dame guard, Billy Schruth.
Yeah, it's not.
Billy Schruth. So Buccaneers getting that backup reserve guard.
Yeah, interior offensive line was ranked 7th amongst guards from Dane Brugler, who writes the Beast. Bucs confirming it as well. So that is the pick. This is the pick that they got from Green Bay as well. So can't say I'm insanely familiar with him.
Billy Schruth had an informal meeting with the Bucs at the Combine. And when you come here at this stage of the draft, this is really where the scouts come into play.
Yes.
Right. This is the area scouts and people like Mike Beal and people like Byron Kiefer, where they really start to kind of take over the draft here. So with Schruth, he showed how tough he can be, playing over half of a game against USC with a serious knee injury, kind of like Cody Mauch finishing out that Houston Texans game. Gave up just 2 pressures in the 7 games he played in 2025. Upper body strength is good. Team leader and captain. I remember interviewing him at the Combine now. He has some knockback power in his hands. Awareness against the blitz. The problem is 1,393 snaps are among the lowest in this guard class. He missed much of the last 2 seasons with knee injuries. That's why he's here on day 3, not in day 2. Inconsistencies in connecting with his target when blocking on the move. His initial projection was day 2. Maybe they're getting a bit of a steal here on day 3.
Voted as a team captain as well, and coaches rave about his work ethic and dedication to the weight room. Bucs have a couple of offensive linemen that love working out in their weight room. So this is a Jason Light pick. There's no doubt about it. We got a couple of super chats to get to as well. Going all the way back to, I think, Meets McGee. I don't think we got to this one. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Says Gerald McCoy spoke on Bane's arm length on the Skip and Talib podcast before the draft. Said the O-lineman can't wait to play him. How will he walk this back? I think Gerald keeps it real. I think if Bane ends up being incredible, he's going to praise Reuben Bane. And if he's wrong, he'll admit it. And if he's right, he'll just say he was right.
Yeah.
Finding Durham, thanks for the $2 super chat, says, what did you think of the running back Randall at the Senior Bowl? I don't really.
I wasn't even looking at running backs, to be honest.
Wide receiver had a really good season.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only running back that caught my eye really at the Senior Bowl was Mike Washington.
Yeah. Charles Mithers, thank you for the $49.99 super chat. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Says, thanks for the outstanding coverage throughout the entire year. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Chiefs taking.
Yeah.
Jeff the Champ, thanks for this $4.99 super chat. Says, just want to show some love and let you guys know I appreciate all you do. Wish they would have traded up for Jacob Rodriguez, but hashtag in light we trust. Of course, this one was for Jason. No doubt about it. With an interior offensive lineman. Going the Notre Dame guard route or Notre Dame offensive lineman route again. Of course, they had
Robert
success
Hainsey.
with that with Robert Hainsey, who's now with Jacksonville. But Robert Hainsey was super valuable for this team. They'll try to get it with him. And the fact that, he is coming off of some injuries, he's not going to have to play right away. Hopefully not. And, it secures the interior of that offensive line.
You know what's
as well.
interesting is for so long, Jason Light would draft offensive tackles and move them inside. That's what he did with guys like Alex Kappa, with Lou Gedeke, although he tried and failed that.
Mhm.
Cody Malk, Graham Barton moving from left tackle to center. It wasn't until Elijah Klein that he actually drafted a guard.
Yeah, right.
In
Like
10
that
years.
Kicking
Yeah,
in.
Robert Hainsey was another guy, right tackle at Notre Dame, moved to inside to center and guard. So it seems like he's kind of off that train now, and he's just like, hey, I'm going to draft guards to play guards, and nothing wrong with that. Just a little interesting note that a little bit of a philosophy shift there, maybe.
Mhm. T-Level, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says, my phone died yesterday shortly after the Trotter pick. Brief recap and crash course before I start my Pewter Report homework on Trotter or the rest of the draft class. I'll say the rest of the draft class. Keonte Scott, well, actually Ted Hurst, sorry, round 3. Tall wide receiver, 6'4", can play the X. Great production over at Georgia State, over 1,000 yards, can be a red zone threat for this team. Big with yards after the catch as well. So great size, great with yak. Should fit in well with this team. Not the best competition, but that's why he can kind of be eased in a little bit. Then they started with Keonte Scott in the 4th round today out of Miami. Can play the nickel, super fast, ran a 4.3. Can return as well. Had 5 sacks last season, 2 interceptions. A big tackler, so a lot of speed, can hit hard. Definitely going to be blitzed a lot by Todd Bowles. Then the 5th round kind of went back to back. DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson, defensive lineman, good size, flashes in big moments, but a little bit inconsistent. That's why he's a 5th round pick, but can plug holes along the defensive line. Athletic, not much of a pass rusher, but good in stopping the run. And then this latest pick out of Notre Dame, Billy Schrouth. He has a little bit of an injury history, but a stout offensive lineman, good-sized, athletic build, burly upper half, good lateral quickness, fluid enough when healthy, gets his feet right in the place as a zone blocker, both front side and back side. And like I said before, blue collar, crazy work ethic, especially in the weight room.
Leader.
Voted a team captain, Jason Light type of pick, hard worker, nose to the grind. There you
Probably
go.
a meathead offensive lineman.
Yeah. Geist 8569, thanks for the $2 super chat. Says fullbacks are people too. I love the fullback position, but I'm also kind of real about how teams run their offense. I would love for the fullback to be more of a factor in today's NFL. So good for Max Bredesen for sure. Looks like we're going to talk to some
Keonte
player.
Scott.
Yeah, Keonte Scott. Cool. Geist 8569 with another super chat. This of $2. Thank you very much. Says hopefully Jack Kelly in the 6th round.
I would love it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I have some questions about his ability to cover,
Sure.
but
6th round, it's
he's a hell of a blitzer. I mean, he's a big time run stopper. I watched enough BYU tape. He's a really good linebacker. It just he has some limitations. And remember, we watched him in Mobile, and again, great going in drive, but in reverse, it's a little scary. Like remember, he got exposed in some of those one-on-one.
He got beat pretty bad.
Tight end and one-on-one running back type of things. But he'll be good on special teams.
Yeah, for sure. Wears the neck collar and everything too,
Yeah.
which is
He's a throwback.
very cool. Very old school. Hayden Bucs fan, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. We appreciate it. Says, I'll never complain about a gold dome offensive lineman. Light has really nailed this draft.
I can't find fault with it, really.
No, for sure.
Really can't.
Notre Dame offensive linemen typically succeed very well
Yeah.
at the NFL level. So no problem with this pick. I think it's a totally fine pick. Obviously, it's depth. It prepares them a little bit in terms of if they eventually move on from Bredesen or if anything happens with Cody Mauk again. I think it's solid value.
Yeah.
It's a very fifth round type of pick. Then we have a $4.99 super chat from Talking Trash, followed by another $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Says, looking at the third, could Brazel out of Tennessee be a possible target with his size and speed?
No, he's gone.
Yeah, very similar makeup as Hurst. Yeah, he was already drafted by Carolina. Is this like a pick from or a super chat from like
yesterday?
the future? Yeah. It just came through though.
You know,
which is wild.
We were missing some super chats from yesterday because I had a couple people when I was on saying, "You missed my super chat." I'm like, I scrolled back and I couldn't find some.
Yeah.
So maybe this is a StreamYard or YouTube thing.
Damn, that's crazy. Because
Yeah.
there would be in no world would.
I know.
Wow. That's wild.
It is crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Moving to Aaron Chef. Thank you for the $4.99. Says, I'd love to see Adam Randall come to Tampa with his teammate Capehart. Now here, big-bodied running back with deceptive speed.
He's a big back, all right. No doubt.
Yeah, I think with 2 picks left, it's very much going to be best player available or anyone that they kind of like.
Someone that could help on special teams, for sure.
Yeah, that too.
And again, and the Dame Tucker would be
cool.
An interesting pick.
Another double up.
And again, probably a special teams demon, somebody to go down there and really make some noise in special teams.
T-Level, thank you for this $5 super chat. Says, draft theme, violent.
Yeah.
Hockey shift depth, parentheses, developmental, but Hurst obviously an offensive need. Offensive height need. I always go back to what Bowles said at the annual meeting where he was like, not every team has a player like Mike Evans with that overall size. He's an anomaly. I think that's true, but when you do get a player with great size, I could see Ted Hurst, his first year while Godwin's still here and everyone else's experience and everything. I could see him having an interesting stat line where he has like 350 yards on the season, but 6 touchdowns or 7 touchdowns, something like that, just in the red zone.
For sure. Charles Demings just went to the Vikings, the cornerback out of Stephen F. Austin. Chandler Rivers, who I was a huge fan of, as was Josh Capo, just a really small corner, but really physical corner as well. Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs, and of course Strouth was the Bucs' second pick in the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
And the offensive line was just a shot in the dark because we just didn't know who this team was going after or drafting. Or
wasn't a top need.
Yeah.
Wasn't like the year they needed a center.
That's right.
Two offensive players taken by the Bucs thus far. See if there's any more.
And I wouldn't be surprised if you have a 6th and 7th round pick. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these is a tight end. That wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Yeah. Let's see. Coming up next, we got Tanner Kozil just went to the Jaguars.
Bucs didn't like him.
So that's 2 tight ends by Jacksonville.
Yeah. Liam Cohen trying to get into that Sean McVay bag of 13 personnel. Tanner Kozil, he looks like a high school power forward.
Yeah.
Like he's tall, but like he literally looks like a high school kid. And it looks like he needs to hit the weight room every day for like a year.
Mhm.
Like every day. He's just tall. Like I can't find much that I really like about his game.
Jacksonville still has 2 picks in the 6th and 3 in the 7th. Hot damn. They're just packing players. By the way, I think it's a good time to give a shout out to our friends over at PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app and use the promo code HMA. Get $50 instantly after you place your first $5 lineup. What is a lineup, are you asking? A lineup, you're picking at least 2 players, can be as many players as you want, but at least 2. And you're just picking more or less than a number of different player stats. It could be points in basketball. It could be yards in football, touchdowns in football, shots on goal in hockey, points in hockey, and on and on and on. They have for several different sports, and I just made a pick earlier today for some playoff games going on later tonight, but it's super easy to use. PrizePicks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app in the United States. Let's take a look at my picks going on later on tonight. And you could have made picks on the draft as well, which was super cool. We won some money with Jacob Rodriguez being the second inside linebacker taken off of the board. But looking at my picks here at PrizePicks, also you can follow me at Matty Matera on PrizePicks to follow through with every single pick that I have. But for tonight, doing a 2-pick power play, little playoff basketball, little playoff hockey as well. CJ McCollum, more than 19.5 points for him and Atlanta. He's scoring over 20 points per game. Hawks have momentum, winning the last 2 in the series against the Knicks. They're home once again. McCollum has been the key to Atlanta winning these last 2 games. I think that at least continues where he's going to be a focal of Atlanta's team. I hope the Knicks win, but I think McCollum's going to ball out once again. And then on the ice, I have Sidney Crosby, less than 2.5 shots on goal. The Penguins have had a terrible postseason. They're down 0-3 in the series to the Flyers, trying to avoid getting swept. They've struggled offensively. They were shut out in game 2. A big part of that is the Flyers head coach, Rick Tocchet, was an assistant coach with the Penguins for several years. He was part of their group that won back-to-back Stanley Cup championships in 2016 and 2017. So he knows Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Chris Letang, a lot of these players very, very well. He's put in a great system with the Flyers to try to shut down the Penguins offense. That's why the Penguins are in the situation that they're in right now. So I'm going to go less than 2.5 shots on goal for Crosby. He's usually more of a playmaking type of center that is setting up everyone around him. So could have a couple of assists. I hope he does. That means the Penguins are scoring, but less than 2.5 shots on goal. So shout out to PrizePicks. Again, use the promo code HMA when you are setting up a lineup. And once you do, you download the app, use the code HMA, play your first lineup with your own $5. You'll get $50 instantly in lineups and entries that you can use for anything you want when setting up the lineup. So thank you to PrizePicks, the official sponsor of Pewter Report's live draft show and the Pewter Report podcast. A couple more super chats to get to. Scott Federico, thank you for this $9.99 super chat. Says, loving day 3 so far. Scott, Capehart, and Trout definitely improve the Bucs both immediately and for the future. The latter of what you said right there, Scott Federico, is very important as well. Capehart, I think, certainly can be, certainly not a direct replacement for Vita Vea or even Kalijah Cansey, but more of a core piece of a rotational D-line where the Bucs aren't looking for these outside defensive tackles to come in and year out. If it's a good fit and if it's the right fit with a free agent, sure, they'll absolutely go for it. But having those guys in-house with Roberts last year and Capehart this year, I think that's important for this team with the overall D-line rotation. Same with Trouth, too. Again, probably more like a third rounder if it wasn't for the injury history, but he'll be working hard in training camp, not going to have a ton of wear and tear during the regular season, hopefully, because he's not going to be starting for this team. Another running back went off the board, Nick Singleton from Penn State, going to the Titans.
Bears got Keyshawn Elliott, another linebacker that Josh Capo was a big fan of, but I don't think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were big on him.
T-Level, thanks for this $5 super chat. Says, are the Falcons scarier than the Saints? At best, I see the Saints as the Raiders.
What does that mean?
Shuck, Achan, Olave equals Gino, Genty, and Bowers. I think the Saints have a better offensive line than the Raiders for sure. It's a little tough with Shuck because it is one of those things. I don't want to say beginner's luck, but there's just less tape on him, less to kind of learn from him. And, they kind of found lightning in a bottle a little bit with Shuck, but they put a lot of great pieces around him, and that's what you're supposed to do. Are the Falcons scarier than the Saints? That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really vibing with the Falcons offseason by any means. Their quarterback situation is a mess. And if you take away Bijan and Drake London, yeah, sure, Kyle Pitts destroys the Bucs, but he doesn't really do much against other teams. I don't know. I feel like it's very close. It's very similar.
Yeah.
Pan's Rule, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'm confused. We drafted a lineman to play the same position in the pros? What is this wizardry? That's funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, very rare that Jason Light will go and draft a player on the O-line that is at his overall position.
Yeah, so the Saints were supposed to have 2 fifth-round picks. They traded one of those to the Raiders to get Tyree Wilson, former first-round pick who just has not done anything. Maybe the Buccaneers can say, hey, John Spytek,
right?
We noticed you have a hole on your edge rusher roster now that you gave up Tyree Wilson. So I'm just thinking, John, you liked Chris Braswell when we drafted him.
Loved him.
Maybe you want to give him a whirl and, maybe we just
do change the scenery.
Get a 6th-round pick from you for him. What do you say, John? What do you say?
Come on, John. Come on, John.
These are some quotes for DeMonte Capehart from Dabo Swinney, his head coach at Clemson. DeMonte Capehart is just a freak of a big man, and that is true. He is a bit of a freak. He's got a rare ability for a guy his size to be able to manipulate other people against their will. That's true. When he is on and he wants to destroy, he will destroy. He goes on to say, he's really gifted, especially when it comes to stopping the run. He's way more athletic than you think. He's still a maturing football player. I think his best football is ahead of him. They're getting someone who I think is a first-round talent.
Whoa.
I've had a lot of first-round defensive linemen, and I think he's a first-round talent, even though he didn't go in the first round. I'm really excited for him. I'm proud of him. He's a very loyal kid. He's grown and matured. He's a great teammate, and I think he's got a chance to play for a long time. Clemson defensive tackles coach Nick Eason said they're getting a highly talented football player who has a high ceiling. Capehart has one of the strongest hand punches I've seen in a long time. We talked about that, Matt.
Yeah.
Very strong hands. He will be a force to be reckoned with in years to come. He is an unselfish teammate who will do whatever it takes to help his team win. So you expect that. You expect the coaches to kind of
hype him up,
shine him up a little bit. But I will say this about Capehart, though, when he's talking about first-round talent, he's not wrong. DeMonte Capehart was He was a 4-star recruit. He was the 5th ranked defensive tackle coming out of high school. So think about that for a minute. This is the 5th top ranked defensive tackle in the 2020 class, behind one spot behind Jalen Carter.
Mhm.
And he was the number 5 overall recruit in South Carolina. He was the number 34 recruit nationally. He had to decide between basketball and football. It speaks to his athleticism. He considered Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and others, but wanted to stay close to home because he's from South Carolina. And he wound up going for the Clemson Tigers. Capehart committed to Clemson the summer before his junior year, and he never wavered. He was the 6th ranked recruit in Dabo Swinney's 2020 class, the same class that had Brian Breesy and Miles Murphy, other former first-round picks. He successfully petitioned the NCAA for a 6-year of eligibility in 2025. NFL scouts say he was offered significant NIL money to transfer over the years, but stayed at Clemson to play for defensive line coach Nick Eason. Capehart, a 5-time ACC honor roll recipient, graduated with a degree in sports communication in May of 2024. He added a graduate certificate in athletic leadership in December of 2024 and a master's in athletic leadership in December 2025.
Those are some interesting facts for
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, I mean, the Bucs we've seen before, they like to go leadership style of players, and makes for a better locker room and players adapting to the NFL level. So
And a little bit older, right? Because he had the 6th year. He is
yes.
23. He'll be 24 later this year.
We have a $20 super chat
Ooh.
from Kevin Thomas.
Thank you, Kevin.
You so much. We really appreciate it. Says, with you guys being on my big screen TV the last 3 days, you could just walk into my house and I'd just say, hi, Scott. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Kevin.
Well, hello to you, Kevin Thomas. Thank you so much for watching us. It's
Thank
super
you.
cool. You got us on the big screen. It
Yep.
makes us feel like movie stars.
I know.
So thank you.
It is kind of funny sometimes. Like I totally forget because my world, my wife will tell you this. My world is my laptop, right? It's like my epicenter for everything that I do. And I even like the big screen of the laptop even more than my phone. So when I do any social media, I'd usually get my laptop because otherwise I got to get my glasses on. I got to sit there and do this. And with my arthritic fingers, I'm not like crazy about doing the whole, texting thing. I'd rather do it on my computer. But yeah, it is funny sometimes when I'll be on YouTube on my TV and it'll have like suggestions that come up.
Yeah.
And it'll have like a recent Pewter Report podcast. Like I'll put it on and I'll be like, Matt and I were on TV.
It's very funny.
You know?
Yeah. Because my friends have told me that too. Like, especially like my friends back home in New York, like they'll subscribe and they're watching something, or like, they're cleaning the house and they got something on YouTube, and then that video ends. And then like it pops to something from Pewter Report. And my friend's like, what the hell? Like, is that Matt? Is that Matt's voice? He's like, oh yeah. Like, Pewter Report's going on. So yeah, it's cool being in people's living rooms.
I know.
It's
a cool phenomenon.
Yeah. Shout out YouTube. Crazy how YouTube has grown. Just like, now you got YouTube TV. Podcast went from just audio to now video. And
do you remember getting Netflix in the mail? Like,
I never got it in the mail, but I remember when that was a thing.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah,
there was no streaming. It's like Netflix was like, we'll send you movies to your home and you watch them and then send them back. It was, and Netflix kind of put Blockbuster out of business.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. Blockbuster, like,
I know
Netflix could have just been Blockbuster. Man, tough one. I think there's like one Blockbuster still in the world.
Yeah,
or something like that.
I've heard about that. That's crazy.
But they don't even make like DVDs anymore.
I know.
Like, what do you just? The people are just keeping very, 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 very old DVD players and stuff,
or like VHS tapes, and then you could find if you don't rewind the tape. That was the thing, believe it or not.
Yeah,
if you didn't rewind the movie, they would find you like $1.50. It was like $2 to rent a movie back then.
Yeah,
which is probably like $7 now or whatever. And then you would have a rewind fee if you brought it back and you didn't take the time to rewind it. Those were the days.
Yeah. I'm glad I didn't live in a time where there wasn't a remote. My dad would always say that he He essentially invented having a remote without having a remote because he would like just be right in front of the TV and get ready to change the channel as soon as it went to a commercial.
Well,
because he hates
the first, like the first remotes were actually the kids because it was like when you were, like for me, I was the remote.
Right. Johnny, go change
my mom would be like, Scott, go put it on NBC. Days of Our Lives is coming on. So I was the remote.
That's true. Yeah, children were the first remote. That's funny. Someone said the Blockbuster.
Please be kind. Rewind from Craig. Yeah, that's true. That was a huge saying back then. Please be kind. Rewind.
T Level said that Blockbuster is in Bend, Oregon. I've actually been to Bend, Oregon. Wow. That's wild. I did not see the Blockbuster, but
be kind. Rewind. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember going to Blockbuster though.
Yep.
There was also a Hollywood Video in my town too, but never went to Hollywood Video. That's odd stuff. Thank you for the super chat, Geist85. The $2 super chat. Be kind. Please rewind. Also, the Blockbuster smell. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Tight end Joe Royer, one of the players the Buccaneers were interested in on a day 3 basis. The Browns just took him. So the Fighting Todd Munkins.
Fighting Munkins.
Tight end.
That puts. No, I'm the wrong round. That's fine. Patriots have their pick in, so the Saints are on the clock. And you go Ravens, Raiders.
Saints are on the clock. We'll see what they do. They only have one 5th round pick as they traded their other one for Tyree Wilson. And but then they also got a 7th round pick. So we thought New Orleans was going to be done at the end of the 6th. That's not the case. They have a 7th round pick now.
Still think the Bucs are far and away the leader in the. I shouldn't say far and away, but the leader of the NFC South in terms of their draft so far.
I agree.
Still think New Orleans is 2.
Yeah. Falcons, I think, have been horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, and Kendall Daniels. And granted, they've only picked 3 players. They don't have a 5th round pick. They don't have a 1st round pick. But just not a fan. I mean, we could be saying on a weekly basis the Falcons have falconed.
Which is wild, too, because it's a complete new regime from head coach and GM.
Well, in my 30 years, if there's one thing I've learned about year to year and regime changes and all of this type of stuff, I just will never forget this team firing Greg Schiano after going 4-12 in 2013, his final season as head coach. He had 2 years. And then they brought in Lovie Smith to much pomp and circumstance and fanfare.
Went to the Super Bowl with the Bears.
Yeah.
Previously a coach in Tampa.
And you heard rumors he was kind of here just to collect a check, that he was just kind of mentally done. He took the year off. He got fired from the Bears, took the year off. And then he had this whole thing where I was down in my basement watching football all year and watching all these guys. And they attacked free agency. Good Lord, they must have signed like a dozen players in free agency. Josh McCown, Michael Johnson, Clinton McDonald, who ended up being the best one. Who was the left tackle that sucked really bad? Who was the really shitty tackle they had? Anthony Collins. Anthony Collins, left tackle. Terrible, from the Bengals. Had like a high PFF grade, but like terrible
everything
player. And they brought in Alteron Werner. They got rid of Darrelle Revis.
Yeah.
And they were Darrelle Revis. And they went 2-14. I mean, like, you won 4 games the year prior, right? Just get to 5. Just show some improvement.
Like, the bar was so low.
It was so low.
And you still went under.
So people ask me all the time, like, who was the worst head coach that you ever covered? Lovie Smith, like, hands down. He absolutely sucked. Horrible. I was going to say horrible staff. He had a couple of good coaches. Rod Marinelli clone, Joe Cullen, defensive line coach, was, I think, one of the best one. But I mean, horrible head coach, horrible defensive coordinator. He kneecapped Leslie Frazier in year 2, took over the reins. He's like, I'm going to go down with the ship. I'm going to be at the the command. It's terrible. Collapsed at the Capitol. They lost to the Redskins.
That's
that
right.
was the
The
Kirk
infamous-
Cousins.
You like that?
You like that game. But yeah, to go from 4 wins to 2.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, Matt, if you were a season ticket holder in 2014, you did not see a win that year. Crazy. Both of their wins came on the road. The first win that year was at Pittsburgh.
At Pittsburgh. I remember that
Yeah.
vividly because one of my great friends went to Duquesne. So
Okay.
it was funny because I was rooting for the Bucs.
Yeah.
'cause going to school in Tampa. He was rooting for Pittsburgh just because our schools were, going against
Right.
each other. Our cities were going against each other. And the big touchdown late in the game, the touchdown at the end
To Vincent Jackson.
to
Also-
VJax, RP.
Mike Evans caught his first touchdown
Yeah.
pass from Mike Glennon in that game because right off the bat, you had Josh McCown get injured in the first couple games.
Yeah, and the Steelers were like a powerhouse team.
That was a
at the
very
time,
big
too.
upset. Yeah, you felt pretty good. All right, okay. They won. Was it third game of the year, maybe fourth game?
Yeah,
They won. You're like, all right, Michael Johnson had a sack after a very
Mhm.
quiet preseason and all that. And then it just unraveled from there. So that was really bad.
What was it with Shiano? Like he got fired, but then he still did a press conference after
He did,
or
yeah.
something like that. That's crazy. You
Yeah,
almost never see that.
I know. I was there.
feel like.
Yeah, he wanted to have a press conference and kind of tell his side of the story a little bit, and which he kind of really didn't either. It was just, I just think he wanted to just not go out like without. It wasn't even like he put it like a parting shot or anything, because the Glazers fired both he and Mark Dominic, so it wasn't like he threw the GM under the bus.
Yeah,
I mean
for sure.
Dominic got fired too,
Mm.
but. Yeah, that was weird. And he couldn't have it at one Buck place, so they had it like across the street, actually at the International Mall, the Renaissance Hotel. He just rented a ballroom and just said, I'm having a press conference later this afternoon. I'm like, all right.
That's
go over
actually
there.
very nice.
Yeah.
To do that. The Saints have taken Lorenzo Styles Jr., so
Yep.
Sonny Styles' brother.
Very fast
Yeah,
player.
super speedy.
Lorenzo Styles Sr.
So there's a Styles in the NFC South.
Yeah.
Not in Tampa Bay. Wow, yeah. Sonny looks
I
gargantuan
know.
compared to Lorenzo. That's insane.
One is a linebacker, one is a cornerback. So for sure.
So we had another super chat to get to. T Level, thanks for the $2 super chat. Says viewership, subscriber, and super chat total so far.
Super chat, we've exceeded our goal of 2,000. Thanks to you
Yes,
all.
thank you so much,
We
everyone.
have set a new record for sure. But any super chat that you add in now will just go to furthering that record that we'll try to beat next year.
Yeah.
But so if you want to just keep piling it on and pushing that record up, like that would be great. I have a feeling we're going to have an international game this year, Matt,
Oh man.
and we're probably going to need every dollar we get from YouTube to like go over to Spain or Munich.
Yeah.
or
Hopefully it's either
Paris.
like Munich or Ireland or something like that.
It's not Ireland. It would either be
because of the fan base.
Brazil. It would be
I'm out on Brazil.
Munich. It would be Madrid because the Falcons are playing in
Madrid
Madrid,
would be cool.
or France. The Saints are playing in France.
Okay. I just I remember the Bucs Panthers international game. I mean, how could you not? James threw a pick
Yeah.
on the first play. But it's so unfair to do a divisional game.
Yes, overseas. I
Yeah,
agree.
overseas. Like you got to do AFC, NFC. I think that's the only fair way to do it.
I'm with you.
But
I'm with
the
you.
NFL doesn't care about what's fair.
I know.
Like I started feeling
All
bad
they
for the
care
Chiefs
about
a little
all they
bit.
care about is player safety.
Oh yeah, so you can go on a slip and slide in Brazil where
Right.
people
Oh,
are
the grass was
falling.
horrible.
Oh yeah,
God.
that was 2 years ago. It was the Eagles Packers.
Yes.
Jordan Love got hurt in that game.
That's right.
But yeah, player safety.
Player safety.
Oh, we're just gonna play games on Thursday and only have
Yeah.
3 days off.
Player safety.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Player safety. Let's see here. Panthers. All right. So we'll do a quick little recap of the NFC South here. Falcons don't have a pick in this round. Not that they would pick a good player anyways.
Yeah.
Just
Falcons.
taking a shot there. Falcons are going to Falcon. You know, here's the thing. It's like I hate the Saints, you know, and it's not that like I'm
So
a
does
Bucs.
Jason Light.
I know, right? But I'm just saying, it's like it's not that I'm a Bucs fan or anything where like, you know, I'm hating the Saints like a passionate Bucs fan would. There's just something about that team that just irritates me and has irritated me for a long time. Maybe it was like Sean Payton, even though he's not there, it's like the ghost of Sean Payton is still around.
Snooty stuff.
You know, and it's like when I watch games, I try to be really neutral because I've got to report on them. I've got to talk about them on a podcast. I got to write about them.
Yeah.
So I try to be just as neutral as I can be, but also I appreciate good football, right? But when Mike Edwards picked off Drew Brees' final pass in New Orleans to beat the Saints in their place, and the Saints had won the division that year, and they swept the Bucs. Yeah. But for them that had a like shut down the vet in Philly vibe.
Very much, especially because the Bucs finished the deal too, and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know,
but to me, that was like a really satisfying win to like win in New Orleans, pick off Drew Brees, and his last pass was into the hands of a Buccaneer player.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's a great point.
And so I felt this satisfaction about beating the Saints and seeing this team beat the Saints that like I wouldn't really have if they beat the Panthers or whatever. But here's the thing. I don't have a lot of like respect for the Falcons. I just don't. And when this team splits with the Falcons every year,
frustrating.
It's very frustrating,
especially at home.
Yes.
They're losing at home in Tampa. And last year was miserable.
Yes.
Because you're in the creamsicles. There's always the argument about the creamsicles. They look great. They always lose in them.
Right.
You have this big lead. You collapse. Mike Evans freaks out. We all know.
They're in 28.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but that irks me when this team loses to the Falcons.
Yeah.
You know, especially because it really wasn't the Falcons falconing in the last.
It was the
minutes.
Bucs.
It was the Bucs bucking
up in the wrong way. Yeah.
So true.
Yeah. And then I don't know, Carolina, it's like, yes, it's a division rival, but it's the least, like, even like think about the vitriol that, and granted it was a little bit different for sure, but the vitriol that Bucs fans have for Liam Cohen going to Jacksonville versus the same position of offensive coordinator Dave Canales goes within the division to Carolina. Everyone's like, good for you. Good for you, Dave Canales. You know,
I mean, it's like I don't know if I can get to the point where I can ever hate the Panthers as long as he's there. He's such a he came up, he saw me at the NFL annual meeting.
Yeah.
He like, Scott, hey, gave me a big hug. When I mean a hug, I'm not like this. He was like, oh, so good to see you. You know, just like Dave's such a good guy. Like, you know, I mean, he did the same thing to Jason Light like minutes after me. It's like he's such a good dude.
I remember too, like, just to bring it back to Bucs Panthers, and I'll put in quotations, rivalry. Gerald McCoy went to Carolina after, and now granted it wasn't on his own cause. He would have loved to stay in Tampa, but he ended up going to Carolina next. So, but yeah, I don't know. There's still not that anger.
Yeah,
or anything, really.
And it used to be kind of back then because like right after the Bucs won the Super Bowl, you had that Jake Delhomme Panthers.
Yeah,
you know, I think Steve Smith was the receiver.
Yep, lost to the Patriots.
Yeah, Ricky Prohl, you know, who was a Bucs killer from his days with the Rams.
The running backs too.
Yeah, so like there was a rivalry back then. Like that was like legit and for real. But so I mean, you look at what the Buccaneers have done so far, and I'm with you. It starts at the top. This is by far the best first round pick in any of them. I mean, I like Jordan Tyson a lot. That's a good pick. But Reuben Bain, to me, there's not
Can't
another.
throw to Jordan Tyson when Chuck is on the ground.
You can't throw a pass when you're on your ass.
Yeah, I love that.
That's
Let's
what
make
we
the
like
T-shirt.
to say.
Yeah, or that's we will be out here and there.
Yeah. So there's that. Then we have, you know, we have the Panthers, the Fighting Dave Canales.
Yes,
and they've got Zachy Wheatley.
Okay,
the safety. I do like Sam Hecht. I think that's a good value pick. Brandon Thorne's probably all over Twitter going, that's a steal on day 3. The aforementioned Saints, they're marching into the 6th round with 2 more picks.
I get what you did.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've got the Falcons, who have been quiet because they don't have a fifth round pick, but they'll have 2 more picks to end the day there. But Josh Capo, what have you been up to lately?
We got to talk with Keonte Scott, and we got to talk with Capehart, and we got to talk with Billy Schroth.
Why don't we bring you on real quick and have you tell Matt Matera and our Pewter people what those people had to say, what those new Buccaneers had to say?
Yeah, I can do that.
In the meantime, I'll remind everybody as well, check out PrizePicks. You can use the promo code HMA when you sign up and get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You can also pick teams as well, who's going to win, who's going to lose, more or less on the points as well. Download the PrizePicks app and do it to support Pewter Report. That would be fantastic. All right. Joining me in his very fantastic Pewter Report polo is Josh Capo. Josh just spoke with a couple of brand new Buccaneers via the Zoom.
Yeah.
Let's start with Keonte Scott. Big takeaway from his press conference and what he'll bring to Tampa.
Yeah, I think it was very interesting how Keonte described himself as a defensive back, not a corner, not a safety.
Okay.
He described himself as a defensive back.
You know what? He's not the only one.
Yeah.
That described him like that. We described him like that too.
We did. We absolutely did. So just prided himself on his versatility. I asked him a little bit about what makes him so effective as a pass rusher and is he excited because the Bucs utilize that skill set quite a bit. He said, yeah, he thinks that he's a perfect fit for this defense. And when asked about why he was been so successful, he said, a lot of the credit's got to go to Ruben Bain. he's like, he really opens up those opportunities for everyone around him. Yeah. And then he pivoted and said, I'm a part of that defensive back room. If I'm coming forward, that means those guys are left out on an island, and basically saying, I've got to get home because they're straining even more. And so I love the thought process there. His success is because he doesn't want to let down his teammates. And I think that goes back to a lot about what the Bucs have drafted over these last few days. It just seems like guys who love football and want to be successful for a myriad of reasons, including for their teammates. So really interesting young man. I think he's going to fit in really well in the Bucs locker room.
Would you say his press conference, because I'm always curious, because like Tez, these players, you don't know them like personally until you have some interviews with them. And I think Tez Johnson took the world by storm just from his press conference last year. And obviously how they play on the field is what's most important. But would you describe his demeanor in this press conference? Was it upbeat and energetic, or was it kind of like calm, cool? Because some guys are like very chill, calm, cool, collected. I think Ruben Bain was like that a little bit.
Yeah, I would say definitely like a lighthearted excitement from Scott. Interesting juxtaposition, because as we got to Capehart, as we got to Schrouth, much more like, I mean, these were trench guys. Like, we just want to get to work.
Yeah.
Very matter of fact. I'm going to answer your question, very respectful, but there wasn't that energy that I think Scott, and I don't know if I'm typecasting, but I feel like they kind of fell into their position groups in terms of how they responded. So
did he talk about playing with Ruben Bain at Miami and the chance to now play with him again?
Yeah, he actually said Ruben was one of the first calls he got after he found out.
Oh, awesome.
The way he was explaining it at first, we thought the Bucs actually gave Ruben the opportunity to call him and let him know. We got further clarification that he talked to Jason Light, he talked to Todd Bowles, and then I guess the Bucs let Ruben know. Ruben was out at brunch, and Ruben immediately gave him a call and said, let's go. And so they were really excited about that.
Let's move over to the Clemson defensive tackle, DeMonte Capehart. Another one that Pewter Report was right on the money with. Big thing that stood out to you about him.
Yeah, with Capehart, again, kind of like he wants to get to business. He's very athletic, and we talked to him a little bit about, he surprised a lot of people with his combine testing, 4.85 40. The vert, if I remember, was 34 inches, if somebody can check me on that, but it was an impressive number for his position group, And so we were asked, like, he was asked, is one of those, measurements more exciting to you? And he said, probably the vert, because it goes to my explosiveness. He has got a basketball background from his high school days. So we asked him a little bit about that. He said, helps him with his footwork.
Yeah.
And then I got a chance to ask him, in a Todd Bowles front, you're going to be playing a lot of different positions, right? You're not just the 3 technique. You're not just the nose tackle. You could go anywhere from 1 to 5. And do you have a position that you prefer? And he started off his answer by saying, yeah, I like it all. And it's kind of doing the same job, just from different angles. He ended his answer with, but I really like the nose. I like using my first step to just kind of overwhelm centers. And I love that answer.
Love that question.
It's great when you get into the nuance and they're willing to give you a little bit more than the pro forma.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm willing to do whatever is asked of me.
Right.
I love it all. He ended his answer with, yeah, put me at the nose and I'm going to have some fun. So it was really nice getting to talk to him a little bit about that. He's a strong run defender. He noted his run defense. And when I asked him a little bit about, like, how do you approach double teams? Like, do you have a preferred way of attacking them? And he said, I'm not a guy who's going to drop his knee. I like throwing my hip into the guard and just kind of blowing through the gap. So really cool to hear how he approaches his position and what makes him successful. So
awesome details right there. And then moving on to Billy Schroth, the Notre Dame interior offensive lineman. Not coming into a starting role for sure, but what is he going to bring to this team? What did he have to say?
I thought the best answer that he provided, and the most interesting thing about him, Schroth did not finish the season playing. He suffered an injury against USC early in the game, a knee injury. It was his second knee injury of his college career, if I remember correctly. Only played 7 games last year, 6 or 7.
6, 7, yeah.
And yeah, pulled the Cody Mauch. He despite having that injury early in the game, he stayed in. He played the rest of the game. And when I asked him about it, yeah, I mean, you love that demeanor. I was like, what was your decision making there? He goes, I was given the option by the medical team. And he goes, and I feel like that's not an option. If you can go, you go. He goes, I love being out there with my teammates. I love playing for them. And for me, it was a no-brainer. You get back out there. So if that's not an offensive lineman mentality, and you think about some of the offensive linemen that the Bucs have had over the years, of course, we can think about Cody Mauch, who gutted it out last year, week 2 against the Texans, played to the end of the game. You talk about Alex Kappa in the playoffs, playing on a broken bone, just saying, I'm going to gut this out. I'm going to continue this game. He comes from a long line of Bucs offensive linemen who play through and sacrifice their bodies for the betterment of the team. So thought that was really great. Asked him a little bit about his scouting report, talks about his awareness and his ability to pick up blitzes, stunts, twists, just an overall understanding that he may not be responsible for the guy right in front of him, and he needs to keep his eyes out for things that are coming from unpredictable alignments, positions, and angles. And he immediately said, offensive line is about 5 as 1. He goes, you have to know your teammates. You have to understand what they're thinking, what they're seeing. They have to know what you're thinking, what you're seeing. And when you get that cohesion, he basically explained that's when you can really do a great job. And he said, it's also about just knowing that when things start developing around you, you have to be aware of everything, all of your surroundings. So some really great answers.
Yeah, a lot of great information.
Yeah, and just a very no-nonsense attitude. He wants to get in. He wants to work hard. He's really excited about it. The last thing that I'll mention about Schroth, I thought one of his best answers, he was asked by our own Adam Slavon, what did it feel like blocking for not 1, but 2 first-round running backs? And part of his answer was, I love moving guys against their will. And if that isn't an offensive line mentality and answer, I don't know what is.
And we'll see when he actually gets to start playing, but potentially could be blocking for guys like Bucky Irving, Kenneth Gainwell, and Sean Tucker. A lot of great information out of all 3 of those guys. Very workmanlike, which I think is cool, because Bucs have drafted some guys that I think will be fire starters, bring that attitude, but then you also got guys that are ready to bring their lunch pail, which you especially want with an interior offensive lineman.
Let's get to a couple of super chats. Thank you to Cincy Kid, who says, thank you for the awesome Bucs draft coverage. Woo! Always giving us the woo. We appreciate that, Cincy Kid. Robert McMahon, thanks for the $5 super chat, says, is it worth taking Harold Perkins Jr.? Is he still available? I've been getting asked about him more than would have thought.
I think there's a familiarity there. He's a household name, especially from an SEC program. Maybe in the 7th, but I almost feel like at this point, Perkins, if you're going to take a bet on him, you just do it as an undrafted free agent, rather than necessarily using a draft pick on him. Because again, very similar to Kyle Lewis, like, does he have a definitive position? I'm not so sure. He is small for a linebacker. I think he still has to work on a lot of linebacker things, but the athletic traits are fun.
Bucs have 2 picks to go, the 6th and the 7th.
There it is.
Round.
My daughter would love this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in my hand all the time now when I'm like, oh, a 6th round pick, a 7th round pick, number 67, Luke Gedeke, everything like that. What do you want to see here from the Bucs? You don't have to say a specific player, but maybe a position, or do you want them to double dip as we get to the twilight hours of the 2026 NFL draft?
Honestly, I think they've done such a great job of addressing positions. Let's go back to what plagued the Bucs in 2025. One that we haven't talked about a whole lot, special teams.
Yeah.
And so if they're targeting special teamers with their 6th and 7th round picks, I would be perfectly fine with that. Get Danny Smith some guys that he can transform this unit into a true third complement of the other two, and not lose points via special teams, but potentially even pick up some points.
That's true. It's like special teams, there are certain moments in every game that sometimes can make or break a game. We all know what happened, in the loss to the Eagles early on. I mean, the Bucs stormed back in that second half, but they had such a big deficit in the first half that started with that block punt return for a touchdown. That was huge. The Miami game, the only points they allowed in the second half of that game, my hair is all over the place. The only points they allowed in the second half of that game was a big return by Miami that they didn't have to go that far to then I believe they kicked a field goal, but ended up winning the game regardless because of those extra points that they got on the kick return there. And then the Buffalo game, the Bills started every freaking drive at midfield. It's very difficult to win games that way. That's why the Bucs lost all 3 of those. That's why I keep wanting to say Danny Boy Smith, but Danny Smith, I think he's an Irish guy as well. That's why he's here. And I think it's important too, because we talked about the Bucs need to get younger with the coaching staff. Danny Smith is here because Mike Tomlin left as the Steelers head coach, and he didn't want to wait around for whoever's going to be the next coach. He left and signed with the Bucs before Mike McCarthy was even the head coach. So that's important as well. And yes, absolutely. Special teams is going to be big with these next 2 draft picks in the last 2 rounds.
Yep, absolutely. Out of these last 3 picks, because I've been out of the room, do you have a favorite? Well, I guess out of the last 2, because I'm assuming Keonte Scott probably is your favorite of the 3.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. I like the idea of a heat-seeking missile of a football player, and the way that Todd Bowles will be able to blitz him. I like the K-Part move. I just think because he's going to be able to contribute. I don't want to say right away, but he's going to have more of an opportunity to contribute, because the only way that Schultz is if other players are injured, which you don't necessarily want that. So I think K-Part can certainly help with being able to stop the run a little bit more, see what he can bring to the team in certain aspects, maybe fight his way into getting 15 snaps per game or 10 snaps per game, and just making the most of a little bit of the time that he'll get. But yeah, I think K-Part's the answer. John Close, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. We appreciate it. If you have a follow-up comment, I'll try to see if I can find it. Creative at Large, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, my worry is if Bowles can coach these defensive players up. That's been, I guess, problematic with
Bowles, the coaching staff, his development of certain players, and then just it felt like Groundhog's Day a lot with this defense. The same issues, the same way that opponents are just defeating them. But how do you feel about it?
I think recency bias can kind of infect us here. If you think about, I don't have any worry about him coaching up Keonte Scott. If you look at Todd Bowles' record with defensive backs and getting the most out of them, let's just think about Jordan Whitehead.
Yeah.
Antoine Winfield Jr.
All pro.
Carlton Davis.
Super Bowl winner, great player.
Jamel Dean.
Another great player.
Jacob Parrish.
Awesome rookie season.
Tyke Smith.
Future team captain. We're kind of doing word association, which I like.
I'm going to give you an ink blot test next.
Yeah.
Zion McCollum.
Has been up and down.
He's a 5th round pick.
Yeah, exactly. 5th round pick.
Right.
Starter. Friend of the program.
Yep. So that's a really good track record. I mean, and even Sean Murphy Bunting, right? Like who Super Bowl winner, right?
His playoff run.
Exactly.
All the interceptions he had, you know?
So when you think about that, he's done a pretty darn good job of developing defensive backs. You think about interior defensive linemen, Vita Vea. I mean, he's gotten the most out of Vita Vea. Vita Vea's had a phenomenal career here. Kalijah Cansey, when he's been on the field, he has been a difference maker, right?
Undefeated last year.
So, and even Levante David had some of his best years with Todd Bowles, right? So development of player, it's the cohesion. Can he get all of them to develop and work together? There have been seasons where that's happened. 2020, 2019 2019, that was actually a pretty decent defense in the second half of the year. 2021, there were good defenses. It hasn't worked out recently. And the one position group that you can say he hasn't done a great job of developing overall is edge. So then it comes down to what becomes of Ruben Bain. But even then, Yaya Diaby is actually turned out really well versus his draft position. So I think the concerns about him developing players are overblown. I think with Todd Bowles' defense, it does require high-end players to pull off correctly. And what happens when guys get injured, if you don't have good depth, is this defense can look bad quickly. Jason Licht's addressed the depth. And so now it's going to be really interesting to see, with the top end, with Ruben Bain, with Josiah Trotter, these guys who will plug in as starters, what can it look like? And then when injuries do happen, and they do happen, we know this all too well, covering the Bucs, do they have the depth to keep the scheme up to snuff?
I think you make fantastic points, especially about, you always make fantastic points, but in this moment right now that we're living in, and moments are fleeting, this has been the most fantastic point about the development. Talking about a Kid Cudi concert coming to Tampa May 8th, but Bucs rookie minicamp start of the day, the concert's that night.
There you
go. But his ability to develop corners and players in the secondary, which I guess that just leaves safety as well. His ability to develop defensive backs, which Keonte Scott has said he is, have been paramount. There's no doubt about it. We just did the word association. So
dare we say unparalleled?
Unparalleled. I like that.
Seahawks have pretty good secondary, but close to unparalleled.
How many sides is a parallelogram?
4.
Cool. Gotta keep you on your toes.
With the math question. Yeah. I will say real quick before you get to this next chat. Some of the analysts on my timeline have the Bucs way up there. Sam Monson of the 33rd team has the Bucs as one of his 5 favorite drafts.
Cool.
I saw Brett Coleman said you're going to be lucky to average 3 yards 3 yards per carry against the Bucs defense this year. JP Acosta of CBS Sports, the Bucs are going to be a pain in the ass to run the ball against. So
who did JP? Was it Hurst when you guys had him on the? It was Hurst. I remember he was all hyped up about that when the Bucs made the pick. I think he tweeted at you or you tweeted at him.
He tweeted at me, which I was very appreciative of. So when we did one of our live Bucs mock drafts, where we've asked guest analysts to come in, including Michael Pless of Real Bucs Talk,
Great
Marcus
guest.
Whitman, that franchise guy. We've had Luke Easterling
Love
on.
Luke.
A little known analyst, Trevor.
Yeah, we call him Tuesday Trevor.
Tuesday Trevor.
Because he's coming on the podcast on Tuesday.
Which I still haven't had a chance to in person tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Happened earlier this month, 25 days ago.
Oh, that April Fool's joke nailed me. They didn't put anything in the group chat, y'all.
Nothing.
It was just, hey, great job with Trevor today. Matt was like, thanks, excited to work with him. And I'm losing my mind as I'm driving down.
It's because you were busy at the time. Because I think if you were like at home or like kind of sitting down, you would have been able to kind of like think it through a little bit more. But the fact that you were like on the road.
I was driving down 85, crossing the North Carolina, South Carolina border on my way back to Georgia. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to put on the podcast. And I put it on. I hear Trevor introing.
Yeah.
You talking about how he's going to write. He and I know you guys didn't plan like the exact things you were saying, but he jumped right in. He's like, oh, I can't wait to get back to my weekly article.
Yeah, I was like, the cover 3 is back. The cover 3 is back.
I'm losing it. And then all of a sudden, April Fool's, and I almost drove off the damn road.
Yeah, huge credit. It was Scott's idea. Then he ran it by Trevor, ran it by me the night before. So we knew we were getting into it. Scott was still in Arizona. So big shout out to Eileen Natchuk, who's anchor over at WFLA. She was coming on as a guest, and I let her know. And like, she had never met Trevor before. I'm like, hey, like, we're having Trevor on. He used to work with us. Like, we're doing this April Fool's prank and everything like that. And she was a great sport about it. She played into it as well, which was super cool. So it was a great combination of Scott's idea, Trevor being down, implementing it, Eileen being down with it, and it worked out great. And
it was
thankfully everyone was safe. You know,
it was.
There's no harm or anything like that. But yeah, it was super fun.
You guys did a phenomenal job in concept and selling.
Thank you. So. Yeah, nothing like a good harmless prank. So Trevor will be on Tuesday. So very much looking forward to that. Trevor's our guy.
That was quite the tangent, but back to the original point was JP Acosta of CBS Sports was one of our guest analysts, and he suggested Ted Hurst, I want to say in the 3rd, maybe the 4th round, stating that he thought he would be a great addition to the Bucs wide receiver room, occupy that X receiver role. He's big. He can get downfield, be that vertical threat. He also mentioned the slant routes that we've talked about that can be easy buckets. So you nailed the analysis, nailed the pick. And this is why we like doing this type of content for our fans, our readers, is you get these fantastic football minds on to look at the Bucs from a slightly different perspective. And they're able to bring up some really great points and oftentimes nail some picks for us, which is why we're so good at what we do.
Absolutely.
Pewter Report covering the Bucs.
UNSR at the top of it, especially when it comes to this draft coverage. I do have to say, it's going to take a while for me, Pewter people, Bucs fans, to get this out of my head. But with Ted Hurst, and I haven't said it too many times on the show today or throughout the whole week when we've been doing the show. For those that are fans of The Office, and I think a lot of us are, it's a very popular show. One of the most popular episodes of The Office is when Michael Scott on Halloween, or not Halloween, when Michael Scott dresses up as he's doing a character called Prison Mike, and he's talking about prison, and he says the worst thing about prison was the Dementors. They suck the soul out of your body, and it hurt. It's gonna be tough for me to not say Ted Hoist every time that he makes a big play. So I just wanted to get in front of it because at times I like to off camera stuff like that. I do like to mess around here and there, and Ted Hoist is going to come to mind every now and then. But I don't know why I feel like I needed to make a State of the Union. But when you've been streaming for over 10 hours, those type of things happen. Finally, we can get to the super chat from Ominous Descent. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, what positions do you guys believe are better to fill after the draft?
I think the Bucs have done a really good job of finding defensive backs. I know.
Like Christian Izien being an undrafted free agent, not with the team anymore, but you know.
Izien came in as a rookie undrafted free agent and started his rookie season. I know the team is very high on JJ Roberts, who they got last year as an undrafted free agent. So there are two that Cam Johnson was an undrafted free agent at wide receiver.
Yes.
Sean Tucker was an undrafted free agent as a running back. Connor Bazelak was an undrafted free agent as a
Ben
quarterback.
Chakwuma.
Ben Chakwuma.
Well. Yeah.
So it seems like they do a pretty good job of identifying across the board. Wouldn't it be amazing if they found some type of dude at edge though? Like, and again, push the floor in that edge room. I think that could be a really interesting one if they could find it. So I haven't gone, full disclosure, I haven't gone deep enough to have some really good thoughts on undrafted free agents. So that'll be interesting. But I know that is some of the most fun that the Bucs personnel department, they love day 3 and they love the undrafted free agent portion of it, because that's really where you can win at the margins in the NFL.
I think tight end, if they don't pick one in the next 2 rounds, it's certainly a position that they'll probably end up signing too, and just, really having a competition with Devin Culp for one of those roster spots. I think adding another running back, not necessarily going to be a threat to any, really just Sean Tucker, because Bucky's job is safe and so is Kenneth Gainwell. But, maybe a running back that ends up on the practice squad and shows a little something. So I think those are some of the positions.
The NFL draft has entered the 6th round. Sixth round.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The Bucs are about 14 picks away from being on the clock. And we have Bailey Adams in the room with us. Yes, Bailey. I don't believe Nadeem Tucker has been drafted. So if he goes undrafted, that would be one undrafted free agent I hope they are targeting.
Mm-hmm.
So, but great point out, Bailey, because I am a fan of Nadeem Tucker. And that would be a 3rd player that I did a scouting report on. Full workup scouting report that ended up on the Bucs, and I'm all for that.
A little bit.
You have a lot in your brain.
We have a new Pewter Report YouTube channel member. Thank you to Rustman for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member. If I'm not mistaken, Rustman is overseas right now. I think in the Middle East. But if I am mistaken, I apologize. But I remember you commented on our show recently. But thank you so much for being a Pewter Report YouTube channel member. That is so awesome to see. We really, really cannot thank you enough. So thank you. And a big thanks as well to T Level, who has gifted 5 Pewter Report YouTube channel memberships. So get them while they're hot, folks. Thank you so much, T Level. It's very, very kind of you.
I'm pretty sure those came in a little while ago before the draft entered the 6th round. So one for every round that we were.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Jason Bourne said it's all gruel to talk about Michael Scott once again.
Fun fact about gruel: it is one way I playfully jab with my daughter all the time. I tell her that we're gonna have gruel for dinner. She's never had gruel. She couldn't identify it, but she just knows she hates it, and it becomes a point of contention for her. So a little bit into the world of capo in the 6th round when we're grasping for content straws.
Nah, it's all just casual conversation.
There you go. Not good at casual conversation.
What are you talking about? You're the ultimate conversationalist. You're the king of the what was I saying before? King of the contrarians.
I am the king of the contrarians.
The ultimate conversationalist. Next time you're on the show, I'll be like, joining us on the show is the king of the contrarians and the ultimate conversationalist.
I feel like I'm a character from the world of he is the most interesting man in the world.
Yeah, I can see that. Rustman still in the desert. So thank you so much.
Nice pull.
Thank you for your service. Really appreciate you and all that you do. And Aaron Lemaster says "On a Horse with No Name." That's that song. So great follow up right there. Kings are awful. AKA, have you known about the bit with Kings are awful? So this whole time, constantly on the show, super chat, and we really appreciate it. Every single time, I'm like, oh, we have a $2 super chat from Kings are awful. About 2 weeks ago, someone's like, I think the name is King Sorrowful. And so this whole time, I've just been saying Kings are awful's name wrong. Kings are awful. King Sorrowful has not once corrected me, and then was just like, yeah, it actually is King Sorrowful, but it's not once corrected. Me or Scott or anyone.
Oh, that's amazing.
So now it's just Kings Are Awful, aka King Sorrowful. Thank you for this $2 super chat. Who says, who needs to run the ball when coverage is dog shit? Well, that's why they addressed edge rusher. And that's why, they went with the secondary as well.
What was the one from Realtor David Zussman yesterday?
Oh,
Killed us.
that was when it was back to the Rondé
That's
Barber
right.
overrated
The only
conversation.
thing that would make your take worse is if you
Finish
said,
that sentence with, and Jason Light is a great general manager. Yeah, I mean, the coverage wasn't great, but you can't just throw it 60 times a game.
I got nothing. You win. King Sorrowful.
Kings Are Awful, aka King Sorrowful. T-Level back in the mix. Thanks for the $2 super chat.
All
Says
in on
on.
Otten? Hell yeah.
Yeah. No free agency. No free agent. I'd take Njoku. Yes, the king of the contrarians here.
I love
Team
Kate
Otten.
Otten. Yeah, all in on Otten. I do think that the tight end room could stand an infusion of talent to help bolster the depth and make sure if Otten were to suffer an injury, he was out for a couple games last year, that they feel comfortable that they can continue to execute their offense even without him. So, anyway.
Buccaneers traded up
Bucs have traded up.
with the Raiders.
Ooh. Do you feel like those two rooms know each other fairly well
I think so.
to get that trade done?
Bucs have traded up.
What's up? So NFL.com says that the Cardinals are still on the clock at 183. The Bucs have traded up to 185. Bailey Adams is laughing at me. I don't know what I did wrong.
It might just be your face.
It probably is my face. I mean, I don't know if I respect your opinion because you did say earlier today, and I have witnesses, that Justin Jefferson from Alabama was the better Justin Jefferson.
What do you get out of spreading lies?
It's not a lie. That happened.
I know it happened, but you don't like. You're the
What did
king
I
of no
say that's
context.
untruthful?
You're the king of no context.
Anyway, so the Bucs will be on the clock in 3 picks.
Very soon.
And we'll be closely tracking all Justin Jefferson careers to see if Bailey Adams was correct in 5 to 10 years. I bet you if he does have a better career, you'll own it.
Thank you to Comp JG for this $5 super chat. Says, yep, we've reached that part of the draft.
That is
Great
great.
work, all draft, top tier. Love the Pewter Report. Love Pewter Report. Even if we don't always agree, it's all in good fun.
It would be so much less fun if we agreed.
Yeah.
Part
That's
of the
true.
reason why I adore working for Scott Reynolds is because what do we agree 30% of the time?
35.
35.
35.
All right.
I disagreed on that.
We did disagree.
But yeah,
Oh,
it's awesome working together, all of us, especially when we're all together too,
Yeah.
either on this event or some of the trips. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We still got 2 rounds to go. Bucs will be picking soon. So do we know yet the compensation
let's see.
for this?
Raiders gave 195 and 229 in the draft. But they gave the Raiders 195 and 229 in trade up. So those 7th round pick.
So 195. That's 13 points. And what was the other one?
229. 7th rounder.
That would be worth like 2 points. So 15 points in order to get to pick
So
185.
this is the Bucs' last pick in the draft.
Cool. I like it. Yeah, Russ Man saying they traded a 6th and a 7th.
Yep. 17 points for pick 185 on the Jimmy Johnson chart. And the Bucs gave up about 15 points. So they actually made out on that one by a couple points. Let me take a look at my own handy dandy chart for anyone who Who cares?
So Dame Tucker, let's bring him home. Come on.
Yeah, that'd be
I
cool.
would love that. I think that would be great.
He's coming home.
He is a Bucs best bet.
Lord Jimbo, fun comment says, now he trades up. Oh, man.
185 is 10.29 million. And can you give me those two picks again one more time? 195 and
229.
Oh, they got Sheamus on the screen. It's a WWE wrestler. Also met him at McDitton's.
so whereas the Bucs trade down yesterday, I had as a big win for them. This one, small loss by my chart, still net a win on their
Guys, guess
trades.
what?
Who they picking?
Tampa Bay is on the clock here in the 6th round.
NFL.com says the pick is in.
Bucks traded up in the 6th round.
Taylor Green went to the Browns. Competition for Shador.
Any moment now for Tampa Bay. Who's coming to the Bucks with this 6th round pick? Most likely the last pick of the draft for Tampa Bay. We'll see. Never say never. Justin Bieber. They've addressed a lot on the defensive side, built in the trenches as well with the O-lineman on offense in their last pick.
Tight end Bauer Sharp out of LSU.
Very interesting. They finally get around to the tight end position here in the 6th round. We talked about the Bucs wanting to add. I mean, they met with so many different tight ends during the draft process, from formal and informal meetings and top 30 visits. Graded as a 7th rounder, was a 5th-year senior. Just looking at the overall write-up of him. Bauer Sharp. Can't say I'm crazy familiar.
Yeah, so Bauer Sharp played 50 games across 5 seasons, started 35 of them, 106 career receptions, 942 yards, and 8 touchdowns, also 8 drops. Averaged 8.9 yards per catch. 2025, he had 24 receptions, 252 yards. So it was the first year of his career where he averaged over 10 yards a catch, had 2 touchdowns and 2 drops. Dane Brugler has this to say about him. He was a no-star recruit in the 2021 class, went overlooked, and was left with only 1 FCS offer. That was to Southeastern Louisiana. Sharp found himself buried on the depth chart and moved to tight end in 2022. He entered the portal and transferred to Oklahoma in 2024 and LSU in 2025. He lines up mostly in line and in the slot. He's a good-sized athlete and an energetic competitor. One NFL scout said there is some insanity to the way he plays. He operates cleanly on underneath routes with the quickness and agility to give his quarterback a target, especially against zone. Violent blocker, although he would benefit from more control. Overall, Sharp is more average than above average in most categories, but his special teams experience, there it is, and alignment versatility give him a shot to earn an NFL roster spot. Ran a 4.63 40 at 249 pounds, 1.67 10-yard split, 35-inch vertical, 10-foot broad jump. So
some other bullet points about him. Good play with speed routes, especially on seams and wheels. Catches the ball well, limits drops, leans on subtle route hesitation to help loosen coverage. Strong latch hands to drive linebackers and spring runs. Known as a self-starter, was well liked behind the scenes. And off the charts toughness. Must rein him back to protect himself. So, like you kind of mentioned, a little bit of craziness to his game.
Yep. So, I want to look. There is a tight end guru. Let's see if he has anything to say.
Had 8 career touchdowns. Most was 3 in 2023.
For an official 30.
Had an official 30. Tampa Bay as well. Played at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I think special teams is the key thing,
Yeah.
like you mentioned before. Stan Glassman says, hopefully he's a good special teams player, like a O'Keefe guy. Want a little more than O'Keefe. But competition in the tight end room. Low risk, high reward.
Yeah.
I don't really have... I'm pretty indifferent about this pick.
Classic Bucs day 3 tight ends, right?
Yeah.
Kate Otten, Peyton Durham, Cole. That's when they get there's O'Keefe.
Yeah. I don't know why the other day I was thinking of Cody McElroy, former Buccaneer great, and had like one really good game. Piss Missile Pete says, imagine if the NFL had 20 rounds like baseball.
It used to have double digits.
14.
Yeah. Keenan McCardell was famously like a 12th round pick.
Johnson. Late as well.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So I messaged a guy I know who devotes his entire life to studying tight ends. I will see if he gets back to me. So
That'd be cool.
Yep.
We'll patiently wait. Until
give
then.
us a little bit more clarification on Bauer Sharp.
Yeah,
So,
curious to see what Tampa Bay's front office says about this one.
since that is most likely the last pick of the Bucs draft, probably a good time for us to do a quick rundown on the entire haul and what we liked and where we thought the Bucs went well and where we think maybe they could have done better. So first round, 15th overall, the Bucs stuck and plucked. Stuck and plucked. I like it. Reuben Bain Jr. Did fall out of the top 10 and right into their lap. So immediately helped them at edge.
Yeah.
With a guy who they said in their press conferences that they thought he was a top 8 to 9 pick in this draft, and they got him at 15. Second round, they stuck again, and I think this is where Bucs fans wish there was a small move up to get one linebacker. But instead of Jacob Rodriguez, they did select Josiah Trotter, a guy who I think fills the downhill archetype that could be a big unlock for this defense. In the third round, 84th overall, they took wide receiver Ted Hurst out of Georgia State. I will reiterate that David Scheel mentioned best player he saw on the worst team he's ever seen in his life. Keonte Scott was the Bucs' 4th round pick at 116 overall, a defensive back out of Miami. Cool stat about him: he led all cornerbacks in the NCAA last year with 20 pressures per Pro Football Focus. Then in the 5th round, the Bucs had 2 picks, and they went trenches with both of them. grabbing Demonte Capehart out of Clemson, defensive tackle, and then offensive guard Billy Schrouth out of Notre Dame. And then they finished up their draft by packaging 6th and a 7th rounder to move up in the 6th round and take Bauer Sharp at pick 185. He's a tight end out of LSU by way of Oklahoma and southeastern Louisiana.
Yeah, overall, if this is the end of what this draft class is for Tampa Bay, I think it's a really good draft overall. I want to marinate on it more before I decide to give it a draft grade, but love the Bain pick. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
I mean, I want to get the defensive rookie of the year conversation already going. Trotter is the one I guess I'd be a little skeptical on, just based on, as I said earlier on the show, that his weakness is something that was also a weakness for Tampa Bay. But if you get into the speed and the positives that he has, you're kind of filling that Devin White void that this team has been looking for a couple of years. That Josh made that point earlier on the show as well. And I think it's very, very true. Hurst, very excited about a guy that can flash, has size, yards after the catch, doesn't need to be an immediate contributor, but it's going to be hella fun to watch in training camp and preseason games, and eventually can be a contributor. I was telling Scott earlier on the show that I could see a rookie season for Ted Hurst where it's less than 400 yards, but like 6 touchdowns on the season, because he could be a red zone guy, with his size. Keonte Scott, I really like. I like the idea of Todd Bowles blitzing him a ton. I like the idea of him playing at nickel, and that kind of allows Todd Bowles to use Jacob Parrish on the outside if he wants to, or just come up with a different type of look in the secondary, since you have options and you can get creative with it. I like that. You have 2 Miami players as well, I think is cool. Capehart, important for the defensive line rotation. Solid pick. I enjoy it. Schrouth and Sharp, I'm not going to act like I know a ton about these players, but Notre Dame interior offensive lineman, everything I've read about him, and the fact that the coaches rave about him, you don't see that in every single, write-up about a player, is that the coaches rave about him. And the fact that he's a gym rat as well, that'll fit in perfectly with Luke Gedeke and Tristan Wirfs.
I think that's the nicest things you've ever said, with Notre Dame included in the analysis.
Well, I mean, the Bucs they got a thing for drafting Notre Dame players that didn't finish the season. I'm not trying to, make fun of injury or anything like that.
That is a real thing.
Our job is to be fair and unbiased, and I can look at Notre Dame players and say, despite the fact that you play at the most overrated school in the history of sports, let alone college football, they do have good players that become great NFL talent. So. Yeah, I'm not going to hate on the person themselves just because they went to Notre Dame.
Fair. And then the Bauer Sharp pick, I feel like you and I we don't know a whole lot about it.
And not that much information about it. But listen, the tight end position was a position that we discussed a lot about Tampa Bay addressing, adding to it, not necessarily finding a replacement for Cade Otton, but someone that will push the envelope for the rest of the group.
Look, we go deep here at Pewter Report. We find a lot of prospects, and we
knew Ted Hurst before anyone else did in Tampa.
Yeah, and and we try and make sure you are well informed. We don't get to every prospect, but here's the thing: this is what makes us the best coverage of the Bucs out there. By next week, there will be a scouting report on Bauer Sharp. And I don't think you're going to find that at any other outlet. So that's what makes us special. So we may not get it before the draft, but doggone it. By a week later, you will have all the information you need to know about Bauer Sharp.
I can't wait for Bailey to write it.
So, all right. So do you feel like the trade up was necessary to get a tight end that we've never heard of?
I'm thinking of a line from Dodgeball that I'm not going to say out loud. To be honest, I don't really think it was necessary. I think they could have waited it out, but
I think Jason was just done.
Right. As I said earlier, Jason Light doesn't like having 7th round picks. He's like, yes, I can speed up this process and get rid of my 7th round pick. Let's do it up.
I almost think part of that strategy is it gives him an early leg up on UDFAs. You start calling I wouldn't be surprised if the guys in their war room are already calling players saying, if you don't get drafted in the 7th round, here's an offer. Let's go ahead and hammer this out and have you as an immediate yes as soon as the draft is over, provided you don't get selected. So that may be a part of the strategy.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the 7th round. Let's stop paying attention to the board.
And they're better at undrafted free agents than a lot of other teams have.
Yep. And this may be why we may have just
for sure
unlocked a secret here.
Black Gold 1999, a Pewter Platinum member. Thanks for all your support. Says that was not a bad draft class at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the biggest takeaways on the negative side, and there were so few, is that maybe not the right linebacker that people wanted, and then maybe a reach in the 6th round at tight end. If that's the worst of your problems, it was an overall really good draft. They addressed a lot of their problems on the defensive side, and a fantastic 1st round pick, high upside 2nd round pick for sure. I really, really like the 4th round pick with Keonte Scott, and we'll see with the entire draft class, but it's a good foundation for this team that needs a lot of people to contribute right away for this group.
I do want to pivot real quick because I'm just seeing this on my timeline. I'm not sure if either of you have seen it. There is a post from Jonathan Grenard. It's been reposted by Ian Rappaport. Do we know where he got traded to? To the Eagles.
Of course, Howie.
Wow. That's a good trade for the Eagles. Did any update on compensation? That's going to be interesting.
And the Saints were having discussions with Davon Thibodeau, with the Giants, that the compensation was too much. So they pivoted to Terry Wilson.
Gotcha.
While we look up some of that information, I want to talk to everybody about this really cool new app and partnership that we have with Rate Game. You can build out your life in sports, engage with the football community and sports community in Tampa Bay, and track the top-rated Tampa Bay games or really any sport going on, whether it's MLB, NFL, NHL, NBA, the Premier League, a lot of international soccer, which is especially coming up as well. So super excited to partner up with Rate Game and Rate Game Sports. You can follow them on X and Instagram at @RateGame_sports and subscribe to their YouTube channel, which is at Rate Game Sports. Think of it as the Letterboxd for sports. Letterboxd is a big thing where you can review movies on their website. You can do this on their app. It's absolutely free. It's available on iOS and Androids. And it's a great way to engage with the community of whatever sport you are a fan of. They got a chat for all of the games, almost like a Reddit as well, but all in one nice little concise spot where you can talk about the games you're watching, whether you're a fan of the team or just watching another game that's going on. Rate Game is where sports fans rate every game that they watch. It's on a scale of 1 to 10. You got decimals as well. You can build a permanent record of their fandom and your fandom. The ratings, the reviews, the memories of the games that matter. There's over 200,000 ratings from sports fans in 126 countries. It's no betting, no fantasy, just the games experienced the way that they were meant to be. They have a cool feature as well. If you were at a game that you are rating, you're rating your fan experience as well, what the atmosphere was like. I think that's a really cool feature that they have. Rate Game is built for sports fans who love the game, not the spreads or the over-under. You can build your life in sports. Every game you watch, you rate your all-time fandom all in one place. They have special badges as well if you're consistent at rating or commenting. They have different accomplishments for each sport as well. It's Letterboxd for sports. It's a free app where fans can rate every game that they watch. It's free on iOS and Android. It's for sports purists as well. I mean, we're all huge sports fans, people who love the game for what it is. So check out Rate Game. Follow them on Rate Game Sports. Let me put up the QR code on the screen. I've been using them. I rated the Mets game the other night when they defeated the Twins. Rated even yesterday on this show when the when the Lightning fell to the Canadians. Gave my thoughts on that game. There's different comments. You can like other comments as well. You can reply to comments on the games. I'm gonna rate another one soon. I think Sunday. You know, we're right in the swing of it, of playoff basketball and hockey. So gonna rate some games as well. I'll make sure I will tweet it out too. So please support our sponsors. Go and download Rate Game Sports. Just go to the app, search it, Rate Game Sports. It's absolutely free. Big thanks to our friends at Rate Game, and use the QR code right there to download it. Did you find out the compensation for Grenard?
It's apparently it happened yesterday, and I completely missed it. But
Oh.
it was a 2026 third, pick 98 overall,
Okay.
and a 2027 third round pick. I think Philadelphia made out well on that trade, to be completely honest with you. They then signed Grenard to a 4-year, $100 million contract, or extension, I should say. He was already owed $38 million over the next 2 years. Let's see if we have the guarantees on it. $50 million fully guaranteed. So to put that in perspective for our viewers, it's not that they have to guarantee $50 million on top of the 38 he was already owed. Of the $50 million they're guaranteeing, 38 of it was the money that was on his existing years. So what I'm reading this as, most likely, instead of paying him $19 million in 2026 like the Vikings were going to, they're going to probably pay him $25 million. Same thing in 2027. So the guarantees will be up after 2027, and then he'll have 4 years and 100 million. So trying to think, 100 million on top of 38, so minus 50. So he'll have 4 years at $88 million left on his deal, somewhere around there, and all of that will be non-guaranteed money. So basically, Philly just signed up for 2 years, 50 million, and then we'll see from there. That's a pretty good deal, especially for 2/3. Especially when you consider most likely that third round pick in 2027 will be a low third rounder. It's a good chance Philly is once again going to be a playoff team in 2026. So I definitely like that for the Eagles. The 2/3 feels a little light for the Vikings, but they were approaching the impasse with Grenard because he did want an extension. There are my quick thoughts.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Sorry, send that text real quick.
I think that it's an interesting exercise for the room here. If you had the opportunity, even after trading for picking Ruben Bain, you could get Jonathan Grenard for a third rounder, so basically Ted Hurst, and a third rounder next year to make your outside linebacker room Yaya Diaby, Ruben Bain, Jonathan Grenard, David Walker, Anthony Nelson, Al-Qadim Muhammad, and Chris Braswell. But you also have to sign Grenard to a $100 million contract, which means you probably don't extend Yaya Diaby, and you lose him next year. Would you do that deal?
No.
I got a no from Scott.
Can you give me the bullet points again?
Yes. Your edge room becomes this year Grenard, Diaby, Bain,
Okay.
Walker, Al-Qadim Muhammad, Anthony Nelson, Chris Braswell. Obviously, you're not keeping all 7.
Yeah.
Braswell's probably gone, maybe Nelly. You have to give Grenard $50 million guaranteed over the next 2 years, which means you probably don't get to keep Yaya Diaby past this year. Do you make that? And you lose Ted Hurst. Do you make that deal?
Nah. I think you got to ride with what you got right now.
We're going to be 29 in a couple days.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's. I'll put it to the chat. Looks like they're already starting to comment. Buccaneer Bryce.
Oh,
we have Bain Jr., David Walker, Diaby, and AQM. We're good at edge, in my opinion. He also said, I'd rather have Ted Hurst.
Pete says no. Carpe Adam, that's too much money.
$25 million a year for Jonathan Grenard. I don't know if that's maybe too much money for the Bucs. I could understand that because, again, it probably means you don't do Yaya Diaby. But it's fair value for Jonathan Grenard. I will say that. Keep in mind, Jalen Phillips got $30 million a year and has less sacks over the last 3 years than Ashawn
looking
Roberts.
for thievery.
For
There's a warrant out for his arrest.
Oh, that was awesome.
Buccaneer Bryce says, we need Ted Hurst, all the upside. He can be our true X.
There you go. Doo-doo-doo. Okay.
No 7th rounder. Oh, Pat Coogan went to the Tennessee Titans. I think I had him in my mock draft.
What'd you like about him?
Hard-nosed player, coming from that Indiana championship team, big-time leadership style. Felt the Bucs at the time needed an interior offensive lineman. Could have been, direct backup center to Graham Barton.
Like it. All right, let's see. How has the rest of the NFC South done since our last update? Atlanta, we'll start there. So, second round, they took Avion Terrell at cornerback out of Clemson. Third round, Zachariah Branch, wide receiver out of Georgia. Fourth round, Kendall Daniels. How do you feel about that? Kendall Daniels going to Atlanta. Scott Reynolds does not like it. He's a linebacker out of Oklahoma. And then they haven't had any picks. They didn't have any fifth rounders, and they have not picked yet here. One of two picks they have in the 6th round. So, bit of an underwhelming draft, although the Kendall Daniels pick seems solid. That would be my quick analysis. Agreed? Disagree?
I'm with it.
All right. Carolina. Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle out of Georgia in the 1st round. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech in the 2nd. In the 3rd, Chris Brazzell, wide receiver out of Tennessee. Real quick, would you trade Chris Braswell for Chris Brazzell?
I would, yeah.
You would.
Add another receiver to the room.
Scott?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you trade that bag of pretzels next to you for Chris Brazzell. 4th round, cornerback Will Lee out of Texas A&M. 5th, they took Sam Hecht, center out of Kansas State. Scott, you got a quick scouting report on Sam Hecht?
You good?
He good.
He good.
That is as quick of a scouting report as you can get.
Thank you, Kevin from The Office.
What was it? Something at
Me do now.
something at a Clevin, and you'll be home by 7.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's like Oscar impersonating Kevin.
5th round, they took safety Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State.
And I just think of the Wheatley commercial. Wheatley saw something Wheatley. Anyway.
Then the Nolans State Saints. Jordan Tyson, 1st round. Wide receiver, Arizona State. That was a good pick. Christian Miller, defensive tackle out of Georgia. He had buzz as a 1st rounder. They got him at number 42 overall in the 2nd. Oscar Delp, tight end out of Georgia. Lots of people were high on Delp. I think he went from underrated to properly rated when the Saints took him in the 3rd round, top of the 3rd round. Jeremiah Wright, the guard out of Auburn. Scott and I like Jeremiah. We were in on him a while back.
Should have played at TCU.
Near the end of the 4th round. Then the Saints took Bryce Lance, wide receiver out of North Dakota State. Also 4 picks later in the 4th round. The last time a Lance came out of North Dakota State, it didn't turn out that well, though.
No, it did not.
Then in the 5th, Lorenzo Styles Jr., if that Styles name sounds familiar, out of Ohio State, he is the brother of one Sonny Styles. Lorenzo stuck at safety while Sonny moved to linebacker. And then Berrien Brown, wide receiver out of LSU in the 6th round. I do think New Orleans has had a very good draft.
Yeah.
I don't think I like it as much as the Bucs draft, but I think it was pretty close.
It's clearly 1 and 2 is Bucs Saints.
Yeah.
And then I'd put Carolina 3 just because the Falcons Their whole offseason's been a dumpster fire
it's been interesting, that's for sure.
for being for reals.
What's the mood about the Falcons like?
I literally don't pay attention. Like, I wish I could give you some intel. I don't listen to local radio. I don't follow Falcons people. I should, and I will do better this year, but I couldn't tell you.
That's actually good because the Falcons suck.
There you go.
Good point.
Right.
What do you think of their stadium?
I'm a big fan of their stadium.
Yeah, I like it too.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very nice. Great to watch a game there. If you're not an analyst or credentialed media, it is excellent if you're credentialed media. The food is phenomenal. And when you're up in the press box, they've got the TVs right in front of you rather than trying to crane your neck for the closest one, which may not be at an advantageous angle. Makes it easy to catch those replays when you want to take on a different detail.
I went the 2019 season. They also gave you pregame field access, which like not every media member gets. Like if you're doing a TV hit like Scott is on WFLA, then you get to go on, but not everyone does, except for like Atlanta. You're just allowed to for whatever reason. So that was super cool. It was also the game where Vita Vea scored a touchdown on offense. So that was dope. Chris Godwin Jr. Had a sick game. He broke some record, I think. And Mike Evans broke a record too.
That was the 2019 one.
Yeah.
I was there, not
oh my God.
I wasn't a part of Pewter Report,
what?
But I was actually at that game.
So I don't know if you remember this. It had nothing to do with the game itself, but the pregame thing, they had like people swinging from ropes coming down, like an army thing. And one guy got like stuck. And so they're all doing like a little concert goes on. One guy's just like hanging. He wasn't upside down, but he was just hanging from the top, being like, can I get down now? Hell, he was just stuck there.
There was so that. And then and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I remember this correctly. Vernon Hargraves got cut before I got home from that game. Want to say post game, they just cut him. Like not even. Was it?
I don't.
All right, then I'm misremembering, but it was around that time. But I could have sworn it was like right after that game. So, but I have admitted multiple times on this program that my memory is. If they were doing a scouting report on me, it would be under the weaknesses category.
Is memory?
Memory.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That 40-yard dash, vertical jump, 3-cone, shuttle, bench. So,
what would your RAS score be? Oh my God!
Baking cookies,
insane!
There you go.
Insanely good.
All right.
I had 2. I wanted to have 10, but I needed to slow my roll. But yeah, fantastic.
There's a large box of them, and I need to get rid of them.
Well, you came to the right.
It's not as large anymore. I've only had 2. I'm bad at math.
Oh my gosh, we've got some super chats.
Yes, we do.
3.
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3.
Let's see. Where we start?
We definitely hit this one. So I want to say it's T level.
T level. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Says, forgive me, but I'm going to be direct. Is this a full-time occupation, or do you guys have other jobs? Does all of Pewter Report live near Tampa Bay? And what's the selection process? We're kind of half and half with the full-time, part-time.
Yep.
Josh lives in Atlanta. The rest of us are local. And the selection process is kind of all over the place. We've had interns become full-timers. We've had some people reach out to us, send resumes, and we pick from that. Other people we've kind of recruited because we like their work. It's very much a mixed bag.
You got to pass the initiation too.
Yeah, you got to pass the initiation as well.
That still hurts.
Secret society.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, each one's kind of got their own story. We've all got some side gigs as well. I'm doing the Big Boy Soap Hockey League in a couple of weeks. You can hear me on ESPN 8. I'm not even joking. ESPN 8. You can catch
I love the Ocho.
coming up. Yeah, the Ocho.
A lot of dodgeball references. So little things here and there.
Wayne Hilton, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate it. Says, love your draft coverage. Thank you. Thanks for all the kind words.
Yep, and the super chat.
Kahunaville, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, Vern Hargraves' sleeve jersey used to piss me off.
I will say just when that prior comment about selection process.
Oh, yeah.
My journey to being on this staff, bit of a full circle moment, in many ways started with the live draft coverage in 2021. I think it was 2021.
Yeah.
And it was actually me super chatting for every pick that Scott and John got right. And basically I ran out of money, so I had to start writing to make it back. So
You're so impressive. We accurately forecasted Joe Tryon, Shoinka, and Kyle.
Yeah.
I did. Yep. And it sent me into the poorhouse. And so I had to start working here to make it all back.
Yeah, we all have interesting origin stories. So I was taking a class that the late great Mark Cook was teaching, and I asked if I could shadow him, and that kind of led to eventually interning and then eventually working my way up the ladder. Obviously, I met Scott through Mark, and
You know what Mark said about you?
what did he say about me?
He said that there's this guy. Okay. He said there's this guy from UT that we're going to have as an intern, but he's from New York.
Ah, I see.
He's not a qualifier, but he's from New York.
Oh,
Cool. Yeah, love and miss Mark. He can be a hater as well, because Trevor Sickma has a great story. Obviously, Mark was a huge Florida State fan.
Yeah.
Trevor went to Florida. I believe Trevor's first day at Pewter Report, Mark just went up and was like, "Oh, you're Trevor?" And Trevor's like, "Oh, hey, so nice to meet you." And he goes, "Go Knowles." and that was it.
there's another story that Trevor tells. Trevor used to be more critical of Jameis, whereas Mark, for the majority of Jameis's career, till the end,
Yes.
was a Jameis supporter. And then this was the early podcast, if I remember, back when you guys were audio only.
That's right.
Yeah.
And there was one
Yeah,
where
I was there for this.
Mark was so fed up and he was
Mhm.
just, I'm done. And then Trevor kind of took my role in terms of, well, let's defend Jameis.
Yeah.
It wasn't, and Mark would just shut him down every time he tried to defend him. Just, no, I'm done. It's over. He's terrible. So just again, full circle moments where the two of them ended up on opposite sides, no matter what, but taking each other's positions. So Mark was the best.
He was. Yeah, and still is in memory. Yeah, so got it through Mark. That's how I met Scott, worked with Trevor as well, and kept moving up, and worked with John, obviously. And super grateful for the journey. Adam, we hired as an intern, and
From
he
UT.
worked his way up.
This party.
Yeah. And that UT pipeline, the UT tree here at Pewter Report. And then Bailey, we essentially kind of recruited. I think Bailey made his debut kind of at the draft. He was leaving his publication, but he was here, and then he was chilling with us and started not long after.
That's right. So it's a full circle moment.
Yeah.
for
Bailey with the draft is certainly.
We have Kat, who's an intern.
Yeah, and shout out to Kat, who's our intern right now. She does an incredible job. She's asking questions now, press conferences. She does during the season. She started with hype videos and stuff like that for the games themselves. We'll get her on the show at some point. She had to dip out a little bit before, but she's going to be coming on a podcast eventually. She's doing a great work. She goes to USF. She works camera at the Rays games and does stuff with USF football. So
Go Bulls.
Very cool to see. Go Bulls. Horns up. Unless Baker's around, then it's horns down.
Yeah.
And a big shout out to Cliff, our photographer, as well. Cliff makes fantastic photos. He's got stories for days about athletes that he's taken photos for. He always tells the story that when he's saying that he's taken photos, he'll say I I shot pictures of this guy. I shot pictures of that guy. Well, he's been in the music industry as well, certain artists and stuff. And he famously says that he got in trouble one time because he said, I shot Tupac, so RIP Tupac. But you can see how saying the words that way would not work well. But yeah, Cliff is awesome too. If you ever see him, he's a great storyteller.
So, based on that Cliff story, do you mind if I share one not football or Pewter Report related?
Sure.
Parallel.
We're in the seventh round.
6th round. So when I was in high school, history class, we took a trip up to DC, and part of the trip we went out to Gettysburg, and I got in an argument with one of my best friends. I know, right? Got in an argument with one of my best friends, got a little bit physical. So my daughter loves history, and so does my son. So I get to confidently and accurately tell them that their dad fought at Gettysburg.
I like that.
My daughter hates it. She's like, Dad, it's not what that means. I was like, tell me, much like with Bailey earlier, tell me where I lied. Tell me where I lied.
I like to say that I don't know like what other shows have been on NBC, but like there's been Oscar winners that have been on NBC or like famous people that have been on NBC. So like when we make WFLA hits, it's like Matt Matera, Steve Carell, Will Ferrell, like all just people that you see on NBC.
I love it. Okay. Is it possible for me to be on that or to be in there on that one?
Yeah.
West Point, thank you for the 1999 super chat.
Thank you, Wes.
Says, thank you for all the great work during the draft. Go Bucs. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Means a lot. Kahunaville, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, love our draft, but have concerns with Ruben Bain. Obviously, great value. Plus, hits need. But if he ends up being 6-7 sack guy a year, maybe there's a reason he fell to 15. I think this goes into what you were saying earlier of maybe the numbers sack-wise won't be there, but the sacks recorded by the team because of what Ruben Bain did, where it doesn't show up in the stats, but the impact was felt a lot more than what the numbers say.
Yeah, you kind of think of it like you're cooking a really great dish and you're adding an ingredient that maybe you don't taste the ingredient itself, but that ingredient helps elaborate on the other flavors, right? It makes them all the better. So I guess my analysis with Bain is, and I feel similarly, I don't know if he's ever going to be a double-digit sack guy. I think that's part of the arm length issue for him. It's not that I don't think that he can't be an effective pass rusher or find a way to win with his shorter arms, but you're talking about 0% arm length. And where that does show up is after he creates pressure, there are some sacks he just doesn't convert because he can't reach the quarterback. The guy moves out of his range and he doesn't have as large of a tackle profile, like the ability to reach out. So with that said, I don't want you to continue to worry Kahunaville or necessarily equate Bain's individual sack numbers with his impact on the defense. What I would say is if the defense next year goes from 37 sacks to 49 sacks, but Bain is only 6 of those sacks versus Hassan Reddick was 2 last year. Okay. So 2.5. So only a 3.5 sack difference in terms of individual performance out of that starting outside linebacker spot. But the defense goes up by 12. And for a lot of those sacks, Ruben Bain's on the field, creating havoc, creating pressure, and opening things up for other guys. Again, talking to Keonte Scott earlier today, I asked Scott, hey, you're great at blitzing. You create a ton of pressures. You've had multiple sacks this last year. What makes you so great at this? And he goes, Ruben Bain. That's what makes me great. So I think that you have to think about not only the individual, but how does that person unlock the rest of the defense? You often hear us, Scott, myself, Matt, we talk about force multipliers. Can this guy make the people around him better? And I think with Bain, it's going to look a lot like that, in addition to he'll get a handful of sacks himself. And generate a ton of pressure.
FLTB, I believe that's Florida Tall Boy. Thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Says, combined with free agency in the draft, do y'all think the needs on defense have been adequately addressed? I think so. I think, you want to find, you're not going to do this in the draft, but find a veteran player to put at corner for this team. But I mean, they need to address linebacker and edge rusher. Those are the two most important things, in my opinion. And they did that back to back with Bain and then Trotter. So adequately, for sure. I think they addressed it. I like the Keonte Scott move. I thought it was good depth as well with K-Part. I definitely think it has been addressed the right way.
Yeah, I definitely think depth on the defense has been addressed. I think at outside linebacker, you feel comfortable with your starting duo at this point, which you couldn't say that was the case even 72 hours ago. And I see the vision with Josiah Trotter. Again, I'm not walking back my initial analysis on Josiah Trotter. I actually have an article coming out, I think later today, that's going to talk about the difference between my own evaluation of him and what the Bucs see, but showing the case for Josiah and how his archetype is important to the Bucs defense. So I think that this is absolutely a better defense than last year, and it should perform better, provided they aren't, absolutely decimated by injuries. But even a few injuries, I think this defense can withstand better than last year's.
This next super chat from T Level, thank you for this $2 super chat, says, Pewter Report founding story. Scott has been at it for 30 years. So I know Scott got hired, and then the person that hired Scott left not long after, and then essentially you kind of ran the show ever since. But how did Pewter Report start from day one? How did it start? Do you know that? But Scott is coming on the show. I probably should have prefaced that first. But yeah, we will find out in just a moment. We will get back to that, T-Level. Buccaneer Bryce, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says Bain Jr., Josiah Trotter, Hurst, Keonte Scott, K-Part, and Trouth. Such a good mix of upside, depth, and immediate contributors. No doubt about it. Trotter's going to be an immediate contributor. Yeah, it's cool. Scott is going to the press conference as well with Rob McCartney. So I'll be here answering super chats. Do a couple. Yeah, keep them coming. I'll be answering them. Happy to talk about anything. Just a reminder as well. But yeah, I agree with you, Buccaneer Bryce. Let's go to what picture should I put up? We'll go with Jason and Tom. Definitely the upside. Upside is one of the biggest things for me right now with this team. The upside, the young players early on in the draft, and even some of the older players later on. What does it matter? They're not too old by any means. So definitely like this draft for the Bucs. I know I said I'm not going to give a grade yet. If someone super chats me, I will give a grade. But not going to give one just yet. Tuss 3, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Says, heard Cliff shot those Josh Freeman, Michael Jackson photos. I don't think that's true. But damn, that's funny. Funny is funny, I like funny. I like fun too. And it would be a ton of fun if I won with my picks over on PrizePicks. Use the code HMA. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 entry. Let me get that graph, that scroll going. Where are you at? There we go. Yes, use the code HMA, download the PrizePicks app, play your first $5 lineup, and get $50 in lineups easily. PrizePicks is the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report live draft show. It's America's #1 sports pick application. PrizePicks is a daily fantasy sports app, so you can download it. The app is really easy to use. You pick more or less on a few player stats to create a lineup. They have player picks, where you pick stats for individual players, whether it's points, yards, strikeouts, shots on goal, whatever the case may be. And that's how you set your lineup. It's got to be at least 2 players, can be more. They call it a pick power play, a 2-pick power play, a 5-pick power play, however you want to do it. And you can pick teams as well. This is what we were using when it came to making some picks with the draft. You could do it for all the big sports as well. You either pick the winner, the spread, or the total on any major game. It'll just be more or less if it's the total points in a game. The winner is just who wins, who loses, and spread, there are some points involved there. That aspect of PrizePicks is available in most states, including the state of Florida. So you're good right there. Going back to the lineups, let me show everybody what I'm working with in terms of my lineup tonight. I'm doing a 2-pick power play over at PrizePicks. Trying to get over $100 for the month. I'm almost there. So close. So close. Shout out PrizePicks. You also follow me at Matty Matera. All right. So, yeah, got 2 picks for this 2-pick power play. First one, CJ McCollum, more than 19.5 points. He's been ripping it up against the New York Knicks. This game's in Atlanta as well, so usually players playing at home have a better outcome. Sidney Crosby, less than 2.5 shots on goal. It's been a nightmare series for the Penguins. They might get swept tonight. Crosby, great player, just hasn't been involved too much based on what the Flyers have been doing defensively. So tough one tonight. Less than 2.5 goals. It's a 2-pick power play. Get those picks in over at PrizePicks. Use promo code HMA. Get those PrizePicks lineups going. You just put in one $5 entry and get $50. I don't know if this is backwards or not. $50 in lineups after your first $5 entry. It's a great deal. Love using PrizePicks. So much fun. They have so many tons and tons and tons of different games that you can wager on. So big thanks to PrizePicks. And thank you for being a title sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. Bailey Adams is in the building. Bailey, how we doing, my man? What's the haps, as St. Roberts would say?
Believe it or not, I am here. If you haven't been checking pewterreport.com, you might not have known that I'm here, but I am here.
Yes, we appreciate you, my man, getting all these articles done, putting in the work. We were saying before, this is pretty much your anniversary with Pewter Report. Sort of.
I unofficially, my official, I think, will be May 1st.
Okay.
So I've joked with Scott. I've asked him if he's going to pick up my 5th-year option. I
like that.
I think he still has some time to decide, and I don't know. I haven't gotten a word, but hopefully I'll stick around.
So you were just in there with Sharp?
I was not.
Okay.
No, I've been writing. Oh,
so. Cool. Glad you could join us right now. We got some more super chats to get to, so
let's do it.
Why don't we do so? First of all, I thought you got a good laugh at this one. Tuss the Third said, heard Cliff shot those Josh Freeman, Michael Jackson photos.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That was oddly not it was a friend of the program, but
yeah.
I looked over to my right and there's a monitor over here.
Oh my god, it'd be a funny video if you were like, John Lynch, where are you at?
John Lynch is over here on the screen.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's on the broadcast right now or what, but
Brandon Funk, the Funk Man, thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. Says overall thoughts of our draft and your favorite pick outside of Bain. Bailey, I'll let you lead the way on this one.
I like the draft overall. I'll start there. I'm a big fan of what they did, especially days 1 and 2. I like the needs that they've addressed here on day 3. Working on the trenches on both sides, and then adding another tight end. The interesting thing, and I'll give quick thoughts about Bauer Sharp at LSU. It's one that he was kind of projected on the 7th, so it's interesting. Maybe they got an inkling that somebody else or some other teams were interested, but moving up and giving up that 7th round pick to make sure they got him tells me a lot about what they think about him, but it's also kind of just an interesting move because it's not one that I would have thought they would have had to make in order to draft him. But he kind of does, a little bit of what Devin Culp does and a little bit of what Keith does. It's interesting because
a little hybrid.
He can
2 tight ends on the
he
team
can
already.
move. He can move really well. He was clocked as the fastest player on day 1 of the Shrine Bowl earlier in the pre-draft process. Ran like 21 point something miles per hour. Was a former quarterback, so definitely, he was used as actually a Wildcat quarterback at Southeastern Louisiana.
Oh wow!
And so he can move really well. He works on those underneath routes. He's a big dude at 6'5", 249. So big target. Blocks really violently. Could maybe stand to be a little bit more controlled in his blocking from what I've gathered and what I've read. And he's got special teams value too. So that kind of sounds like a little bit of Devin Culp, a little bit of Keith. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of works out within that room. But favorite pick outside of Bain, I think, is still going to have to be Ted Hurst. I talked about it a little bit on the show last night as we wrapped things up. And I just love that with the way the board fell, there was no kind of obvious position that the Bucs could take in the 3rd round. And I think adding a guy who being able to get a replacement, not a replacement, but get an X receiver, which is what they needed once Mike Evans left. Being able to do that and get a guy with that much upside, that much production, the ability to high point the ball, great speed. I'm really, really happy with that pick. And I think he could really factor into this offense quickly and down the road too. Keonte Scott's another one though. I don't want to forget him.
Yeah, Keonte Scott was going to be mine. I love the 4.3 speed mixed with the physical nature and the hard hitting of his game. I think that's kind of a rare find. I like the Bucs that have had some luck with 4th round picks. 3rd and 4th round picks have really found some sweet spots.
Yeah.
Which has been cool. I like the versatility of his game. Can play nickel, can play safety, views himself as a defensive back. And I think that speaks to his last season at the U. He played at Snow College in Auburn, but at the U, his last season, obviously a great season for the U. Fell short of the national championship, but getting that far. Dude had 5 sacks, 2 interceptions, and 7 pass breakups. Like
2 pick sixes.
2 pick sixes, insane. Yeah. So, like, you want to say versatility, those stats, and stats aren't everything, but that kind of effort and production, I think, was big time for this team. That's the type of player that the Bucs love having. Can do a little bit of everything. So
I think
I like
what's cool with him too is he's another guy that I wasn't really sure was going to be there in the 4th round. And
yeah,
it's kind of weird. No one thought Bain, the pass rusher out of Miami, would be there. No one thought that Scott, the DB out of Miami, would be there. But the Bucs got both of them. They lucked out with the way that the board fell, and 2 really good players that I think are going to be impact guys on this defense. And I like this class overall. There's some grinders in this class. Like talked about him starting at Snow College and moving on to Auburn, moving on to Miami, and then having the season that he had last year. Even a guy like the 6th round pick Sharp, he was a no-star recruit as a quarterback.
Yeah, crazy.
He had one FCS offer, and that was to Southeastern Louisiana. Took that, went there. After a year redshirting, he transitions to tight end, worked his way up, ends up at Oklahoma, and then finishes up at LSU. Like, these are some guys that have been on some journeys. They've been on multiple programs, but also just have been able to grind their way up. Ted Hurst being another one who's got started at Valdosta State, went to Georgia State, stayed loyal to them, and stuck around there when he could have gone elsewhere. And I really like the makeup of this class in terms of their edge, their attitude, their ability to grind, and then just the overall talent, I think, across the board is very exciting.
Kahunaville, thank you for this $5 super chat, says, but is that a guy you want at 15? Sadiq filled the need, looks polished, feels like a guy, feels like he could be a special player. Seems less likely that Bain is special. I disagree. I think it was a shock that Bain wasn't there. I think he can be an ultimate game wrecker for this team.
Yeah, I think the same. And Sadiq, I was never fully sold on Sadiq as a prospect, much less as the number 15 overall pick and for the Bucs and what they need. Skylar Gill-Howard just went off the board to the Lions. But yeah, I think Sadiq definitely interesting, and I think definitely he went at 16 to the Jets, right?
Yes,
So he
Went
ended
after
up right. He ended up right there in that range, but I just never was sure about him as a possibility at 15. If the Bucs were to trade down into the 20s, I thought maybe that could be a possibility. But yeah, I think he could be a good player. But I do think Bain could be a special player. I think he's the edge rusher the Bucs have been looking for to pair with Yaya Diaby and really maximize the potential of this 4-man pass rush.
I like Sadiq, but don't get it wrong. If you view two players the same way, and in this case for the Bucs, tight end and edge rusher, you're going with the edge rusher before you go with the tight end. I think he can be a very special talent. Jason Taylor speaks the world of him, and not just because he coached him at Miami. Jason Taylor's a Hall of Fame edge rusher who's 7th in the NFL in sacks.
Yeah.
He knows what he's talking about. He doesn't care about the short arms. If everyone's going to say, oh, but the short arms. What about everything else that he brings? The violence of his game. Being able to be more than just a pass rusher, too. The tackles for loss, stopping the run game, and teams focusing on him. Opened up things for Akeem Mesidor. Great pass rush as well. Someone pointed out I forgot who it was, but the offensive tackle that went 17th, 2 picks later. There's a video of Ruben Bain absolutely destroying him on a pass rush. So, guy's got everything.
Yeah. And I think what was the quote? I want to say it was Nick Saban said it on the broadcast of the draft on Thursday night, but said something about everybody wants to talk about the short arms, but I've yet to see a rep where that matters because, before you even worry about their short arms, he's already got his arms on your throat or something like that. It was something very violent. I think it was Nick Saban said, but yeah, I think he wins in ways that don't really, it kind of just neutralizes the fact that he doesn't have ideal arm length. Mm-hmm. So I don't see that as being this monumental limiting factor to what he can do in the NFL. I think he definitely has the juice, has the overall pass rush arsenal to win and to get after the quarterback, which the Bucs have not done well in the last few years.
37 sacks last year. First time since Todd Bowles came to Tampa, they had defense under 40.
His face in that picture is what he thinks of that, too.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been the many faces of Todd Bowles during this draft. Even this one, he's like cold-blooded.
He's got 1,000-yard stare in that.
Oh, yeah. Mean mug him. Moving on to Chris Custer. Thank you for the $2 super chat. What would you think of signing Trevon Diggs at corner?
I'll just say I don't know what kind of money he's going to make. I know he's still out there. Maybe he's kind of biding his time and seeing what's out there after the draft and who needs a corner. But I don't know that it would be in the Bucs' best financial interest to go that way. And I don't think he's going to sign up to be your cornerback 3 or 4. I think he's coming in and he's demanding probably starter money and a starting role. And you could do that, I guess, but then you're kind of, I don't know if you're not necessarily giving up on Benjamin Morrison, but you're kind of saying, all right, we're gonna stunt his development a little bit because he's not going to see the field as much.
Yeah,
and, that pushes Parrish back inside where you just got this ability to kind of use him outside, inside, and then because of the drafting of Keonte Scott. So I don't know. I don't know if it's the right fit.
You can't sign him to be a starter.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah. There are a lot of names out there. Josh Capo and I were talking about this earlier with the free agents still available at corner, but a lot of these names, and I say names because a lot of them have kind of a big background or pedigree, they're not coming for backup money or a backup role.
No, they're not. And Diggs he's so boom or bust too.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a lot of big plays, but he gets burned a lot.
Yeah.
Moving on to Twix World. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat. Says, could have grabbed Pat Coogan in the 6th round to be a true center. Good friends with Mike Koenig, and
I was going to say
an appearance on the Yak.
There was a moment there. I was like, maybe they could draft him, and I think it was probably before they went with Billy Shrout. But I was seeing his name kind of popping up, and I was like, if we got Pat Coogan in the building, might see Mike Koenig around.
Yeah, Koenig was in Tampa. He was doing the Gruden stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think
once they went Trout, Coogan, there was no reason
Definitely.
to draft him. But I would have liked if they went Coogan.
definitely, and I think it would have been interesting just to see, because he would have been like a 1-for-1 backup of Graham Barton, whereas you have right now, I think the backup center is pretty much Ben Bredesen, who's
Right,
also
and
your
then-
starting guard.
Yeah,
so,
and then you're putting either Elijah Klein or
Yeah.
now Schrouth
yeah.
at that guard position.
So that is the kind of the interesting thing. But they've got a lot of, because you got a lot of flexibility there too. There's flexibility all over the roster. It's kind of almost like becoming a buzzword that I'm tired of using, but it's true. It's one of those things. Schrouth, who they just drafted, he can play on the left side and right side in terms of the guard position. Bredesen can play guard and center. You had Graham Barton last year kick out to left tackle when they needed him to in a pinch. Now, obviously not
That's
ideal,
true.
but he did it. And they've been able to reconfigure Tristan Wirfs. Not that you want him to go back, but he played left tackle. He played right tackle, and now he's a left tackle. So there are guys all across this offensive line room, and even the backup tackles. They're both swing tackle type of guys who can play on both sides in School and Chukwuma. So yeah, it's kind of interesting the way they've made up that offensive line group.
Interesting super chat here from FLTB. It says, any predictions regarding the 2026 schedule?
I predict that it will be released in May.
Yeah. I think Adam Schefter gave that.
Yeah, it'll come out in May, as it usually does. Did Schefter say a date? Because I know they just usually say May.
I
don't know if he did, but
I think it's like middle of May.
It's right around then. I don't know. It's interesting. So we do have the opponents.
Yeah.
You know that.
So obviously all the NFC South opponents, their other home games are against the Packers, Vikings. So they play the NFC North. They're home against the Packers, Vikings. Yeah, they go all north this year, essentially, with the AFC and NFC North. So Green Bay, Minnesota, the Browns, Steelers. This is where they really luck out. Chargers and Rams, both home games.
Yeah.
So they're not traveling to LA. They're not really traveling out west at all
And
this year.
obviously the LA teams are traveling all the way east,
Yes.
So
And then the road games are the Bears, Lions, Ravens, Cincy, Dallas, and then the rest of the NFC South. So really the farthest they're traveling is to Dallas this year.
I'm curious because
or probably to Chicago and Detroit based on where Tampa is.
We've seen over the last couple of years, they still get decent number of primetime games.
Yeah.
Looking at the schedule, I'm curious to see what really stands out, because I don't know, for some reason lately, I know it wasn't this past year, but like they loved putting Bucs Eagles in primetime. I don't know of this group. I think you'll probably get one of the
of the
Saints games.
How many primetime games do you think they'll have this year?
3.
Okay, I was thinking more too because they're coming off of it down.
I could see it. I could definitely.
The thing is, the teams they're playing are all very primetime worthy, where it's like, hey, this team is playing. They just happen to be playing the Bucs. Like Dallas, obviously, any game could be primetime. And there's probably a chance the Bucs are playing on Thanksgiving. That's probably the one prediction I would make, is the Lions and Dallas, both road games.
Yeah.
So get ready to join me on the game day show live from my parents' house.
Like a pilgrim hat or something. Or like...
Yeah. I think when they played on Christmas in Brady's last year in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
I think I wore a Santa hat during the game day show.
And I think, I know they've already announced some of the obviously some of the teams that are playing internationally. There's a chance maybe one of those games, one of those international or one of those away games becomes an international game. I think that would most likely be Detroit. But yeah, so that's weird with Detroit being the chance for either all the way.
Well, they played a Thanksgiving game in Germany.
All the way international, or it could also be, or not also, but it could be on Thanksgiving. So I don't know. I'm looking at this.
They played primetime games with the Ravens too.
Yeah.
Which have all been disastrous because you had Mike's injury and you had Chris Godwin's injury.
And then there was one on a Thursday night longer ago, right? Or am I thinking of the same?
That was when Godwin, I think, got hurt. No, they did Thursday last 2 years.
Oh, was that what it was?
Or the last 2 times they played?
Been multiple. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
I think one was a Monday, though, wasn't it? I don't know.
No, yeah, you're right. When Godwin got hurt, that was Monday.
And I think there was a Thursday a couple years
Thursday, that was when Brady was there.
Yeah.
That's when Shaq got hurt.
Yes. It's just a disaster.
All freaking injuries.
Disaster in primetime. But
yeah, maybe because they're definitely going to have a Thursday
game.
The
Ravens and the Cowboys. Like they played the Cowboys on Sunday night a couple years ago. They did also longer ago. They played them on I think the last 2 times they've been to Dallas have been on Sunday night, actually.
Yeah.
The 2022 season opener, and then a couple years ago, late in the season, I think in December.
Yeah,
So-
I think they're going to have a Thursday game, a Monday game, and probably international.
Here's the thing. So when you say Thursday game, do you think that's going to be Thanksgiving? Or do you think they're going to have Thanksgiving and a Thursday
Now
game?
that I say it, I'll combine it. They're going to have a Thanksgiving
Okay.
Thursday game.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then Monday international. That'd be a lot. That would be a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if they have an international.
I kind of want them to have an international because,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll get to travel, but if not, the game's at like 9 in the
Yeah,
morning, and then we're kind of done by.
I kind of did like that back in 2022 when they went to Germany. So
I will never forget that moment because Scott and Mark were actually no, not the Germany. I'm thinking of the
London, you're against the Panthers.
Yeah,
2019?
because we were like promoting events at this one place, and it was packed to the gills, and it was awesome. Everyone was so excited, and then James threw the pick, and everyone was, livid. But yeah, the Germany game was crazy too because the Bucs won. Julio Jones scored a touchdown.
Yep.
Tom Brady ran a route that was thrown by Leonard Fournette that was intercepted.
Rashad White had the stiff arm.
Stiff arm, crazy game.
Yep. That's the one I think you won the Angry Runs.
Yes, he did. Got the
Pretty
scepter.
sure.
Started the dumbest tradition of playing country roads at Raymond James Stadium. I get if you're playing it over there, but
I don't.
yeah, I know. Let's
I don't.
let's not go down that road again. But anyway, good food for thought. Thanks for that super chat. T Level, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says y'all surprise Bo Ricker. I know I'm saying his name wrong. But it doesn't matter. He's not on the Bucs. Was the second tight end drafted. Y'all dogged his production, but I see the catch talent analysis. Analysts see him as a blocker. Trevor and Connor from NFL Draft Exchange or Stock Exchange, they were floored by it.
I think a lot of people were.
Yeah.
I thought he was a day 3 tight end, honestly. But I don't know. That was the thing about this draft is that, like, after a while, it kind of just became, who do you like? And just take them when you have them on your. I mean, obviously, it's always that way. But I think you saw it not just with the Jaguars. I think they're the prime example. But you saw a lot of teams take guys way ahead of where the consensus had them. I know Chicago did the same thing with Xavier Thomas, who I think was in the 150s maybe on the consensus board. I think he was a late day 3 guy. They took him in the 3rd round. So yeah, it became one of those things where it was just like teams have evaluated a lot of these players in wildly different ways.
It's funny to me that the 2 most controversial picks and teams that were made were the Rams with Simpson and then Sean McVay's reaction to it, and then him going on every show now being like, no, I'm happy with the pick.
Yeah.
And then the surprising moves that the Jags made, besides just that tight end, drafting another tight end later on as well, and some of the other moves. And they were the 2 teams that like didn't go to the combine, didn't have top 30 visits, and just saying, screw it. We're just going to go with this player and this player.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, funny how that works.
Even a guy like Carson Beck going in the 3rd round, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was, or was it the 4th round? I'm getting mixed up
I
now.
think it was
Was that today or yesterday?
No, I think it was the 3rd round because
putting
Drew
together.
Aller also went.
Okay, yeah. That's been weird too. I don't know
what
I've
quarterbacks
missed it,
are
but
left.
I think Garrett Nussmeier is still.
He's still available because the Jets went with Kate Klubnik.
Yeah, and
Nussmeier's still available.
I wonder if it's the medicals with him, because I know that he dealt with the oblique thing last year at LSU and really, really severely cut into his ability to throw, much less get the ball downfield. He looked a lot different than he did the year before. And then it was revealed recently that, I think he sees a cyst on his spine or something like that. That's kind of causing the problems. And I don't think that it's supposed to be a long-term issue or something that's going to hamper him going forward. But I don't know. Maybe teams are a little bit hesitant with that, because even if he wasn't going to go in the 4th round, I'm surprised he didn't go in the 5th or the 6th. The fact that he's still there. Are we into the 7th round yet?
Let me
I don't know
double
if we are. I'm still in the 6th, actually. But the fact that he's still on the board,
Still in the 6th. We have
a few more picks.
1, 2, 3 more picks in the 6th round, and then all of the 7th.
And the Bucs are done, huh?
And the Bucs are just done. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we will cut it early. We'll see.
Very interesting. Having back-to-back picks, obviously, just from a writing standpoint, having the back-to-back picks was a lot.
Yeah.
Right. And then right as I finished, I came in here and was just hanging out with you guys. And then they made the trade up, and I was like, I just finished. So I went back and started working on the Bauer Sharp story. But
Well, we appreciate you, Bailey. You've done a fantastic
I love
job.
doing it.
Always love when you're on the show too.
Yeah.
I feel like we got good banter.
It's a lot of fun.
Shout out to YouTube TV as well. Love that we can split the shows. A little playoff hockey.
How about the Orlando Magic?
How'd they do?
They won.
They did?
Up
They're
2-1.
up 2-1.
Up 2-1 on the Pistons.
Wow.
Game 4 also in Orlando. Could see him go up 3-1 at home, maybe.
That'd be pretty dope. See what else we got. Cleveland Guardians. Nah. Yeah, I'll throw on a little golf. Why not? Who's going to stop us? Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to look now, see. Here are the other quarterbacks that are available. Not Smyer, who you were just talking about. Luke Altmaier from Illinois.
Kind of like Altmaier. Sawyer Robertson I like too, actually,
Yeah.
from Baylor.
Baron Morton out of Texas Tech. Sawyer Robertson. Joey Aguilar. I remember at the Combine, his whole thing was like he was trying to get another year of eligibility, but something went wrong.
I dominated with Joey Aguilar in the NCAA when the game first came back out.
Oh, yeah?
The first one. I had him in App State and just aired it out. He'll always have a special place in my heart because of that. You'll never know it.
Maybe he'll sign with the Bucs as an undrafted free agent. You can tell.
I don't think I ever want to have to tell somebody, hey,
You'll always be in my
won
heart
me,
for a
you
video
won me
game.
a college football playoff game.
FLTB, which again I think stands for Florida Tall Boy, but I'm not sure. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Says, who had a better offseason? Carolina Panthers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Atlanta. Do you remember that video?
I don't know.
It was like the guy. He would do the songs like Carolina Panthers, like, and he would do this whole song and go.
Oh no, I don't. I'm thinking of Carolina Mike.
Oh, that guy.
I'm
He's
thinking
like
of
the
him.
new
Yeah,
Panthers
the
guy.
new
Yeah.
one. I love that guy.
Because he does for the Hornets.
Yeah,
too,
I
now,
love
right?
that. I love the little like side to side step dance move that he does. It's so good. Anyway, Carolina Panthers, Tampa Bay, Atlanta.
Who had the better offseason? So that means we're including free agency as well. Man, it ain't the Falcons, so we can put them as 4. We'll leave that at 4. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
Free agency, I think it kind of adds a lot more to it because the Bucs free agency, they certainly address depth, but they kind of relied on their draft a little bit more.
Yeah.
Carolina was big time spenders, but did they spend on the right type of people? New Orleans, I really like the A-Chan signing. Oof. But you also got to factor in the drafts too.
I think it's between the Bucs and the Saints.
Me too. I think it's Bucs, Saints, Carolina, because Carolina gave all like Devin Lloyd. There's a reason why Jacksonville didn't pay him, but also he was the top linebacker. But also defense was already their strength. I'm not saying like it's not a bad idea.
Harold Perkins to the Falcons.
Okay, a lot of Harold Perkins discussion over the last 2 days. That's so funny too. You ever watch the show Atlanta with Childish Gambino?
I haven't.
Okay, well, anyone that's watched the show Atlanta, there's like an infamous episode called the Teddy Perkins. There's an episode with this person named Teddy Perkins that's only in that episode. If you've seen the show Atlanta, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And now Harold Perkins going to Atlanta. Crazy. And then the other move Carolina made with Jalen Phillips
so much
A
money
lot
for
of money.
so little production.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why it has to be 3. And it took a while to get the skill position as well
Yeah.
that they needed.
Yeah, I think the Saints, like, I think I have to go back and fully review what the Saints have done in the draft. I know I liked the start of their draft.
Yeah.
Who they've added since is kind of escaping me, but I've liked what they've done so far. I think their free agency was pretty solid. I think there's obviously just the momentum, and it doesn't really kind of factor into the offseason they've had, but the momentum they picked up toward the end of last year with what Tyler Shuck did and all that, I think they've done well to kind of supplement that and kind of keep that going with their offseason. But I still kind of think the Bucs, and I'm not trying I'm trying to remove all bias and remove any kind of stuff with that but it's fascinating to see that a free agency period that kind of started with them losing Mike Evans and also continued with Levante David retiring. They were still able to go out and address needs with, accomplishing the attitude shift that they're looking for too, and then having this draft that they've had. I still think it's the Bucs, and I think it puts them in a really good spot to try to get back to the top of the NFC South again.
All right, we're going to do a double hockey shift in just a moment after the Bucs brass was spoken to. So thank you for that super chat. Thank you, BA, for your contributions.
Thank you.
As we are moving along. Moving along.
All right, Pewter people. Adam Slavon, and joined with me is Josh Capo. So we just had the Bucs brass. We talked to Rob McCartney, and Josh, you asked a couple of really insightful questions. Just your overall thoughts on what Rob had to say and how the Bucs really built out their draft class.
Yeah, I think two of the concepts that he spoke to as overarching themes were versatility and then also pass rush.
Yeah.
Every one of their defensive picks has a pass rush element to their game. And I'm not just talking about Ruben Bain or DeMonte Capehart, right, who will play on the line and are part of their job description is to rush the passer. But even Josiah Trotter and Keonte Scott both have a fantastic pass rushing ability from their specific positions. And so I go back to the famous book, which became a movie starring Brad Pitt, Moneyball, right?
Yeah.
We're going to create a pass rush in the aggregate. So they were approaching pass rush from every angle that you possibly can, recognizing that that is how you build a championship defense. And we just saw it in the Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks. So I thought that was a really interesting concept that they seem to really dig into. And then from versatility, he talked about Keonte Scott being probably a nickel to begin with, but they could see him potentially being a safety in the future. JJ Roberts, who was an undrafted free agent for them last year, he was somebody they were playing a lot in the nickel, but Scott Reynolds asked him, from a depth chart perspective, do you see JJ more as a safety these days? And he confirmed, yeah, we believe that. Jacob Parrish, inside outside versatility. So they feel comfortable with their defensive back room overall, with a couple of guys who can play multiple positions at this point, being able to create depth in the aggregate. So.
And now the overarching theme of the Bucs draft class has been adding players with a nasty edge. That was something Rob said in the current episode, that they've kind of had enough of, having a soft defense. Like, they want to get gritty, they want to get tough and be a difficult opponent to play on Sundays. And then you're kind of looking at it. I know you asked him a question about just the players that were brought in fitting a specific archetype, like Ted Hurst fitting the X wide receiver, having Josiah Trotter as that Mike linebacker. What do you think about these players, like even drafted later on, fitting specific roles as soon as 2026?
Yeah, I think I think Rob said that this is maybe the cleanest middle rounds that they've ever had in terms of players really falling into exactly what they need from a positional perspective, both in terms of the macro level position, linebacker, wide receiver, but also the micro level in terms of Mike versus Mo or X versus the Z versus the F. He said it was kind of clean the way that their board had fallen. And what he really spoke to was you start with the player evaluation and you say, are they good enough? Right. And then from there, what can they do for us?
Yeah.
And he spoke a little bit about Hurst and he said, well, this offense, Zach Robinson's offense coming from this McVay tree doesn't traditionally have an X. And if you go back to the Rams, when they had Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, right? Neither one of them is a traditional X receiver. But they're able to the offense still runs really, really well. So they felt comfortable with the wide receiver room as it was without an X, but then you add somebody who can play an X receiver and it opens up so much more for the offense.
Yeah, it really does. And one other thing to kind of flip on that notion was what Ted Hurst does at wide receiver. Then you look at somebody like Keonte Scott, who Rob mentioned would fit the nickel role in the Bucs defense, and just kind of transitioning. It seems like they have a new nickel every year. But Josh, Antoine Winfield Jr., the past couple of seasons, they really want to unlock him, get him back to the form that he displayed before he got his big contract. And in doing so, adding Scott into the mix in the secondary, do you feel like that frees up Antoine Winfield a little bit more?
I tried to get that answer out of Rob. And he did a good job of kind of deflecting and saying, that's really a Todd Bowles question. It's Todd Bowles' defense. And they would love to get Antoine back to a position where he is closer to the line of scrimmage, at where he is a playmaker. But really that's up to up to Todd Bowles to take all of these ingredients, all of these versatile players, and then be able to use them in a way where he's getting the most, not only out of Antoine Winfield Jr., but out of everyone on that defense.
And right now our main focus is on all the day 3 picks. And when you look at the defensive tackle room, Josh, I was kind of talking to Scott a little bit earlier before the team drafted DeMonte Capehart, and he was a Bucs best bet. When you're looking at the defensive tackle room, how excited are you, like, knowing how deep they really are? Because you have Vita, Elijah, and Ashawn. Those are probably the starters. Yep. And then you have Nacho, DeMonte, Jason Jones, Elijah Simmons. Like, there's so much depth at this position. Like, what are your overall thoughts about it? Because it's exciting.
Raising the floor, right? Yeah. Like that has seemed to be a theme throughout this offseason. In free agency, they didn't really raise the ceiling at any position.
No.
But they created a lot of depth and hedged against one of their biggest foes over the last couple of seasons has been injuries. They seem to have collect injuries at a specific position group, to where they're going out and finding Dan Feeney's, right, off of practice squads, Mike Jordan's off of practice squads, and having to use those players and log significant snaps. So the theme seems to be throughout this entire offseason, it really started with free agency, where it is difficult for the Bucs to play in the deep end of the pool at the highest APYs. Hey, let's go ahead and bolster the bottom of our roster. We've got good players as starters. Now we need to complement those good players for when one or two of them goes out, that it's not a stars and scrubs approach. Yeah. They wanted a more consistent roster top to bottom. And then you see that with these day 3 picks. What's really amazing is the Bucs tend to create room for their draft picks to always make the roster. I don't know if that's necessarily the case at defensive tackle. Capehart has some really cool athletic qualities, but can he beat out a Elijah Simmons? Can he beat out a Jason Jones? Can he beat out Akeem Nunez-Roches? That's going to be an open battle for those final couple of spots.
And as you look at the Bucs draft class, assuming there's no more trades, Rob made it sound like they're kind of done, and all the work's been, at least fulfilled for 2026. But the draft class as a whole, Josh, what do you think of it? Do you feel like the needs were properly addressed position by position? And
yeah, it's an interesting juxtaposition, because you usually have these conversations over best player available versus positional need. I really don't feel like there was a friction between those two in this draft class.
No.
Right. Ruben Bain was best player available, happened to fill a big positional need. Josiah Trotter.
He was in the mix of the linebackers available, at least.
I think the eye of the beholder type of thing. Was
Yeah.
he the best player available for me at linebacker or just in general? No, but that doesn't, my draft board doesn't govern the Bucs movements, right? From the way that Rob talked about him, from the way that Mike Beal talked about him, he seemed like they got their guy, right? To quote Jason.
They may have
Jason
not
Light.
had the best player, but they drafted the best player for this defense, because they could have drafted, very well, like a CJ Allen or Jake Olday.
That's a really great way of putting it.
But would they have added the same level of physicality, the run stuffing ability, the ability to complement Alex Anzalone? That's why Trotter was a pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And then add a position of need. And within the position of need, linebacker at the Mike linebacker position of need, which complements Alex Anzalone so well. Wide receiver, Ted Hurst was, who was it who said if he was at a Power 4 school, he would have been a first rounder. Somebody you follow and you love, Scott, an analyst, Greg Cosell.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's who
well respected mind.
He said if he had been at a Power 4 school, he would have been a first rounder. So that's a best player available in the third round. And then he happened to play the X receiver that they don't have in their room yet. So it's just, again, going back to what Rob said, it feels like it was a clean draft, maybe the cleanest they ever had in those middle rounds. Keonte Scott, best player available, helps bolster the depth in the secondary. DeMonte Capehart, best player available for the Bucs. They really felt that way. They actually, and he goes to that defensive line room where they're trying to build out that pass rush. So, I think that the draft overall, you think about it from positional need, they could have used help on the interior offensive line. They found one. Could have used help at tight end. They found one. Could have used help on the interior defensive line and at edge. They found them. Inside linebacker, found one. Some people might not say wide receiver, but X, they could have used an X and they found one. That's a pretty darn good draft. And what I feel like they were playing with house money ever since day one, because you get Ruben Bain at 15.
That's the tone setter. That's the guy that's going to define this.
Can be meh, and you're still feeling good. And the rest of the draft wasn't meh.
Yeah, and you're looking at this list and all solid prospects that we've kind of gone over and evaluated since upon being drafted. But then you also have to take in the element of the undrafted free agents. And as soon as the draft ends, Pewter Report's going to have an undrafted free agent tracker. But that's been a path to even find, a Sean Tucker. Marquise Watts had a brief run as a pass rusher. J.J. Roberts, Ben Shaquuma, Christian Izien. They're able to find even, in the depths of the draft, really some gems.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes to, they feel good about their draft board. And I think Jason said it in his pre-draft press conference. We feel like every year there are guys we think are draftable who end up as undrafted free agents. And this goes to the relationship that their scouts build with some of these guys who end up being undrafted free agents, where they feel like the Bucs, that's the best opportunity for me for a couple of reasons. Number one, built a really great relationship with the guys who were recruiting me. And then number two, they're willing to roster and start me as a UDFA if I prove it. And not a lot of teams are willing to give those chances. And that is something to Todd Bowles' credit. He will start a rookie. He will start a rookie undrafted free agent if they're good enough. And that is something that a lot of other coaches don't do. And it's allowed them to find talent in the UDFA realm.
And based on this list here, Josh, the Bucs have, typically averaged about 4 starters from each draft class. How many of these guys do you think start this upcoming season?
Day 1, 2. By the end of the year,
could you see 4?
I don't see 4. I see 3, but I see contributors up and down this draft. So I think Bain and Josiah Trotter absolutely are starters. I don't think Ted Hurst starts on day 1. Could he be a starter by the end of the year? I mean, Chris Godwin has injury history, right? We saw Jalen McMillan, he had a bad injury last year. I could see it.
Yeah.
And then Keonte Scott, I think a lot of that has to deal with what happens with Benjamin Morrison this offseason. If he's somebody who can establish himself as one of the top 3, Scott becomes a great backup. If he struggles to establish himself as one of the top three, I could see Scott as the starting nickel, and then Parrish just playing outside full time.
And then any other takeaways from Rob? He spoke for over 20 minutes. Is there any other insight that you gained listening to him?
I think one of the things that I thought was really cool that he mentioned was when Bain got picked.
Yeah.
And I don't remember quite how he put it, but like that was a special moment in terms of how excited the entire room was. I believe he described it like they've never experienced that before. Mm-hmm. So I think that was really cool just to see, because it feels like in those draft rooms, like it's just Jason Light making the pick. It's not.
No,
right.
It's a whole team effort.
He's getting information from everyone. Who do you like? And what that leads to is when they make picks, it's often a full discussion, and it's not necessarily everybody agrees. No. Right. It's a back and forth. Where can we find consensus? Who feels the most passionately, even if they don't see eye to eye? And that felt like a unanimous consensus. Everyone is on board. This is the guy. How often in our lives, in our Pewter Report text thread, how often is everyone on board with something?
Oh, very
Jacob
rare.
Rodriguez may have been the first time, right?
He was the unifier.
He was the unifier. So, and I think that's something fans can appreciate. You think about your office or your coworkers, or even at your house with your family. How often is everyone
in alignment?
This is the best thing for us. Those are rare. Those are rare in any person's career or personal life. Enjoy them. And it seems like they really did enjoy that moment.
And I'd love to hear the thoughts of all the Pewter people that are still watching. We're going 6.5 hours strong now. What would you grade the Bucs draft? And of course, I'll kick that to you, Mr. Capo. What would you give it a grade? Grade-wise, A, B?
All right, so we're doing the traditional scale.
Yeah,
that's an A draft.
A draft.
I think that is an A draft.
And based on like hearing other NFL analysts, I know Mike Renner, some other respected minds. You mentioned Greg Cosell. They've had the Bucs draft class being one of the top 5 hauls, and you're looking at it and you see just a difference maker that Ruben Bain can be from the jump as a pass rusher, something that Tampa Bay's defense sorely needed. And the upside and the top 3 picks being 21 years old, like the sky's the limit. So I think the Bucs, they really trended toward versatility, as you mentioned, but also ceiling. And you mentioned, and it's a great point, through free agency, the Bucs really built out the floor. They're saying, okay, the floor is going to be we're an 8-win team, but the ceiling was elevated in the draft with some of these picks where, you could realistically see them bouncing back and being a 10-win team, if the offense can pick it up, if the defense, can get its feet under them, but maybe they can be even more than a 10-win team.
Yeah, I think that's, especially in this division, I think that's definitely a possibility. A lot of it comes down to Baker.
Yeah.
He's got to have a more consistent season. Hopefully the blocking in front of him is better. And obviously you have a healthier offensive line to start the year. So, but I definitely think that the talent is here for that to happen. I think the talent is here for Todd Bowles to have a top 10 to 12 defense. I really do. It does require a few things to break their way. Zion McCollum to have a bounce back season closer to his 2024 than his 2025. Getting Antoine Winfield Jr. closer to the line of scrimmage, like we talked about just a couple minutes ago. I think that's important. Ruben Bain being able to contribute to a pass rush that increases their consistency of pressure and gets from 37 sacks to somewhere between 48 and 50, or 48 or more, I should say. Let's not limit it to 50.
Yeah.
And then Josiah Trotter being as advertised in the things that he does well year one. I'm not looking for Josiah Trotter to be even a net neutral as a coverage backer, but let's remember where he's taking over for. Servassier Dennis was probably the worst coverage backer in the NFL last year, or at least for a big portion of the season. You could argue between him and the Bengals guys, maybe he was bottom 3, bottom 5. But if Trotter can do that, but just be a much better pass rusher, then you've lifted the floor, right?
Yeah.
And you've got Anzalone, who I think will be an upgrade over what Levante David was last year. So, and Kalijah Cansey being healthy, right? All of those things would contribute to Todd Bowles' defense looking a hell of a lot better in 2026.
And so the NFL draft is really just a culmination of all our work the past couple of months. And us at Pewter Report, we're very fair and objective. And it's fair to say that the past couple of months, there's been a lot of negative vibes surrounding the team, surrounding head coach Todd Bowles. But I think what Bucs fans can really appreciate over the past couple of days, as we've kind of taken it all in, is that there's a vibe shift, I think, in a positive way. That, you know, you can look at this roster in its entirety, and you could still look at Todd Bowles however you may view him. But this is a team filled with talent, and I'd say some of the most talent that they've had probably since 2024. I mean, last year they got bit by the injury bug, but you can really see just the overall, you know, atmosphere and vibe just being more positive now.
Yeah, I think Jason Light's done a great job of creating talented rosters. Let's not forget, last year's roster was talented. It was seen as a very good roster. It, to your point, was plagued by injuries, right?
Yeah. You
lose 4 linemen at a given point. There aren't many offensive lines that are going to recover from that. You lose as many wide receivers as they have over the last couple of years. It's hard to overcome that. You put those two things together, it's really hard to overcome that. You have to be Shanahan to do it.
Yeah.
Or maybe McVay. Although, let's not forget, McVay had a 4-13 season.
What, 2019?
No,
2022, the Baker year, after they won the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. So it's very difficult to navigate injuries. Now, where I think Light has taken a step forward this year is creating that depth, preparing for those injuries across almost the entire roster. So you add that in, and I do think hope springs eternal. Everybody's favorite movie at this time of year, Draft Day. You think about the opening monologue from the radio host talking about, Cleveland is some Latin term for always suffering, but it's Draft Day. We can be positive right now. We can be hopeful. So I think the Bucs have given the fans plenty of hope with some of these roster moves in the offseason, especially this draft.
And you can swim in the ocean of optimism instead of the puddle of pessimism.
I like that. Where'd you pull that?
I just thought of it.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, but the draft is a really optimistic time. And obviously, like, there's comments here saying, I can't wait until the schedule releases in May. Like, every team 0-0 until you go into September. But Josh, we've had a ton of fun during the pre-draft process. We went through some live Bucs mock drafts with various guests and everything, but I want to get your thoughts on Zach Robinson and really this offense, because, you know, they added Ted Hurst, they added Bauer Sharp, like there's some pieces there. How do you see it all coming together? I think most of the focus this offseason has been on the defense, justifiably so, but where do you see the offense going?
Such a great question. They didn't sign a second tight end in free agency, and there's still some pretty big names out there. They didn't go after tight end on day 2 of the draft. The world is moving more towards the 12th and 13 personnel, and it's being led by Zach Robinson's former boss, Sean McVay.
And Robinson himself.
Yeah, he did that in Atlanta. Yeah. But I feel like this roster is built for 11 personnel, and I feel like Zach's going to lean into that. Especially because you think back to when he was with the Rams before this shift to 12 and 13 personnel, that F position was just an extra tight end in some sense. Like, they expected that guy to be a high-end blocker for a wide receiver, comparable to a low-end tight end as a blocker. And I think he's just going to ask Chris Godwin and Emeka Egbuka to do those things.
Yeah.
And what will be interesting about that is, while the rest of the league is moving to 12 and 13, can he be the zig to that zag? And almost while the rest of the league is being built for these 12 and 13 personnels, now the Bucs are 11. We're not prepped for that, or we're not the best suited to defend that because we're worried about defending everything else that everyone else is going to. So that'll be interesting. I hope that he is versatile and he says my roster's built for 11, I'm going to work to 11. My offensive line is really good at gap blocking. I'm going to do that, even though I've been a wide zone disciple up until this point in my career. And I'm hopeful for those things. But I think Scott said it before. Liam Cohen had told him that Zach Robinson is a guy who can get wide receivers open. They got some good wide receivers, so let's get them open.
Yeah.
We're going to make a line shift. One more. We're bringing in Scott Reynolds and Matt Matera
for the finale.
What's that?
Oh, you forgot my name.
No, I was building this fence.
Round the outside. Round the outside. Oh, I've been looking for this pen for hours. I dropped it. I didn't know where it landed. What a way to end the show. Yes, long-term storytelling. All right. Matty Diamonds and good old SR back on the Pewter Report live draft show brought to you by PrizePicks. Big thanks again to PrizePicks for supporting the Pewter Report podcast and this live draft show. I've showed you my lineups before, but I'll tell you again this time. More than 19.5 points for CJ McCollum in the Hawks-Knicks game, and then less than 2.5 shots by Sidney Crosby in the Penguins-Flyers game coming up in a couple of hours. Use the code HMA when downloading the PrizePicks app. Get $50 instantly when you put in your first $5 lineup. It's $50 in lineups, your first $5 entry. All right, we are back for the closeout of the show.
Yeah.
Little story time with SR as well.
Story time with SR.
Yes.
Okay. Story time. All right. So we had T. Lovell. Was he the one that asked about the origin of Pewter Report, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to try to keep this to less than 3 minutes. So the publication was known as Buccaneer Magazine, started by a guy by the name of Dave Jovanovic, who was the previous publisher. And this was not a team-owned publication. The team wanted this, so they licensed the name Buccaneer and use of the helmet logo and all that, and the Bucco Bruce logo. This is back in the 80s, right? 80s, maybe around 90. This is the Culver House era. So they wanted this magazine to help foster fan interest, sell tickets, etc. But they didn't want to do it themselves, so they farmed it out to Dave Jovanovic. Dave Jovanovic hires a guy by the name of Jeffrey Neal Fox to sell ads. And long story short, Dave Jovanovic, I believe, as the story goes, ended up murdering his family with the ball-peen hammer and then killed himself. Not with the hammer, but I think with a gun.
This is a joke.
No, this is a true
This
story.
is not a joke?
This is a true story. Yes.
So he killed his family and himself.
Yes. And so
Damn, did not know that.
yeah,
Holy.
So
Holy, you know what?
we're opening closet doors here when we're digging
Yeah.
up skeletons.
Okay.
So this is way before my time. So this is like the folklore. So the team wanted the magazine to like stay around, but they didn't want the stain of this episode here. So Jeffrey Neal Fox agreed to kind of take it over.
Yeah.
Independently. So he became the publisher and the owner of Buccaneer Magazine in the 90s. Let's call it 89, 90, 91, 92, whatever it was. I did an internship in the summer of 94 with Jeff Fox. I used to vacation down here in St. Petersburg every August, right before school started. My grandfather retired here. And so, you know, you're looking for Kansas City Chiefs, because I was from Kansas City, looking for the box score in the preseason. You know, this is before ESPN. This is before the internet, right? So I would read the St. Petersburg Times and the Tampa Tribune, their sports sections, to see if I could get some box scores for my Kansas City Chiefs during the preseason. Well, I'd read about this laughable losing football team in the garish orange and white with a swashbuckler, Bucco Bruce on the side. And I just kind of latched on to the Buccaneers. They were the lovable losers down here But everyone in Kansas City was a Chiefs fan. Everybody was. And I wanted to be a little different. So I latched onto the Bucs for my NFC team. And then the Buccaneers drafted a couple of Kansas State players, Elijah Alexander, linebacker, and Roderick Green in the same draft. So I subscribed to Buccaneer magazine. Then I did an internship in 1994, met Jeff Fox and all that. And then I got hired in 1995 after I graduated Kansas State, moved down here and worked selling ads and writing. There was another previous editor-in-chief, Jim Henderson, who then left after the first year I was on. And then Bob Ballone came on as the editor-in-chief for a few months. Then he left. And so here I am, like age 24. Mm-hmm. These are older gentlemen that had also worked for the Tampa Tribune that were kind of moonlighting and doing some work for Buccaneer magazine. And I took over in 95 as the editor-in-chief. My first draft publication was in 96, which was our draft edition. I nailed Reagan Upshaw, so I felt pretty good about that.
Yes, that's right. You mentioned that earlier.
And then fast forward to 2005, there was an ownership change. Jeffrey Neal Fox was kind of focused and consumed with the Buccaneer Heaven Store, which was quite popular back in the day. But the magazine and our website, buckmag.com, were kind of taking a little bit of a backseat. So we wanted to kind of spin that off, give that the attention and the editorial direction it deserved. And Hugh MacArthur, who was a former subscriber to the magazine, came on board and purchased the magazine, the business. By this time, it was Pewter Report. We changed the name in 2002. So we bought Pewter Report magazine, pewterreport.com, made me the vice president as well as the publisher. And myself and Jim Flynn were the two primary people at the time. And then just over the years, the staff has changed and grown and expanded. And what was crazy is when I first started at age 24, right out of Kansas State, we were a once a week tabloid-sized newsprint publication. Think like the old Pro Football Weekly, you know. And we were competing with, let me see if I can remember all these, the St. Petersburg Times, the Tampa Tribune, the Lakeland Ledger, the Orlando Sentinel, the Sarasota Herald Tribune, the Bradenton Herald. That's 6 local newspapers right there, plus Associated Press. That's technically 7.
Yeah.
So it was 7 major newspapers versus little old Buccaneer magazine, and little old, then it became Pewter Report. And we went, from like weekly during football season to monthly as our web traffic grew, and we spent more time on our website. But it got to the point where, here we are, fast forward. This is now year 31. 31 years later, there's one local newspaper left, and it's now the Tampa Bay Times. They only publish twice a week, right? Wednesdays and Sundays.
Yeah.
So it's been an incredible journey, and I've been blessed to work with some absolute ace Pewter reporters throughout the years, and even present day. This staff here, for the longest time, it was myself and Jim Flynn, or myself and Jim Flynn, Charlie Campbell, or myself and Mark Cook, and then Mark Cook, myself, and Trevor Sickham. And now we are 5 Pewter reporters strong. Myself, Matt Matera, Bailey Adams, Adam Slavon, Josh Capo, and through it all, Cliff Welch, our photographer, has actually been on board longer than I have.
He was longest sustaining.
He's been doing this longer than 31 years, so probably 35 years for Cliff. Cliff actually shot practices when he was in high school, way back in the day as like an independent photographer. So he is a Buccaneer fan through and through. But it's been a long, crazy journey, and it's gone from a printed publication that does not exist anymore to a website that has had at least 1.5 million unique visitors every year since 2020, including last year, to a podcast that Mark Cook probably kind of spearheaded in terms of doing an audio version. Myself and Trevor and Mark, and then you and Taylor were the interns.
We had like
at
a
the time.
5-person podcast at one point.
Yeah. And then now the last couple of years we've gone video with this, and we've grown our YouTube channel to over 23,000
That's right. Yeah.
subscribers this
Big
weekend.
milestone. Thank you so much, everyone, for over 23K.
Yeah. So it's been awesome, and it's been a very fun journey. It's longer than 3 minutes, but I was telling my wife that I'm like, I've got to proof this story. I'll be like in 2 or 3 minutes, and it's like 10, 12 minutes later.
Good point from T Level as well. So
yeah.
it's also featured on ESPN, Pat McAfee show, NFL Films.
That's true.
We pop up on different national programming as well, which is always cool.
Was honored to be asked by the Lasers to be a part of Raise the Flags, the docu-series on Amazon Prime. It was really cool to sit in the chair for 6.5 hours and recall all of these Buccaneer memories, and then have about 60 seconds worth of that 6.5 hours of sitting in the chair come to life. But no, it's been an amazing journey. And the best part about it is you guys, because without you, there is no Pewter Report. There is no Buccaneer magazine. If we didn't have paid subscribers, if we didn't have viewers that come to Pewter Report and read our stories, because even though our content is free, we get advertising revenue from that. So when you go to pewterreport.com and just read our stories, it's free for you. We don't charge. There's no paywall. There's no Substack.
Mm-hmm.
But when you come to our website and read our content, read our draft previews, read our draft coverage, read our columns, our Pewter Report roundtables, our point counterpoints, when you read our content, you're helping fund our business because of the advertisers that advertise with us. When you watch our podcasts, even if you don't contribute a penny, you are helping us from a revenue standpoint. You're helping to support our advertisers. So you all are the reason why we do this. It is an absolute labor of love. We put a lot of work into this weekend, not as much as the Buccaneers. Their area scouts are actually going to these colleges and doing the dirty work. But the Senior Bowl, the Combine, the hours that we put in researching, watching film, talking in a group chat about these players, it's a lot for this weekend, and you all make it special. So the good news is we're still on the air, so this tally is still going, but we're over 50,000 views this weekend between YouTube, X, and Facebook, thanks to you. Last year we had right around 50,000. I want to say this year we're probably going to be at 60,000.
That's so cool to see.
Yes.
Yeah,
we have through your generous contributions had well over $2,000 in super chat money. You crushed our original goal of $1,200
in one night. Yeah, thank you.
Making it one of the most memorable birthdays that I will ever remember. So thank you very much for that. We're excited to have PrizePicks on board. The best thing you can do aside from watching our content and enjoying it is supporting our sponsors.
Yeah.
We don't have 22 or 42 sponsors. We have a handful. If you could please call Briar Greaves about insurance, right? If you're a male and you are feeling sluggish, if you're around my age, a little bit older, maybe a little bit younger, get with Game Day Men's Health. They can help you have a better life. Use PrizePicks. It's fun.
Yes.
Matt Matera and I, Jacob Rodriguez didn't come to the Buccaneers, but we profited off Jacob Rodriguez going to the Dolphins.
We profited off his namesake.
Yes. Yeah.
If you will. Yeah. And download Rate Game Sports. It's absolutely free.
Yeah.
So that's one of the best ways you can help us is support our sponsors, our advertisers. They're a big part of generating this machine and then doing it week in, week out. I just want to make sure, not sure if we got to the super chat or not. Kahunaville, thanks for the $2 super chat, says, curious if SR knows the pick if Bain and Mesidor were gone. Like okay. He's nodding his head.
Yes.
But yes, thank you so much, everyone, for the support. It's been super fun interacting with everybody, learning. I mean, we got invited to a wedding yesterday on the show. So
the shotgun beers.
Yeah, the shotgun beers in Albany. So it's truly remarkable how much this has expanded, where our fans are watching from. We have people watching the Middle East, the Philippines, Australia. I think someone just mentioned not too long ago.
We love Roll Call for that reason.
Yeah, Roll Call is awesome. Yeah, for Monday. So that one will be coming back. And we get it. The draft is a special moment. It's a big event, and more people come out those weeks. And This machine doesn't stop though,
It doesn't,
and then
yeah.
we got rookie mini camp, and then
Yeah.
OTAs and mandatory mini camp. Then it's training camp, and the season will be here before you know it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we do, if this is your first exposure to Pewter Report TV, we do podcasts 4 times per week. During the regular season, it is typically Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and then a post-game podcast on Sunday. Tuesday, the player's day off. It's the day where we kind of take a deep breath, do some writing. We'll do an emergency podcast if necessary. During the off season, though, every week it is Monday through Thursday with Bucs content, whether it's about the Bucs current roster, whether it's about the pre-draft stuff, the pre-free agency stuff. We go year round. In the summer, we're going to have some stuff previewing the upcoming season, looking at some positions and doing some deep dives there. So it is an hour a day from 4 to 5, unless we have an emergency podcast or something that's a little special. We'll have a primetime podcast when the schedule comes out in literally just a few weeks. So please check out Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel. We're almost at 23,100, which is great. I think we're 10 subscribers away from 15 subscribers away from maybe hitting that goal. We are about 10 channel members away from reaching our goal of 250 channel members. So greatly support all of you for doing that. On Monday, because we're taking tomorrow off, no podcast tomorrow. Got to rest the voices for Monday, Matt.
Yes, but we're going to recap the entire Bucs draft, analyzing the 2026 draft class for the Bucs on Monday's show. Of course, that'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Trevor Tuesday, super excited, the return of the Man Bun, who was on an April show earlier this month on April 1st. But Trevor will come back on Tuesday's episode, also at 4 o'clock, get his analysis of the Bucs draft, what he liked, maybe what he didn't like, his overall thoughts on this draft class. So, still a lot more coming up. No question about it.
We've got a couple players that we're going to have joining us too this offseason, as they're now back in town.
Yeah.
For Bucs offseason workouts. So it's been absolutely fun. This is a dream job for all of us. I mean, when you think about it, we get paid to watch football for a living. There are harder gigs out there. We're not digging ditches. We're not putting out fires, right? At the same time, it's not the most lucrative business. I mean, the sports journalism industry is tough. It is. I mean, there's people getting let go. Trevor Sikkema got let go by Pro Football Focus, which is stupid, and it's a gut punch and all of that. I'm blessed to be able to do this for 30 years, and you all have made that happen. There are some perks to this, right? I mean, half of what I know, I can never report. I know some stories. I know some stuff I have to take to the grave about this organization and some of the things that have transpired here. But that's kind of what makes it fun and what keeps it interesting. But I will say, I'll share a quick story with you. One of the coolest things that happened to me and to Mark Cook was at the East-West Shrine game.
Yes. I think I know.
At the practices, we had, and this is back when it was in St. Petersburg. So this is back when
at the Trop.
The game was at the Trop, and they would have the practices at either King High School in St. Petersburg, Gibbs High School, I think, Gibbs. And then the other one was at Calvary Christian High School, I believe. And so they had these practices there. And Charlie Weiss was the head coach for one of the teams. And, Charlie was with the Giants for a long time under Bill Parcells, kind of a New Yorker, New Jersey guy. And John Bon Jovi was a huge New York Giants fan from the New Jersey area, Sayreville, New Jersey. And so he knew Charlie, I'm sure, from getting to, hobnob with the Giants and all of that, and go to Giants games for free. So John Bon Jovi was off tour, had nothing better to do. And Charlie invited him to come down because John loves football. He actually was a part owner with Ron Jaworski of the Philadelphia Soul.
I remember that Arena Football League.
Football League, yeah.
Yeah.
So John Bon Jovi came down to St. Petersburg and was just checking out practice. And nobody knew it, but I got there early because coming from like the Lutz area at the time, all the way down to St. Petersburg during rush hour, because these are morning practices, I left like 2 hours ahead of time. So I get there about 40 minutes before practice, and I go up, and there was a former Buccaneer swashbuckler. Her name was Bobby, and she said, "Hey, and she was my age too. She's like, "You're a Bon Jovi fan, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "See that guy over there in the field? That's John Bon Jovi." I said, "No way. Are you kidding me?" She's like, "Yeah, that's John Bon Jovi right there." So I walk right over there, and I mean, John Bon Jovi was actually my first concert I went to as a kid when I was 14 years old, I think, Kemper Arena in Kansas City. So John Bon Jovi's literally out there just waiting for practice to start. Players were starting to make their way onto the field for stretching and all that. So I go up to him, introduce myself, and I go to have a 30-minute conversation
That's wild.
with John friggin' Bon Jovi. Okay. And I'm fanboying out like you have no idea. But the cool thing about it is for every, so tell me about Slippery When Wet. So tell me about 70 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm asking him all these questions about songs and albums and tours and stuff. Every rock question I'm asking him, he's asking me a question. So what's it like to cover the Buccaneers? Tell me about Pewter Report. And just the interaction. He was as interested in football and what I did for a living
as you were.
What it was about him being an international rock star, right? So the funny thing is, and this isn't funny because I'm not trying to poke fun at Mark Cook, although he would poke fun at me all the time. Mark had diabetes, and he was supposed to come to practice that day. As we know, Mark would love his sugars and sweets, and he didn't take the best care of his diet. So Mark didn't go to practice that day. And Mark was a year older than I was, so he was a huge John Bon Jovi and Bon Jovi fan as well. And so I'm driving home from practice, and I'm calling Mark, and I'm like, "Hey, dude, where were you?" And he said, "What do you mean? I didn't I text you?" I'm like, "No." He was like, "Oh, dude, that's right. I passed out. My blood sugar was off. I wasn't feeling well. I went right back to sleep. I'm sorry I missed practice today." And I said, "Oh, that's okay." And I said, "You just missed hanging out with John Bon Jovi." He's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Yeah, I got to hang out with John Bon Jovi today." He's like, "No, you didn't." I said, "Yeah, I most certainly did." I said, "He was there as a friend of Charlie Weiss's. I got there early, and I literally talked to him for about half an hour before practice." He's like, "No way." And I said, "Mark," I said, "I'm not kidding." And then I sent him this video that John made for my kids.
Ellie, Logan, Caden, and Jillian. It's John Bon Jovi. Just hanging out with your pop. Want to say hi.
This is John Bon Jovi just hanging out with your pops. How cool is that, right? So Mark saw that, absolutely flipped out. He's like, "Dude, no way." I said, "Way." He's like, "No way." I said, "Way." So guess what? Mark Cook showed up the next day. First of all, he's like, "Do you think he's going to be there tomorrow?" And I said, "Probably. I think he's in town, watching these practices." So it turns out John was there for 2 days. So then I get there with Mark the next day, and we're kind of walking in together, and he's like, "You think John's going to be here today?" I'm like, "I don't know. Probably."
Hopefully, yeah.
So we get our credentials. We walk in. Sure enough, there's John, right? So I said, "Oh, look, there he is." He's like, "All right, well, should we go talk to him?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I start walking towards John, and John's like, "Oh, hey, Scott." And Mark looks at me, and he's like, "He knows you."
Yeah, right.
He called you Scott, I said, "I
You guys
told
know
you."
each other on a first name basis.
I said, "I told you we were hanging out for 30 minutes yesterday." So that was pretty cool. I mean, so for Mark to have that experience with John Bon Jovi as well, was really, really cool. I miss Cookie every single day. I think about that guy. Gone too soon. But man, one of the cooler Pewter Report moments that I've had.
Yeah.
And to be able to kind of
to rib him at the same time.
Yeah. Just to send that to Mark, who did not believe me. I'm like, "All right, just watch the video here." And he's like, "Caden, Ellie, Logan, Jillian, John Bon Jovi, just hang with your pops. Just want to say hi." And of course, my kids to that day, they still love that video.
Yeah, I mean, it's an all-time video for sure.
They grew up listening to "Living on a Prayer" in my car.
Part of Pewter Report.
Driving them around,
Yeah, very, very cool moment. Yeah. Let's get to the super chat. Kahunaville, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "Thank you, SR, and all Pewter Report. Been a fan since a kid in upstate New York.
That's awesome.
Never had any outlet to get Bucs news for years. By and far the best Buck coverage."
That's
cheers.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
And that was my journey too. I was at Kansas State University finishing up my senior year as a subscriber to Buccaneer magazine.
Yeah.
It's the only way I could get news in the middle of Kansas on the Buccaneers. So I understand where you're coming from, and that's why I take this so seriously, because I've been in your shoes as someone who subscribed to the magazine back in the day, or maybe a displaced fan. I think one of the coolest things, and we see it all the time, and we just had, I think, someone come on Monday's roll call. Somebody who goes and is stationed at MacDill and then gets deployed overseas. And they're a Bucs fan from their time here in MacDill. Maybe they aren't even a Tampa native, but they're stationed here in Tampa. And then as a result, they become a Buccaneer fan.
Mm-hmm.
And then they take that Buccaneer fandom with them to the Middle East or to the Far East.
Yeah, they became a Pewter Report YouTube channel member as well.
Yeah.
Rusk, man.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that's really cool. And I totally, that was my origin too, is I started off as a subscriber. And then when I got with the magazine, I wanted to put forth the magazine that I wanted to read, that I knew you would want to read. And then we've just kind of continued that coverage in an electronic format on pewterreport.com and now in a digital format on our Pewter Report TV podcast.
Yeah, very cool how this has expanded. Also, big thank you to T-Level for gifting 10 Pewter Report memberships.
We just reached the goal.
We made it.
Yes.
Woo! Hell yeah.
Thank you.
T-Level.
Wow.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
We hit the 23,000.
The trifecta.
We did.
The trifecta.
It's almost like one of your prize picks, man.
Yes, exactly.
You hit the trifecta.
Prize picks power play.
Yeah,
for sure. Wow, what a cool way to kind of finish it out. So Bucs 2026 NFL draft.
Yeah.
In the books.
This team got better this week. It really, really did. I feel better about this. Please check out my Pewter Pulse video on Ruben Bain.
Yeah.
The gist of it, I want you still to watch it, but the gist of it is that was a vibe-changing move for this team. It changed the mood of the Bucs fan base. I think it got fans reignited about this. To have someone like Bain, saw a lot of old timers draw the parallel to Sapp, kind of falling to the Buccaneers.
No,
in the first round. Now they're both from Miami. They're both ass kickers and along that defensive line. So really cool to see, because we knew, we read the comments, we see the web traffic. It wasn't as strong as it has been in other seasons, because it's been a little bit of a deflation, right? It's the 8-9 record, the surrendering the division title to the Fighting Dave Canales. Todd Bowles is still around for some of you that want him to be gone. Kings are awful leading the charge there. Mike Evans gone to the 49ers. Levante David retired. There's been some gut punches
this
offseason.
Bucs fans have taken their lumps this year.
They have, but this town has a new champion.
It does.
His name is Bain,
and he's a huge boxing fan.
Yeah,
and he's going to destroy.
Yeah,
he is for sure. By the way, for those that are looking for like immediate reactions as well from each pick that was made,
yes,
we have that all on our Instagram. Also, the first 3 picks that were already made, that's on our YouTube. When this is done, not long after, the other immediate reactions from all the day 3 draft picks will also be on our YouTube. So it's one of those instant ones that you could just go to real quick. And T-Level, thank you for this $2 super chat, says, I'm a Baker fan, transplant, Browns defector. Yeah. Welcome to this side.
Right.
It's a lot sunnier, a lot more wins over on this side. But yeah, thank you, T-Level, for all your support.
Like
really
Paul
appreciate
OG
it.
Baker, bro.
Yes, that too. Yeah. So this has been a ton of fun. We're going to break down the Bucs draft even more coming up this week, starting on Monday and Tuesday. Been so much fun. Big thanks to PrizePicks once again. And yeah, it's been terrific. So we're about to close it out. Big thank you to everybody that tuned in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, several hours doing this. If you're not already doing so, please follow us on all of our social media on X, Facebook, and Instagram. We're at Pewter Report, and our YouTube channel is Pewter Report TV. Please like and subscribe. Leave a comment as well. Last super chat, this one from Stalked by My Doctor. Thank you for the $5 super chat. One last one. Thanks for all your work. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Bailey Adams, who has been an absolute
dynamo,
superhero when it came to cranking out the stories in every sense of the word. Adam Slavan, all over social media. going to these press conferences and reporting here for you guys live on camera. Bailey Adams doing the same thing. Josh Capo for interrupting his family vacation down here to swing by and
making us cookies too.
I've only had 2 cookies today, just 2. That's it. See, 2. There's my hand, 2. And Kat Butel, our intern, who's done a fantastic job. I wanted to get her on the podcast today, but you know what? She's going to be here for OTAs and mini
She's
camp,
here for
training
the long
camp,
haul for all
so
next season too. So
you'll have a chance to meet Kat. She's done a fantastic job. And to you, Matt Matera, greatly appreciate.
Thank you, SR. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Once again, been a great
3
time.
Bucs best bets.
Yes.
Happy about that as well.
Great number right there. So that's a great way to cap it off. That's going to do it for this evening. For Bailey Adams, for Adam Slavon, for Kat Butel, for Josh Capo, for Scott Reynolds, I'm Matt Matera saying thanks everyone for watching. We love you. We appreciate you. And we'll see you soon for another edition of the Pewter Report Live Draft Day Show. Out.